The piercing sound of an alarm shattered the tranquility of the night, jolting Jiang Naixing from her slumber. Drip, drip, the sound of water droplets echoed crisply against the floor and amidst the enveloping darkness. She could faintly discern the flickering red light outside the window. Yet the alarm that had roused her had abruptly ceased. The bathroom glowed with light, fearing she might disturb her slumbering roommates. She refrained from calling out to them. As she lifted the bed curtain, a nauseating scent of blood assaulted her senses. Covering her nose, she cautiously descended from the bed, fumbling to slip on her slippers. The floor felt slick, as if water had been spilled, and she slowly edged toward the bathroom, the stench of blood intensifying with each step. The bathroom door stood ajar, and the persistent sound of dripping water showed no signs of abating. Swallowing hard, she gently pushed the door open. What lay before her was a horrific sight that seized her with terror. She instinctively covered her mouth, unable to suppress a scream. A song before her lay a corpse sprawled in a pool of blood, crimson oozing from the corners of the mouth, as if it had been shattered. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she staggered to the ground. A song, her voice, hoarse and trembling, escaped her throat as she gazed in shock at the grotesque figure before her. The white nightgown was stained with vivid crimson, and a chill ran down her spine as if a malevolent gaze were fixed upon her. Amidst this horror, she heard a grating sound of chewing. With stiffened limbs, she turned her head and caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure by the window. Its wild hair seemed to claw at the air, and it emitted a strange, guttural roar, moving in a grotesque manner. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Naixing dashed toward her neighboring roommate's bed, but as she lifted the curtain, her eyes widened in horror, her mind blank. In the dim moonlight, she saw her roommate's face smeared with blood, her mouth horrifically resembling that of Ah Song's, as if it too had been torn apart. A convulsion surged through her body, and she emitted a series of grating sounds. Terrified, Jiang Naixing stumbled backward. Even from the bathroom, the unsettling sound of bones cracking echoed ominously. Her scalp prickled, and she trembled uncontrollably. The roommate from the adjacent bed yanked down the curtain, only to collapse onto the floor. The moonlight illuminated the figure at the window, and she saw, with dreadful clarity, that it was another of her roommates. Yet, her mouth mirrored Ah Song's in grotesque similarity, as she seemed to transcend humanity, clawing and shrieking with a chilling, piercing wail. Her bloodshot eyes gleamed ominously in the night, droplets of blood falling to the ground with a soft drip, drip. A cold sweat broke out on Jiang Naixing's back as the roommate rose from the ground, her behavior unervingly erratic. She tilted her blood-soaked face directly at Jiang Naixing, her crimson eyes fixated on her like a predator poised to pounce. Crack, the sound of bones splintering emanated from the bathroom, and in sheer terror, Jiang Naixing turned her head. A pale figure brushed past her, and Ah Song, dragging her broken body, lunged at the neighboring roommate. Naixing, run! Ah Song's mouth opened wide, a gaping maw of blood, as she pressed down with all her remaining strength upon that figure, her voice barely a whisper amidst the chaos. Jiang Naixing gazed incredulously at the scene before her. Her roommate had lunged at Ah Song, and they were engaged in a fierce struggle, tearing at each other while emitting bone-chilling screams, blood splattering, with droplets landing upon her face. Paralyzed by terror, she could not utter a sound, helplessly witnessing Ah Song meet her tragic fate, the echo of Ah Song's urgent plea to run resonating in her ears. Soon, Ah Song transformed into one of them, and the frenzy ceased as they turned their bloodshot eyes, fixated menacingly on Jiang Naixing. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she beheld her once dear friend morph into her greatest nightmare. Biting her lip until the metallic taste of blood filled her mouth, she dashed toward the door, flinging it open and slamming it shut with a resounding thud. Behind her, they charged forward, pounding against the door. She pressed against it with all her might, yet the frail barrier could not withstand their assault for long, soon yielding to a gaping hole. She cast a final, lingering glance back at them. The sight of those crimson eyes would haunt her for a lifetime. She ran forward with every ounce of strength she possessed, desperately propelling herself onward. Echoing in her ears were her own cries of "I'm sorry." She abandoned them, never once looking back as she raced ahead, paralyzed by fear at the thought of witnessing their monstrous forms. She could not comprehend why they had changed so drastically. Beep, the alarm blared once more as she stumbled out of the dormitory, taking a few wobbly steps forward. In her haste, one of her slippers slipped off, but she had no time to retrieve it, continuing barefooted. Dressed only in a flimsy nightgown, her disheveled hair whipped about in the wind, she found a gathering of people at the entrance of the dormitory. A single glance froze her in place, rendering her unable to advance. Among the crowd were grotesque figures, much like Asong, their faces smeared with blood, mouths torn asunder, and their gait disturbingly uncoordinated. They were attacking several normal individuals. A few girls, like her, who had narrowly escaped, began to scream. Some stood paralyzed, crying out, while others were already besieged as they tore into the flesh of their victims, mercilessly sinking their teeth into necks. Chaos reigned, filled with screams and cries. Jiang Naixing found herself at a loss to describe the horror. Before her, they resembled zombies, intent only on attacking the living until their prey transformed into beings like themselves. Staring blankly at the gruesome tableau, the stench of blood assaulted her senses. Suddenly, her shoulder was harshly bumped, and a girl with a neat bob cut frowned at her. Upon confirming that Jiang had the eyes of a sane person, the girl seemed to relax, immediately grasping her arm and urging her to flee. "What are you doing standing there? You've barely escaped. If you don't run now, you'll truly perish here." The girl's voice, tinged with urgency, snapped Jiang Naixing from her stupor. Her voice hoarse, eyes bloodshot, she managed to ask, "What about your roommate? Are they still alive?" The girl hesitated momentarily, but tightened her grip on Jiang's arm, quickening her pace. "They've all turned into those monsters, but they saved me. They didn't want me to become like that." She could discern the quiver of tears in the girl's voice, yet she was at a loss for how to respond. Raising her gaze to the frightening surroundings, the campus, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared increasingly eerie. The girl sensed Jiang Naixing's body trembling and turned to her with a gentle smile. "Do not fear, I will lead you to safety." Wails echoed incessantly. The sound of blood splattering resonated throughout the campus, plunging everyone into a state of panic. Yet none could fathom the events unfolding in this world. "We should head to the library. The doors of the other dormitories are locked at night. Only the library remains open, and at this hour, it is likely to be deserted." The girl spoke breathlessly, while an ominous premonition stirred within Jiang Naixing's heart. Chapter 2. Companions. As they made their way to the library, it was indeed as the girl had said. There were hardly any souls around, save for a throng near the dormitory. Even from a distance, the chilling howls of the creatures could be discerned. The library's entrance was ajar, and with a gentle push, it swung open, yet the creaking sound it emitted was strikingly clear. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness. They dared not turn on the lights, and instead relied on the dim moonlight to navigate towards the staircase leading upstairs. The library boasted only 5 floors. Thus no elevator was installed. They treaded lightly, ascending one step after another, yet an inexplicable scent of blood lingered in the air. The odor was unmistakably fresh, and they exchanged glances. Jiang Naixing grasped the girl's arm, expressing her reluctance to ascend to the rooftop. However, the girl insisted that it was the safest place, and unable to persuade her otherwise, Jiang Naixing silently followed behind. Once they reached the iron door before them, which would lead to the top floor, Jiang Naixing's heart began to race. She reached out, intent on stopping the girl, but it was too late. The girl had already opened the door and stepped outside. Jiang Naixing had no choice but to bite her lip and follow closely behind, only to be met with an unexpected silence. Suddenly, a piercing roar echoed, startling both girls. They exchanged bewildered glances, ultimately pinpointing the source of the sound to the rooftop, alarmingly close. Turning around simultaneously, they beheld 3 terrified boys who, upon seeing Jiang Naixing and her companion, mistook them for monsters, crying out in fear, paralyzed in place. The girl frowned, casting a disapproving look at them. "We are not monsters. What are you screaming about?" The leader of the boys shook his head vigorously, panting heavily, and pointed behind him. "No, it's Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei has turned into a monster." Following his gaze, Jiang Naixing saw a blood-soaked figure lying on the ground, convulsing violently, morphing in an instant into their most dreaded apparition. "Run!" The boys screamed, scrambling towards the iron door to descend. Jiang Naixing and her companion were violently knocked to the ground by their rush, watching helplessly as the boys passed through the iron door, leaving behind the boy who had transformed into a monster who now slowly approached them. On the ground, they dared not breathe, their eyes fixated on the bloodied creature, which seemed to retain a flicker of humanity, struggling to emit peculiar sounds. You must run. Jiang Naixing wished to flee, yet her legs felt paralyzed, as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds, leaving her immobile. The girl with short hair gritted her teeth, desperately pulling her up with all her might. As they attempted to dash towards the iron door, the boys who had fled returned with anguished cries. It's changed again. Only 2 boys came back, slamming the iron door shut with a resounding thud, bracing themselves against it. Before Jiang Naixing and her companion could inquire, a thunderous banging emerged from behind the iron door. One of the boys was smeared with blood, his mind clouded and disoriented. He shook his head vigorously, tears streaming down his face as he cried out in despair. The monsters have all turned into monsters. It seemed the others realized something. 3 boys had left, but only 2 had returned. The one behind the iron gate had likely. Jiang Naixing dared not think further, turning her head away. Yet, she caught sight of the boy transformed into a monster, limping awkwardly towards them. Be careful. She was the first to notice, instinctively grasping the hand of the girl with short hair and urging her to flee to the other side of the top floor. However, her shout was directed at the 2 boys holding the iron gate. Upon hearing the commotion, they momentarily disregarded their monstrous companion behind the gate and turned to face the creature that was once one of them, shrieking in madness. With a resounding crash, the iron gate was kicked open, revealing 2 blood-soaked monsters who staggered forward, menacingly closing the distance. One boy, paralyzed with fear, collapsed to the ground, trembling and weeping, while another, still composed, looked at his frenzied companion and steeled himself. I'll fight you, he shouted, charging at the monster. He landed a blow, but at the cost of his own life. As the monster fell to the ground, its eyes bloodshot, it opened its mouth, capable of spewing blood, and sank its teeth into his neck. In an instant, blood gushed forth, and the boy trembled a few times before succumbing to silence. The monster casually tossed him aside and turned its gaze towards the boy who could only quiver in fear. Without a moment's hesitation, the girl with short hair rushed over to help him up. The 3 huddled together in a corner, the boy shaking uncontrollably, nearly clinging to the girl's leg. She shot him a fierce glare, her voice laced with anger. Can't you be a little more of a man? Your companions are all dead. You must avenge them. Her scathing words seemed to awaken some clarity in him. His sobs grew quieter, though tears continued to flow unabated. But what can I do? He lamented, unarmed and unable to contend with his monstrous peers. The girl sighed heavily. They had just transformed, and their movements still bore the clumsiness of their new forms, granting them a fleeting window of opportunity. She pondered for a moment before a realization struck her. They must be mutated, akin to the zombies often depicted in films, with their brains being their fatal weakness. If they could devise a means to damage their neural functions, it might incapacitate them, ensuring their safety. Though uncertain, it was their only hope. But how could they destroy the neural functions of these 2 monsters? Jiang Naixing listened intently to the girl's words and recalled how her roommate had inexplicably suffered a horrific injury before transforming. It had indeed taken some time for the mutation to manifest. Their only course of action was to proceed as they were. She scanned their surroundings and at last spotted a discarded iron railing in the corner of the top floor. Its sharp, pointed end could easily penetrate the monster's skulls. Currently, the creatures exhibit a sluggish pace, their newly mutated bodies struggling to adapt, resulting in bizarre behaviors. As they walk, they emit unsettling creaks, reminiscent of dislocated bones. If we can buy some time, one of us merely needs to procure a severed iron railing. She nudged the short-haired girl's shoulder, gesturing towards a small corner across from them, where sharp objects lay amidst the debris. The girl immediately understood, a spark of determination igniting within her. Drawing a deep breath, she seized the boy by his collar and spoke with unwavering assertiveness. Listen, our survival hinges on our unity. You and the girl beside me must divert those 2 monsters while I retrieve a sharp object to eliminate them. Initially, disbelief clouded the boy's expression. Despair etched across his face. However, as he beheld his struggling companions advancing towards him, he recognized their shared agony and, amidst his turmoil, resolved to fight back. The relentless monsters, claws bared, lunged forward, but at the critical moment, they evaded the attack. The short-haired girl charged fearlessly ahead. Chapter 3. Survival. Jiang Naixing turned to face the labored movements of the creatures, finding herself and the boy cornered. Fortunately, the short-haired girl had secured the iron railing and was cautiously approaching them. The boy stifled his cries, tears brimming in his eyes, terrified that a sound might betray their position. Observing his anguish, Jiang Naixing pulled him behind her, shielding him as she fixed her gaze on the two monsters. With bloodshot eyes, the creatures emitted strange, guttural roars. The girl moved with impressive speed. Jiang Naixing witnessed her raise the iron railing and plunge it into one monster-esque skull, blood and matter splattering onto her. Stunned, Jiang Naixing felt her stomach churn violently, and she suddenly bent over, expelling a stream of bile. The monster collapsed, but before they could celebrate, the second creature struck the girl with tremendous force, sending her crashing against the wall. She spat blood violently, coughing harshly. The monster, indifferent to its fallen companion, only sought to attack the living, its focus shifting towards the injured girl. Anxiety gripped everyone as the sole iron railing remained lodged in the head of the downed creature. Jiang Naixing, overwhelmed, continued to retch, her legs growing numb. Their only hope rested on the boy. He had not witnessed the grotesque scene unfolding, cowering behind Jiang Naixing, but as she vomited, the horrific sight before him sent tremors through his body. Suddenly, Jiang Naixing dropped to her knees, gripping the boy's pant leg tightly, her eyes barely open. Her tone laden with desperation, "I beg you, save her." He saw the creature poised to attack the short-haired girl and the pleading girl beside her. Despite his fear, a flicker of courage ignited within him. His mind raced blankly, the singular thought emerging. He must reclaim the iron railing to rescue the girl. He no longer hesitated, though his hands trembled violently. Enduring an overwhelming wave of nausea, he summoned all his strength to wrench the iron railing free. The monster loomed dangerously close, its mouth agape, ready to bite the girl with short hair. The boy raised the iron railing and thrust it forward with fervor, yet he was a moment too late. The monster's teeth had already sunk into her neck, leaving a crimson bite mark from which blood gushed forth. She leaned back against the cold wall, her eyes seemingly glistening with tears. Witnessing her injury filled the boy with profound guilt. He wept and wailed, clutching his head, alternating between laughter and grief, descending into madness. The girl turned her head to gaze at Jiang Naixing, wide-eyed. She offered him a faint smile, yet the light in her eyes dimmed. "Don't come near. I will soon become like them. You must leave." Jiang Naixing shook his head and cried, stumbling toward her. "But you promised to help me escape." She lowered her head, tears sparkling as they fell. "I'm so sorry. I may have to go back on my word." Sensing the unsettling changes within her body, she waved desperately at Jiang Naixing, clutching her chest in agony as blood continued to pour from her mouth. "You must go. I can no longer control myself." She was reluctant to abandon her companion once more, yet she could not bear to witness the transformation of her friend into a monster. On the brink of collapse, she sank to her knees. Her pupils shifted from their normal grayish-black to a blood-red hue, her wounds spreading across her body. As her consciousness began to be consumed, she struggled to rise, striking the wall fiercely, yet she felt no pain. She looked up at Jiang Naixing and smiled once more. With her last vestiges of sanity, she climbed to the rooftop, her crimson eyes fixed intently on him. Without hesitation, she leapt into the abyss before her complete demise. Her final words echoed in his ears, "You must live." The sound of her fall was lost to him. Despair enveloped Jiang Naixing completely. Everyone was gone. What was the meaning of survival? A chilling wind swept by, yet she felt no coldness, her mind consumed by gruesome images. Throughout it all, she had been the most cowardly and useless among them. As Ah Song thought of her even in death, this girl, whom she had just met, chose to sacrifice herself to spare her from harm. They all wished for her survival, but who would tell her why she should continue to live? Wouldn't it be better to join them? In her daze, she wept, oblivious to another boy who had lost his life. All that remained was the howling wind and the monstrous cries. It was then that she realized something was amiss. Looking up, she saw a beast viciously biting the boy, who struggled momentarily before succumbing. She didn't even hear his cries for help. Just like that, another life extinguished before her eyes. The creature that loomed before her was the forgotten, mutated third boy. In the entire penthouse, only the monster and she remained. After attacking the boy, the creature's gaze swiftly shifted to Jiang Naixing. Instinctively, she rose to her feet, tears still glistening in her eyes, and turned to flee. But she was met with an impassable dead end. Unlike before, this monster moved at a speed akin to that of a normal human. The bloodstains that marred its neck spread across its entire body, and it was drenched in crimson, its gaping maw lunging towards her. Jiang Naixing had no time to evade, nor even to escape, as the creature descended upon her. Just before its fangs could sink into her neck, the wall collapsed with a deafening crash, sending both her and the monster reeling backward. They plummeted down the building, and she thought, better to fall to her death than to be transformed into a monster that preys upon humanity. In despair, she shut her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks, welcoming the embrace of death. Yet, contrary to her expectations, she did not crash to the ground. Instead, a crimson banner hanging from the balcony ensnared her, leaving her suspended in midair, panic-stricken. Her heart raced as she gazed down at the throng of monsters below. They gathered at the base of the building, blood splattering around her, their monstrous maws open wide as they roared at her, their elongated fangs exposed, and their grotesque, lacerated faces eliciting revulsion. Her palms were slick with sweat, and beads of perspiration dotted her forehead. The distance between her and the horde of monsters was perilously close. If they formed a pyramid, she would inevitably become their next meal. The crimson banner that held her aloft would likely not endure much longer, and each passing second felt like an eternity of torment. She dared not even breathe, her gaze fixated on the monsters below, who clawed at the air and reached out toward her with manic howls that echoed in her ears, amplifying her sense of despair. She could not hold on any longer. As sweat dripped to the ground, her grip faltered, and without the support of the banner, she began to descend slowly. Just as the monster's hands were about to touch her, a glimmer of cold light shot towards her. The cacophony of roars from the monsters began to diminish as someone charged forward, disregarding the creatures entirely. In that moment of her fall, she caught a fleeting glimpse of a white figure. An oppressive aura enveloped her, inducing a sense of suffocation. The figure approached her, and the monsters surrounding them erupted with a deafening explosion, obliterating the area. Suddenly, she felt herself falling into an icy embrace. When she looked up, she was met with a strikingly pale, handsome face, its eyes a blood-red hue, cheeks a stark white, and the neck marred by red fissures, radiating a terrifying gloom. The overwhelming pressure rendered her mind blank. He had saved her. Her thoughts were consumed by the explosive moment of his arrival. And even though the sight of his fearsome red eyes filled her with dread, the fact remained, he had rescued her. The man remained silent, his lips pressed together. She gasped for breath, her teeth chattering, but she cautiously managed to utter a simple, "Thank you." In response, there was only a profound silence. The man lowered his gaze, his red eyes fixated on her, as though she were prey. She froze, biting her lip in confusion, unsure of what to do. However, he did not engage in any other actions. Instead, he embraced her and gently placed her on level ground. Once she steadied herself, he turned back to gaze deeply at her, a complex expression in his eyes that seemed to harbor a faint sorrow. It was not until Jiang Naixing witnessed him turn away that darkness suddenly enveloped her vision, and without warning, she collapsed to the ground. Chapter 4. The Sovereign Upon Awakening. Jiang Naixing found herself amidst a desolate ruin, the air thick with dust, and surrounded by the remnants of collapsed edifices. As she opened her eyes, she was indifferent to her surroundings, her attention drawn instead to a figure beside her, clad in a long-sleeved shirt, with blood-red eyes and crimson fissures adorning his neck. The sight jolted her into full awareness, and she struggled to sit up, frantically waving her hands, tears once again filling her eyes. "Do not come closer. Do not come closer," she cried out in anguish, her arms tightly wrapped around herself, entirely oblivious to the fact that this creature had previously rescued her. Jiang Yong, observing her palpable fear, froze momentarily before a soft chuckle escaped his lips. "Afraid of me?" Although phrased as a question, she felt a suffocating pressure in his tone, causing her tears to subside gradually. She bit her lip tightly, shaking her head vigorously. Jiang Yong's blood-red gaze bore into her, as if attempting to see through her very soul, a playful smile dancing on his lips. "Is that so?" His raspy voice resonated within her, the most lethal sound she had ever heard. Yet, when she abruptly raised her gaze to meet his, the familiar face before her rendered her speechless, her hands clutching her clothing in a state of confusion. A disquieting cracking sound echoed as she looked up in terror, only to behold another monstrous figure before her, its body marred with bruises and gaping wounds, a blood-soaked maw drooling with hunger, its greedy eyes fixated on her, as if poised to pounce and devour her whole. Noticing her growing fear, Jiang Yong cast a cold glance at the grotesque creature behind him. With a swift motion, he struck down the beast, and within mere seconds, its head fell to the ground, blood splattering across her vision. He remained acutely aware of Jiang Naixing's expressions, and upon sensing her dread, an inexplicable irritation surged within him. His brow furrowing slightly, Jiang Naixing, overwhelmed, bit her lip harder. Despite his repeated acts of salvation, the fear within her refused to dissipate. As the metallic taste of blood filled her mouth, Jiang Yong's patience waned. When she finally lifted her head again, he held aloft the severed head of the creature, still dripping crimson. Without a glance at the gruesome trophy, his unwavering gaze remained fixed on her, a smirk forming on his lips, and in an instant, the head crumbled to dust. Disdainfully, he glanced at his blood-stained hand, retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his palm before tossing it aside. Jiang Naixing watched as the handkerchief fell to the ground, suppressing the fear that gripped her heart. Though her body trembled uncontrollably, reason urged her to remain calm. She must keep her composure. In such circumstances, she could not afford to display any semblance of fear. Although the creature exhibited a menacing demeanor, it had yet to inflict any harm upon her, merely threatening her repeatedly. Compliance was all that was required. She gasped for breath, striving to restrain herself, attempting to steady her voice, and managed to force a bemused expression, thanking him for previously rescuing her. Jiang Yong raised an eyebrow, taken aback by her rapid adaptation and her capacity for gratitude. Nonetheless, he sincerely hoped her words were genuine. Otherwise, he nodded with a light chuckle, gently tilting her chin upwards and pressing his lips against her cheek, his cool breath brushing against her skin. Yes, just like that. The chill seeped into the crevice of her neck, causing her to shiver. Illness, a morbid state. She gazed up into his eyes, the first thought that sprang to her mind. Yet in the next moment, he released her, rising to extend his hand towards her. Without hesitation, she clasped her hand around his, fearing his wrath might erupt at any moment. His large palm enveloped her small hand tightly until she stood upright. She surveyed her surroundings. The world now lay in chaos. Dust swirling in the air had turned the sky gray, and dilapidated structures were scattered everywhere, white smoke lingering above the city, while distant, eerie howls echoed sporadically. Jiang Nai understood that the apocalypse had arrived. Jiang Yong held her hand, and since she exhibited no resistance or aversion, he refrained from saying more. In a moment of inadvertent glance back, she noticed his crimson eyes gradually transforming into a more human hue, the cracks on his neck fading away. Though his skin remained deathly pale, his body otherwise appearing no different from that of an ordinary person. Curiosity welled within her as she pressed forward, but suddenly, Jiang Yong halted, and she unintentionally collided with his back. As she lifted her head, she saw him frowning, his mouth agape as if he wished to speak. The chilling aura he emanated startled her, prompting her to quickly bow in apology. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Her humble apology brought him an unexpected sense of comfort, his icy hand resting upon her cheek, desire lurking within his covetous gaze, rubbing her aching forehead. She was about to utter another word when she noticed a horde of grotesque creatures laboriously advancing towards them from a distance. Upon reaching within 20 meters, they all came to a halt, seemingly intimidated, pivoting in place before retreating. She suddenly recalled that just moments ago, the man had not lifted a finger, yet the monsters had fallen. Now, these ferocious beings, upon seeing them, decisively chose to turn back. Intrigued by the man, she pondered his motives, having saved her, yet also threatening her. What was it that he sought? "Who are you?" The words slipped from her lips, prompting Jiang Yong to chuckle. He raised his hand to cradle the back of her head, licking his parched lips before gazing at her with keen interest. He did not respond to her. His fierce gaze rendered her unable to meet his eyes directly, forcing her to cast her gaze downward in silence. Though she remained unaware of his identity and true nature, one thing was certain: he was a zombie, and not just any ordinary one. His formidable presence was sufficient to intimidate other zombies. In this apocalypse, devoid of any means of defense, her only hope for survival rested solely upon him. It was known that the deranged often craved obedience and initiative. For the sake of survival and reuniting with her loved ones, she was willing to do anything. Taking a soft breath, she rose onto her toes to approach him, gathering her emotions before gazing at him through tear-filled eyes. Her cherry-red lips seemed to leave an imprint in his sight as she bit her lower lip, constantly tempting him. "I beg you, protect me and guide me to my family, if you please." For a fleeting moment, Jiang Yong was taken aback by her plea, which unexpectedly filled him with a sense of satisfaction. A smile graced his lips as he found himself unable to resist wrapping his arms around her waist and planting a kiss at the corner of her eye, gently licking away the tear that had gathered there. An idea began to take root in his mind. She could beseech him, but she must never seek aid from anyone else. Very well. Chapter 5. Survival. Jiang Yong did not hesitate, his decisiveness instilling a sense of unease in Jiang Naixing. He led her through the ruins. The city that had been ablaze with light the previous night now lay in utter desolation, littered with deflated vehicles and heaps of earth flickering with scattered flames. Gray smoke lingered over the city, refusing to dissipate. In stark contrast to the previous evening, silence enveloped the surroundings, creating an eerie atmosphere occasionally pierced by the sound of the wind. Sensing her chill, Jiang Yong inched closer, casually wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Throughout their journey, they exchanged not a single word, seemingly reluctant to shatter this long-lost tranquility. As they passed a narrow street, she inadvertently glanced back and caught sight of several zombies huddled in an alley. The disturbing crunching sounds that emanated from them suggested they were feasting on something, accompanied by the sickening crack of bones. A pungent scent of blood wafted toward her, causing her to instinctively cover her mouth and nose. The red eyes in the darkness were fixated upon her, yet out of fear of the man beside her, they retreated silently in search of new prey. Jiang Yong retained a semblance of humanity. He understood the fundamental need for Jiang Naixing's survival. He tightened his grip around her waist, preventing her from moving forward, and instead guided her into a dilapidated shop with shattered windows and doors. We must replenish our strength to continue. Inside the store, the food shelves remained relatively intact, though the cash register area had been thoroughly ravaged. Throughout, she followed him closely as he selected a backpack, gathering the necessary items to fill it. Jiang Naixing noticed that he only picked up salt water to drink, while the food consisted either of non-perishable items or bread. The once empty backpack rapidly transformed into a bulging mass as he slung it over his shoulder. After gathering supplies, he handed her a bottle of salt water. Having gone without food or drink since the previous night, her lips were parched and white. She gulped down several mouthfuls with desperation. Jiang Yong remained vigilant of the surroundings, and just as they were about to step outside, he sensed the approach of others, not his kin. Thus, he refrained from exuding any threatening presence. However, upon catching sight of the store's entrance, several guns were suddenly pointed at them. Each weapon was precisely aimed at their heads. Jiang Naixing stiffened, instinctively reaching out to shield Jiang Yong beside her. Observing her silhouette, a perfect smile curved upon his lips. He grasped her arm, chuckling softly, then directed his intense gaze toward the men clad in green bulletproof vests, over 10 in number, each wielding a submachine gun. How dare they point their weapons at his beloved Naixing? They seemed entirely oblivious to the fact that Jiang Yong had already regarded them as prey. After sizing him and Jiang Naixing up and confirming they were indeed normal humans, they decisively lowered their weapons. The leader, a man with a resolute countenance, removed his helmet, revealing a close-cropped head, with an apologetic smile directed at Jiang Yong and Jiang Naixing. He spoke in the competent tone characteristic of a seasoned man. It turns out you are survivors. We initially thought you were infected, hence our actions. Please accept our apologies. Jiang Yong held her hand tightly, while she remained silent, her lips pressed together. After a brief moment of silence, the man awkwardly chuckled, prompting the group behind him to raise their weapons once more. Upon hearing the commotion, the man turned to them and gestured to lower their guns. After they complied, Jiang Yong raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with rare amusement. The military? The leader seemingly failed to detect the teasing in his voice and simply nodded. Yes. An infection erupted at a local university last night, resulting in the majority of students and faculty transforming into zombies. In light of the impending catastrophe, headquarters promptly dispatched a battalion, with further reinforcements expected to arrive in a few days. Are you survivors from that university? It is no small feat to have survived. Jiang Naixing opened her mouth, ready to respond, but Jiang Yong interrupted with a simple acknowledgement, quickly lapsing back into silence. They remained motionless, knowing he would not act recklessly. The man scratched the back of his head, grinning broadly while casting a glance outside. Since you are survivors, for your safety, we should return to our camp as soon as possible. Without giving the two a chance to refuse, several burly men stepped forward, poised to restrain them. Jiang Yong immediately darkened his expression, Stepping back, Jiang Naixing turned to notice a subtle change in his eyes. His black pupils shimmered with a faint red glow. She tightened her grip on his hand, signaling him not to act rashly. They were the military, should he choose to engage them, even as a zombie king. He would not initiate an attack, for even if he posed no threat to humans, they would certainly not spare him. Moreover, they were there to rescue distressed survivors. Sensing the tension radiating from her, he gradually relaxed, offering her a wistful smile, his smirk intriguing. Yet, as his gaze shifted back to the group of soldiers, his expression hardened, seemingly warning them against causing her any harm. His chilling gaze sent a shock through the crowd, causing even the burly men who were poised to act to momentarily pause. It was only when the leader cleared his throat that they regained their composure and resumed their actions. They positioned themselves behind Jiang Naixing and Jiang Yong, seemingly herding them forward before boarding two armed military vehicles. Once the last of the personnel loaded the supplies onto the vehicles, they tore down the green curtain. With the light streaming in from outside, Jiang Naixing could barely discern the figures beside her, all armed men, each wielding a gun without exception. Little girl, was that handsome young man your boyfriend? The man with a buzz cut seated next to her suddenly broke the silence after a moment of contemplation. His deep voice, echoing in the stillness, made her uneasy. She shook her head and deliberately shifted further away from him. No, it seemed she could hear him sigh. And then he began to speak candidly. Regardless of who you are, you must always be on guard. The survivors from your university are either latent carriers of the infection or have undergone secondary mutations, waiting to prey on others. The first to be infected were from the research institute adjacent to your school. Rumor has it that some unidentified liquid seeped into the sewer, causing a mutation in the water quality. Ultimately, even the tap water became contaminated. That night, everyone who consumed the tap water turned into zombies. I see your eyes are quite puffy. Have you been crying? This was indeed a historical first. Such events had only been witnessed in films before. Experiencing it firsthand was almost beyond belief. The water contamination spread rapidly, and within a single night, various regions across the country were affected, prompting the military to dispatch aid. Once we reach the camp, vaccinations will be administered to prevent latent mutations. Jiang Naixing nodded thoughtfully, realizing why all three of her roommates had succumbed to the infection while she remained unscathed. It was because she had not used the tap water for her evening routine. Exhausted, she had collapsed into bed without cleaning up. Little did she know that this decision had rendered her the sole survivor. Chapter 6. Danger. The camp the man spoke of was situated some distance from their supply gathering location. The armed vehicle sped along the road, occasionally emitting creaking sounds that made Jiang Naixing uneasy, as she feared the noise would attract zombies. Yet, inexplicably, they traveled without incident. The man beside her would occasionally glance her way, only to quickly avert his gaze. As the vehicle jostled, she found herself worrying about the monstrous zombies. They were not human, and she could only imagine the chaos if the military were to discover them. Little did she realize that her fears were about to manifest. A sudden, thunderous explosion shattered the prolonged silence, resembling the sound of a bomb detonation. Without hesitation, the buzz-cut man lifted the green curtain, leapt from the vehicle, and signaled for the others inside to guard Jiang Naixing. Several burly men swiftly raised their weapons, aiming them at her. The incessant sound of gunfire echoed, and the green curtain fluttered in the wind. Jiang Naixing lifted her gaze to the outside, only to behold a man with crimson eyes standing defiantly amidst the white smoke, his aura brimming with menace. She froze in disbelief. Was that not the very zombie who had rescued her? Indeed, it seemed he was poised to take action. She shifted her body, staggering a few steps forward, but the gun behind her pressed firmly against her back, cold sweat trickling down her spine. She swallowed hard, her hands gripping the door panel tightly. Although the situation outside was shrouded in uncertainty, one thing was clear: he was undoubtedly clashing with the military. The gunfire was alarmingly close, reverberating in her ears. The other occupants of the vehicle were visibly panicking, casting anxious glances at one another before ultimately deciding that two would remain to watch Jiang Naixing while the others exited the car. From the moment Jiang Yong entered the vehicle, he sensed danger. The group inside was glaring at him with ill intent, and his interest was piqued. Unbeknownst to the two drivers, his hearing was acute enough to discern even the distant sounds of zombies stirring, while they remained blissfully unaware of the looming threat. Oh, those two had escaped from that school. General Jiang would undoubtedly not let them go unpunished. Indeed, if that woman were to discover this, A single vaccine would hardly suffice. Yet, uncertainty loomed over whether they could survive. What are we afraid of? We have endured thus far. That man looks fierce. He might very well be a high-level mutant. But if they couldn't hold out, these two living souls would be doomed. Shu, don't speak so openly. Be cautious lest others hear and report to General Jiang. Jiang Yong overheard their entire conversation, and without a doubt, he recognized that this military was anything but simple. If he and Jiang Naixing were indeed taken to the camp, the torment they would endure was unfathomable. However, Jiang Yong had always relished in tormenting others. Those who harbored thoughts of inflicting suffering upon him were not permitted to live. With swift determination, he acted without hesitation, his crimson eyes shimmering with a fierce light as blood splattered, staining his white shirt. He retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket. Disdainfully covering his hand as he gently wiped it clean, the handkerchief fell to the ground, followed by the sound of a gunshot. A bullet whizzed past his shoulder, and he cast a cold, piercing glance at the man who had fired. The man lay in a pool of blood, wailing, having discharged 3 rounds. With only one grazing Jiang Yong's body, a trickle of blood seeping from his shoulder. Frowning, he raised his hand, a flash of white light, and the man fell silent. It was due to those 3 shots that the crew-cut man and the driver became aware of the situation, prompting Jiang Yong to leap from the vehicle in disgust at the blood within. Those sullied remnants did not deserve to taint him. When Su Pingzhou exited the vehicle, he beheld Jiang Yong, whose white shirt was stained with blood. Without hesitation, he raised his gun, aiming at him, for he knew that this seemingly ordinary man was anything but typical. Before setting out to scavenge for supplies, he had heard the general mention that there were already second-tier mutants among the zombies, beings who possessed a semblance of humanity and could shift forms. It seemed this was indeed the case. Despite the uncertainty surrounding the identity of this man, he emanates a formidable threat. He raises his firearm and fires several shots. Yet each bullet is deftly evaded by Jiang Yong, instilling a sense of dread within him. The realization that he cannot land a hit suggests that he is no match for Jiang Yong, rendering the conflict meaningless. He swallows hard, his grip on the gun trembling. Who are you? What is your purpose? Jiang Yang's thin lips remain firmly pressed together, his deep, dark eyes seemingly unfocused as they fixate on Jiang Naixing's armored vehicle. Su Pingzhou raises an eyebrow, following his gaze and gaining insight into the situation. Seizing the moment while Jiang Yong is momentarily distracted, he gestures for others to shout. Surround him. Yes. Several armed soldiers respond in unison, spreading out in their black boots to encircle Jiang Yong, all raising their weapons in unison. Jiang Naixing is oblivious to the events unfolding outside the curtain, yet she can hear the sounds clearly. When the buzzcut man calls for his encirclement, her heart leaps into her throat. She wishes for the safety of the man who rescued her, but she fears even more for the consequences of opposing the military. For such an act would undoubtedly be tantamount to declaring war. Feeling the weight of 2 guns pressed against her back, she clenches her fists. Beads of cold sweat dripping from her forehead. In a swift motion, she turns and seizes her weapon, leveraging her advantage to push them down without hesitation. Tearing aside the green curtain as she leaps down, gunfire erupts once more, a barrage of over 10 shots ringing in her ears. The acrid dust hangs in the air as bullets strike the soldiers, while Jiang Yong remains unscathed. He squints, his dark eyes gradually transforming into a blood-red hue upon seeing Jiang Naixing jump from the vehicle, licking his pale lips as a slow smile curves at the corners. TSK. How disobedient. He would have come to rescue her. Why must she emerge? He bypasses Su Pingzhou without a glance, his gaze intensely fixed on Jiang Naixing, making her feel utterly uneasy. Unaware of her own actions, she perceives his stare as chilling, those unfocused eyes seeming to devour her whole, causing her to instinctively step back until her body collides with the thick panel of the armored vehicle. Su Pingzhou observes the fallen soldiers, their pained cries echoing as they suffer from the bullets that struck them, even though that man has done nothing. Who exactly is he? Alongside his fear, Su Pingzhou is now filled with confusion. When he looks up to meet Jiang Yang's blood-red gaze, comprehension dawns upon him. That is a mutated high-level zombie. He gasped sharply, vigorously signaling to the others while firing several rounds at Jiang Yang. Under the cover of gunfire, he hastily retreats towards the armored vehicle. Retreat. Everyone retreat. His voice echoes through the air, the sound of the armored vehicle starting disturbing the nearby zombies, their wails merging with the cacophony of the vehicle, instilling a sense of terror. The vehicle stirred up a cloud of dust, and Jiang Naixing coughed as she inhaled the murky air. Squinting, she suddenly sensed a chilling glare directed at her. Startled, she stiffened and turned her head. Chapter 7. Escape. Jiang Yong had appeared before her at some point, and gazing at his enlarged face and blood-red eyes, she instinctively covered her mouth, suppressing any sound. Yet he could perceive her fear, which inexplicably stirred a sense of agitation within him. One hand caressed her cheek, gripping half of her face, gradually increasing the pressure. A sharp intake of breath escaped Jiang Naixing as her brows furrowed, unable to stifle a cry. Her pale cheek soon bore the mark of his grip. Yet the overwhelming sense of oppression emanating from him left her feeling powerless to resist. She looked up at him with tear-filled eyes, her expression constantly tugging at his heart, softly beckoning him, causing him a pang of pain. The soft sound reached his ears, prompting him to release her. A rush of pleasure ignited within him, and his tongue instinctively pressed against the roof of his mouth. He raised his hand, and Jiang Naixing, anticipating the return of that icy touch, was taken aback when he merely turned his back to her and walked away. His indifferent, frigid voice echoed above, and even a single word from him felt suffocating, compelling her to follow. Noticing the petite figure trailing silently behind him, Jiang Yong's lips curled into a playful smile. Wasn't it delightful to have a compliant prey? Unaware of his thoughts, Jiang Naixing's mind was temporarily blank, and all she knew was to follow him. Yet an inexplicable weight lingered in her heart. As they walked, each step on the rubble produced a loud noise, but even as other zombies were drawn to them, they seemed to skirt around, as if in fear. She couldn't help but gaze up at the tall figure before her, still oblivious to his identity or why he had chosen to save her. Countless questions swirled in her mind. Clenching her fists, she quickened her pace to keep up with him, gently tugging at his clothing. When he halted, she timidly inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Jiang Yong turned, his gaze piercing into hers, the deep black of his pupils entangled, lips pressed tightly together, offering no answer. He pondered why she had yet to recognize him, or if she had simply forgotten the past. The thought furrowed his brow, and his gaze turned hostile, as though he might unleash torment upon her at any moment. Though puzzled, Jiang Naixing felt an urge to voice her confusion. She forced a smile, and, mustering her courage, asked, "If you don't wish to answer that, then let me pose another. Why did you attack the military earlier?" "Why?" Jiang Yong lowered his gaze, a chilling smile spreading across his face, one that evoked fear. He seized her chin with a firm grip, the coldness of his breath washing over her face, suffocating her with a sense of threat. The pain radiating from her chin compelled her to swallow hard. They remained in that position. She dared not stir, until tears welled in the corners of her eyes, prompting him to gently wipe them away, finally granting her a semblance of freedom. Jiang Naixing felt an overwhelming sense of terror, clutching her chest as she gasped for breath. This man was exceedingly perilous, although he would shield her. She could not discern whether he was benevolent or malevolent. Moreover, he had just assaulted the military. More than one faction, surely, more would follow, and aligning with him might only lead to her own demise. She silently clenched her fists, her voice barely a whisper. I won't ask any further. Let us continue." Yet Jiang Yong heard her clearly. He lowered his gaze in silence and extended his hand toward her. In a flurry, she grasped his hand, her delicate fingers enveloped by his broad palm, an icy chill creeping up her arm. She averted her gaze, uncertain of how long they had walked. Before them lay a desolate expanse of ruins. Buildings collapsed haphazardly, blood splattered about, exuding a pungent metallic scent, devoid of any signs of life. Her palms grew clammy with anxiety, and she occasionally glanced up at him, only to quickly avert her eyes. The zombies possessed an acute awareness. As long as she drew breath, he could sense her. Whether she could evade him remained a significant question. Nonetheless, she yearned to take a gamble. Taking a gentle breath, she abruptly released his hand, biting her lip, her eyes wide with hesitation. I need to use the restroom." The warmth of his hand dissipated, leaving him momentarily stunned. He slowly turned, his dark eyes fixated on her. She swallowed nervously, stealing a hurried glance at him before lowering her gaze, feeling somewhat flustered. "I'll just find somewhere. Please don't watch me. It makes me uncomfortable." When he remained silent, she bit her lip and encircled his arm, playfully shaking it. "Really, I can hardly hold it, I beg you." An inexplicable thrill coursed through him, and he smiled faintly, his fierce gaze still locked on her as he gently ruffled her hair. She understood that even in his silence, he had tacitly permitted her to act. With a strained yet sweet smile, she released his arm and slowly turned away. Once fully turned, her smile stiffened, and her brows furrowed as she quickened her pace. Occasionally, she glanced back, ensuring he was not following, before stealthily slipping behind a pile of rubble where there was ample space to conceal her. Leaning against the cold wall, she panted heavily. Her palms were slick with a fine sheen of sweat as she clenched her fists, gritting her teeth, mustering the courage to continue forward. Jiang Yong was aware that she had escaped. He knew everything. Her every move was under his control, and escaping him was an impossibility. Allowing the prey to scurry about for a while would only enhance its flavor. He squinted toward the horizon, a wicked smile curving his lips, hinting at a tantalizing intrigue. Jiang Naixing ran aimlessly forward, her nerves taut as she navigated the unfamiliar surroundings, fearful that a blood-soaked zombie might emerge from around any corner. She scanned her environment. Although this was her temporary residence, it was far from her hometown. She was merely a student in this city, and when it crumbled, she lost all sense of direction. With no family nearby and her only good friend, Ah Song, having perished, she found herself at a loss for the path ahead. As she pondered her predicament, the air suddenly filled with the chilling wails of zombies, a cacophony that assaulted her eardrums and quickened her heartbeat, prompting her to slow her pace. The source of the sound lay directly ahead, obstructed by a massive stone wall, leaving her to wonder what horrors lurked beyond. Curiosity had no place in her mind. She understood that it could lead to peril. All she desired was to escape to safety, yet amidst the chaos, she faintly discerned someone calling for help. That fragile cry for aid resonated from the direction ahead, mingling perilously with the growls of the undead. Chapter 8. Companionship. She hesitated, uncertain whether to respond. Who could be calling for help, if not another survivor like herself? Ultimately, she succumbed to her humanity. In such dire circumstances, to turn a blind eye would be a betrayal of her own conscience. She cautiously approached the stone wall, leaning against its cold surface, holding her breath as she peered around the edge. The horrific scene that unfolded before her widened her eyes in shock. Several living individuals convulsed in terror, their expressions reflecting sheer panic as they confronted the oncoming horde of zombies. Overwhelmed by fright, they could only wail and scream as the undead surged forward, surrounding them and voraciously feasting upon their necks, tearing away chunks of flesh, blood spurting and splattering everywhere. Among them, one person, bitten on the neck and racked with agony, inadvertently glanced her way. Their gaze met, and the individual shakily extended a finger towards her, seemingly pleading for help or perhaps urging her to flee. In a state of sheer panic, she covered her mouth, her eyes wide with terror. Though she had witnessed such gruesome sights before, the horror still gripped her with fear and revulsion. She shut her eyes tightly, trembling as their tormented cries were swallowed by the roar of the zombies, ultimately becoming one with the cacophony. Jiang Naixing knew she could not linger in this place. She had to depart swiftly. However, just as she turned to leave, her foot inadvertently landed on loose gravel, the sharp sound startling her into stillness. The gathering zombies shifted their attention towards her. She watched, paralyzed, as several staggering zombies approached, their heads drooping and blood dripping from their mouths, drawn to the scent of the living. She swallowed hard, for behind the stone wall lurked a horde of newly mutated zombies, while directly ahead loomed a freshly bloodied one, leaving her in a precarious dilemma. Yet she could not succumb to death in this place. She had just escaped from that deranged man and had yet to find her parents and loved ones. She yearned to survive. Unlike before, she now faced the zombies not with despair, but with an overwhelming will to live. It seemed as though the heavens had heard her silent plea, wishing for her to endure. A shadow darted swiftly past her, revealing only a blurred silhouette clad in a black skirt, her black knee-high boots stained with blood. Her arms bore numerous lacerations, while her neck displayed unmistakable signs of having been gnawed upon. She froze momentarily, her gaze fixated on the woman's neck. To her astonishment, this stranger did not harm her. Instead, she shielded her with a protective stance. The sight of the woman in the short skirt sent a shiver through her heart. The woman opened her arms to guard her, slightly tilting her head. Her frame trembled. Yet, after casting a decisive glance at Jiang Naixing, she faced the horde of zombies. However, within mere seconds, she faltered. Jiang Naixing paused, then turned, her expression troubled as she reached out with her pale hand toward Jiang Naixing's arm, pulling her along in a desperate flight. At that moment, Jiang Naixing could discern the woman's appearance more clearly. Like the deranged man, Her complexion was ghostly pale, her eyes a ghastly crimson, and her neck adorned with crimson fissures. Yet she possessed her own consciousness and an earnest desire to protect Jiang Naixing. The woman held onto her tightly, showing no inclination to release her grip as they ran aimlessly forward. Jiang Naixing noted that this woman, like the deranged man, was a second-generation mutated zombie, yet her instinct to protect was astonishing. The woman continued to clutch her, resolute in her determination, until they reached a desolate area resembling the outskirts of a once thriving city, now a wasteland filled with abandoned factories and dust-laden woods. Wisps of white smoke lingered in the air, and the sky loomed gray, devoid of sunlight. Jiang Naixing's toes ached painfully from the friction of her shoes, and she was forced to slow her pace, gasping for breath, on the verge of collapsing. The woman cast a sidelong glance at her, biting her lip tightly, her crimson eyes betraying a flicker of panic. "Hurry, we cannot stop here. There are so many zombies." She pulled Jiang Naixing with fervor, unwilling to let her halt. Jiang Naixing, hearing the woman's frail voice, frowned involuntarily. After a moment's pause, she abruptly blurted out, "Are you a mutated zombie?" At the mention of zombie, the woman trembled, fear coursing through her, her grip on Jiang Naixing quivering. "Why, yes, but don't worry. I won't harm you." The fragile tone of her voice made Jiang Naixing's heart race. How could a zombie be so delicate? Her voice was still delicate, yet the sight of her sent chills through any ordinary person. How had she managed to survive among the zombies? The woman's expression revealed her evident unease as she lowered her head, biting her lip and gazing at her with pitiful eyes. "I'm sorry, I'm frightened too. But when I saw you being attacked, I couldn't help but want to save you. However, I am truly terrified of those low-level zombies." Low-level zombies? Jiang Naixing found herself perplexed and somewhat exasperated. As a second-generation mutated zombie with self-awareness, shouldn't she be superior to those inferior creatures? Why then did she fear them? At a loss for words to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, she raised her hand only to let it fall again, heaving a heavy sigh. "What is your name?" The woman timidly glanced at her and edged closer, tightly gripping the hem of her garment as she murmured, "Fu Xiaoxiao." Jiang Naixing closed her eyes and sighed again, grasping the woman's hand in return. "My name is Jiang Naixing. Regardless of the circumstances, I thank you for saving me. Your kindness shall never be forgotten. If I survive this apocalypse long enough, I promise to repay you." Upon hearing this, Fu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. She clenched and then relaxed her fists, puffing out her cheeks in a tone that was almost pleading. "Can I follow you? I'm scared. I've seen many dead bodies and mutations along the way, and you seem so brave. I want to stay with you." Fearing Jiang Naixing might refuse, she purposely pressed closer, her bright crimson eyes fixed intently upon her. Perhaps feeling uncomfortable under that gaze, Jiang Naixing nodded lightly. "You may accompany me, but I need to search for my family. We'll be heading north. Do you still wish to follow?" "Absolutely. As long as you agree to let me come with you, I have no other concerns." Fu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her excitement evident. Jiang Naixing couldn't help but wonder what benefits there were in having her follow. She herself was uncertain, so she decided to leave it to fate. Chapter 9. The journey. The two women set off together, and amidst the smoking ruins, they did not feel lonely. Jiang Naixing led the way while Fu Xiaoxiao clung to her arm, half hiding behind her. With each step Jiang Naixing took, Fu Xiaoxiao mirrored her movements like marionettes on strings. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Naixing remarked, "Please don't do that. It makes it hard for me to walk. Just stay behind and hold on to my clothing." Fu Xiaoxiao's face flushed crimson as she quickly released her grip, cautiously clutching the hem of Jiang Naixing's garment instead. "I'm sorry. I understand now. It's all right," Jiang Naixing replied, casting a fleeting glance at her before continuing onward. Fu Xiaoxiao had mentioned that this newly developed suburb had yet to see the construction of residential areas. But due to the outbreak, many factories and warehouses lay abandoned, likely harboring clusters of zombies. They feared light and sunlight. Yet other conditions merely slowed their movements without eliminating them. The only way to truly defeat them was by destroying their brain functions. However, Jiang Naixing had never studied how to deal with second-generation mutated zombies and remained unsure of what to do. Fu Xiaoxiao silently followed behind her, occasionally glancing up to observe her, surveying their surroundings before gently poking Jiang Naixing's back. She pointed towards a distant area where flickering lights and wisps of white smoke danced in the air, revealing a cluster of abandoned vehicles. "I came from the bridge. There are few zombies on the opposite side. If we drive, we should be faster than them." It should be fine. Her voice was barely above a whisper, delicate and timid, as if fearing Jiang Naixing's disbelief. She added, "The cars can be driven. I checked, the keys are still in the ignition. They must have fled when the zombies attacked." Even if Jiang Naixing harbored doubts, she resolved to investigate. After all, with their journey northwards, who knew how long it would take to reach her hometown? It was better to take a chance. Driving was certainly preferable to walking. She nodded in agreement. And Fu Xiaoxiao, elated by her trust, seized her hand instead of merely tugging at her sleeve. Jiang Naixing made no objection to this physical closeness, and the two traveled in silence. The surroundings were eerily quiet, enveloped in a deathly stillness, as a thick fog rolled towards them, obscuring their vision. Jiang Naixing covered her nose and mouth, trying to avoid inhaling the mist, while Fu Xiaoxiao seemed unperturbed, her crimson eyes shimmering with vitality amidst the haze. Rather than losing clarity, her vision sharpened, allowing her to guide Jiang Naixing through the winding paths they traversed. After a series of twists and turns, Fu Xiaoxiao slowed her pace. Jiang Naixing lifted her gaze, realizing they had arrived at a suburban highway lined with a procession of abandoned cars. It appeared that during a sudden zombie outbreak, the traffic had become a chaotic mess, leaving many to flee without their vehicles. Jiang Naixing leaned in to peer through the window of one car, only to be met with blood splattered across the glass. The deformed door crushed against the seat. This vehicle was indeed beyond salvage. While she continued her examination of the other cars, Fu Xiaoxiao stood by a vehicle across the road, beckoning her with a soft call. "Come quickly, this car is good." Though her voice was faint, it pierced the stillness, prompting Jiang Naixing to scan the area. Confirming there was no sign of movement, she cautiously made her way across the road. Despite the bloodstains on the exterior, the windows were sealed, and the interior remained surprisingly clean. The key was intact in the ignition, and the door opened with ease. Turning back to Fu Xiaoxiao, Jiang Naixing shouted her affirmation before resolutely taking her place in the driver's seat. "Get in, let us go." Fu Xiaoxiao swiftly settled into the passenger seat. And as Jiang Naixing grasped the steering wheel and secured the door, she slowly began to drive. The sudden roar of the engine startled her, making her tense. Fu Xiaoxiao promptly urged her with a push on the shoulder. "Hurry, drive quickly, or the zombies will catch up." Realizing the urgency, Jiang Naixing swiftly turned the wheel, finding themselves wedged between two vehicles. With determination, they collided with one of the cars, and after a jarring impact, they finally broke free from their entrapment. The sound startled the nearby zombies, their howls rising in a cacophony, one after another. They could even feel the earth tremble beneath them. Looking up, they saw zombies emerging from all directions, their red eyes fixated on them with predatory intent. Yet, their movements were sluggish, blood dripping from their bodies as they clawed and lunged toward them. Jiang Naixing immediately accelerated, crashing into several zombies without hesitation. The sickening crunch of bones and splattering flesh causing her stomach to churn. She pressed the accelerator to the floor, intent on fleeing this dreadful place as swiftly as possible. The vehicle sped forward, leaving the staggering zombies far behind. Only then did she ease off the accelerator, still shaken by the previous adrenaline rush. As previously mentioned by Fu Xiaoxiao, there was a bridge nearby. Once they crossed it, the number of zombies would dwindle significantly. Driving through, they should have no trouble at all. Upon reaching the bridge, which spanned the canal, Fu Xiaoxiao turned to Jiang Naixing, fear evident in her eyes, her body trembling slightly. "Be careful," she warned. "Though there are few zombies on the other side, the military is there, ruthlessly gunning them down." I fear the military. Could it be the same group that intended to take her and the ailing man back to their camp? Jiang Naixing raised an eyebrow, recalling their earlier confrontation with the military, during which the soldiers had retreated in disarray. He had claimed it was due to threats that they clashed with the army. The specifics eluded her, but at least they were state-sanctioned forces, unlikely to pose a threat to survivors. However, Fu Xiaoxiao's mention of the military shooting zombies raised concerns. Taking her along would undoubtedly place her in their line of fire. But having already crossed the bridge, retreat was not an option. Thus, she resolved to steer clear of the military. As long as they circumvented them, they should be safe. Glancing at Fu Xiaoxiao, she reassured her, "It's all right. We'll navigate around the military. They won't notice you." Fu Xiaoxiao was so moved she nearly wept, her eyes glistening as she sniffled her gratitude. Jiang Naixing offered a perfunctory smile, her gaze fixed on the distance. After leaving the bridge, she turned left, maneuvering into a narrow street. The residential area appeared largely intact, Though dilapidated, with cracked walls and bloodstains scattered along the road, some even congealed into thick puddles. The pungent scent of blood made her frown involuntarily, causing her hands to tremble on the steering wheel. Suddenly, the crack of a gunshot rendered her mind blank. A bullet pierced their tire, and the out-of-control vehicle careened toward a telephone pole, slamming into it with a resounding crash. As the hood of the car flew open, Jiang Naixing struggled to open her eyes, only to see blurred figures ahead, clad in military green, seemingly armed. Realization struck her, and panic surged as she glanced at Fu Xiaoxiao. Chapter 10. The Military Run. They were in military uniforms, guns slung across their shoulders. It was unmistakably the army. If they discovered Fu Xiaoxiao, they would not let her escape. She turned her head and shouted at Fu Xiaoxiao, grateful that her black skirt allowed her to blend seamlessly with her surroundings. Jiang Naixing forcefully pushed her, and the startled Fu Xiaoxiao looked up to see a group of people brandishing guns, her red eyes radiating a perilous glow. She hesitated. Although Jiang Naixing urged her to flee, she did not wish to abandon her companion. She understood the nature of the military and could not bear the thought of her falling into their hands. Seeing that the person beside her remained motionless and showed no intention of rising, Jiang Naixing shouted once more, forcefully flinging open the car door. Fu Xiaoxiao, go! Hurry! Fu Xiaoxiao looked up at her, a trace of panic in her eyes, biting her lip tightly as she clenched her fists, tears welling in her eyes. I will come back for you, she vowed silently. She quietly opened the car door, turning one last time to glance at Jiang Naixing while the soldier's attention was diverted by her shouts. Her dark figure finally melded with the chaotic street. Jiang Naixing felt a surge of relief as she watched her depart. However, when she turned back, a small squad had already approached her, raising their guns to her head. Upon noticing her normal human eyes, they slowly lowered their weapons, but the man in the military cap gestured for his men to bind her. A survivor, take her away. Responding to the command, a few men advanced, roughly seizing Jiang Naixing's arms and dragging her forward with little regard for her feelings. Jiang Naixing was aware of what awaited her. She was pulled along the center, flanked by soldiers with guns, while whispers floated behind her. I clearly saw a red-eyed creature. How did it vanish so quickly? Yes, I saw it too, but now it's just this woman. Could we have imagined it? Perhaps. She seems perfectly normal. She won't find peace at the camp. There's no choice. Surviving here is exceedingly difficult. Shoo, don't speak. The captain is watching. The soldiers fell silent upon sensing the captain's piercing gaze, bowing their heads. Although Jiang Naixing overheard their murmurs, the words were faint, and she could barely piece them together. It likely won't bode well. She took a quiet breath, narrowing her eyes to scrutinize the soldiers beside her. The one they referred to as captain was not from the military she had encountered before. However, they wore identical uniforms, suggesting they were from the same army, albeit a separate squad. Their sole objective was the rescue of survivors, yet she questioned whether this military truly intended to save anyone. As she pondered this, she was forcefully restrained, and even when they encountered zombies on the road, they dispatched them effortlessly. If the bullets failed to kill, other soldiers would engage directly. Their strength astonishing, as if capable of crushing stones. She could feel their incredible power as they dragged her along. The surrounding zombies were swiftly eradicated, yet she remained in a state of being dragged along, oblivious to the duration of her ordeal. In a daze, the cacophony of an engine starting abruptly pierced her senses, the noise buzzing around her, causing her eardrums to throb. Gradually, she managed to lift her heavy eyelids, only to be greeted by towering walls that soared over 10 meters high, encircled by a perimeter of electrified wires that crackled ominously. At the entrance stood several soldiers clad in military uniforms, armed with rifles. Upon the return of a resource-collecting team, they saluted in unison. She was unceremoniously pulled inside, where the sight of the building immediately left her in awe. Clearly, this was a base, the very camp they had spoken of, equipped with comprehensive facilities, brightly illuminated, and with several armored vehicles parked nearby, as well as a medical facility shrouded in green tarps not far off. The only drawback was the atmosphere, which was palpably tense. The team leader who had brought Jiang Naixing raised his hand, signaling the soldiers behind him to halt, and then pointed at her with an inscrutable expression on his dark face, indicating that she should be taken to Commander Jiang. Yes, came the response from behind. This time, she was not dragged but rather lifted by two individuals, her feet leaving the ground. Their astonishing strength left her in awe. As she was being carried inside, she glanced back and spotted a soldier rushing toward them, standing stiffly before another man, his face betraying alarm. Report: the Western District team has encountered second-tier mutated zombies. 3 are dead, 10 severely injured. Commander Shin requests your immediate presence at the medical facility. The dark-skinned man responded with a low acknowledgement, his expression darkening further. Understood. Although the young soldier had deliberately lowered his voice, Jiang Naixing heard him clearly. And a sudden realization dawned upon her. There were indeed second-tier mutated zombies beyond those like Fu Xiaoxiao. Some retained their propensity to attack humans, merely stronger than their lower-tier counterparts, yet still driven by their bloodthirsty nature. As she was brought inside, the glaring white lights forced her to shield her eyes. The 2 soldiers maneuvered her through a series of brilliantly lit corridors, finally halting before a large, heavy aluminum door. They stood at the threshold, and one soldier leaned to the right, where an electronic keypad awaited, displaying a string of garbled characters. Just as he raised his hand to press it, the door suddenly swung open with a soft hiss, revealing a group of individuals clad in distinctive military attire. Leading them was a woman in a form-fitting military uniform, her strong nose exuding a commanding presence, her icy gaze daring anyone to meet it. Her slightly reddish curls cascaded down her back, and her long legs were undeniably alluring. Jiang Pingyi cast a cursory glance at them, her brow arching slightly upon noticing Jiang Naixing. One soldier saluted and reported, "Commander, this is the latest discovered survivor." She nodded, her tone unremarkable. "Su Pingzhou, take her to receive the vaccine. Shin Pei and I will proceed to the medical facility." Understood. The man with a buzz cut standing behind her replied softly, stepping forward just in time to catch a glimpse of Jiang Naixing's face. He froze momentarily, his arms still wrapped in bandages, a complex expression crossing his features as he opened his mouth, yet words failed to escape his lips. Jiang Pingyi, noticing the silence behind her, raised an eyebrow and coldly inquired, "Su Pingzhou?" The frosty tone jolted Su Pingzhou back to reality. "Yes, Commander Jiang." He gestured to the 2 soldiers supporting Jiang Naixing, prompting them to step back, while he signaled his own 2 soldiers to advance and assist in lifting her once more. As Jiang Naixing was escorted in a different direction, she couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of her mouth. It was as if she were being treated as a captive, tossed about at their leisure. Chapter 11. Vaccine. Jiang Naixing caught sight of Su Pingzhou, and the familiarity of his face caused her to freeze momentarily. He was the very person who had attempted to bring her and the ailing man back to the military camp. However, the exposure of the ailing man had changed everything. Su Pingzhou would undoubtedly seek retribution the next time they crossed paths. Yet, it appeared he had not disclosed the incident, for otherwise, the so-called female commander would not have so easily permitted her to undergo the vaccine injection. As Su Pingzhou escorted her towards the vaccination area, he frequently cast glances back at her. His narrowed eyes only intensified her discomfort. Exasperated, she spread her hands and furrowed her brows, addressing him with displeasure. "If you have something to say, just say it. Stop looking at me like that." Aware that her words were directed at him, he raised his hand, signaling the 2 soldiers holding her to release their grip. He then stepped forward to support her, walking alongside her. "What is the connection between you and that high-level zombie?" Jiang Naixing pursed her lips, maintaining a facade of nonchalance. "There is no connection. I don't know him." Su Pingzhou seemed to exhale in relief, his tense expression easing. "That is for the best." He paused before adding, "But the military is not as favorable as you might think." Even without his words, Jiang Naixing understood all too well. Her dim eyes glistened with a hint of resignation as she replied, "I know." Yet, she felt powerless. This was the second time she had found herself in such a predicament, and it seemed she was fated to face this trial. Su Pingzhou narrowed his eyes, a complex expression crossing his face. He glanced at her before shifting his gaze elsewhere. "Prepare yourself. The vaccination could be life-threatening." Jiang Naixing was taken aback. What danger could there possibly be in receiving a vaccine? Little did she know that the true suffering was only just beginning. After delivering that final remark, Su Pingzhou fell silent, and the journey continued in an oppressive quietude until she was ushered into a stark white room, its walls gleaming under the stark light. Above the entrance, bold letters declared it to be the vaccination area. Upon entering, the pungent scent of disinfectant assaulted her senses, prompting her to instinctively cover her mouth and nose. A military doctor clad in a white coat hurried past her, pushing a small cart. After the soldiers roughly pushed her inside, they departed, leaving Su Pingzhou to cast one last lingering gaze at her. For reasons unknown, There was a hint of pity in his eyes as he looked at her. Confused, she raised her gaze to the tense atmosphere surrounding her, only to see several more military doctors rushing past, their faces filled with alarm as they shouted to a group ahead, "Quick! Number 28 shows signs of survival." Upon his exclamation, the busy military medics ceased their activities, following him into the far-right corridor. As Jiang Nai was engulfed in confusion, she suddenly felt a firm grip on her arm from behind. Turning abruptly, she encountered a medic clad in a white coat and mask who scrutinized her with narrowed eyes. After a curt nod, he swiftly gestured towards a few vacant individuals nearby, guiding her for vaccination. The others, receiving the signal, responded in unison and approached Jiang Nai with predatory intent. A sense of foreboding washed over her as she realized the gravity of the situation. Yet it was too late to flee. The medic tightened his hold on her arm, seemingly to prevent any escape, until others subdued her, some even attempting to strip her of her clothing. Terrified, she exclaimed, "What are you doing? Stop! Don't take off my clothes." Bewildered, she watched them. But her feeble resistance was no match for their forceful grip. Soon, she was left clad only in a shirt, her silhouette provoking unwelcome thoughts. Amidst her desperate struggles, they were compelled to hoist her horizontally, and she screamed in anguish, sinking deeper into despair. "Help! Don't touch me!" Her voice hoarse and breathless. Tears threatened to spill. Yet she could not cry. The individuals carried her to an unknown location, and when they finally set her down, she slowly opened her eyes, her head spinning. To her horror, she realized she was bound to an operating table. Her wrists, neck, and ankles were restrained, rendering her utterly immobile. Surrounding her were 2 or 3 medics in white coats, examining her from head to toe. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her right elbow. Squinting to investigate, she discovered a red puncture mark had appeared there, prompting a pained cry to escape her lips. The medics paid her no mind, engrossed in their own tasks. One man fixed his gaze upon her, sending chills down her spine. After a moment of silence, he sighed heavily, noting, "Blood type is decent. Hopefully, she can endure." "Let us hope so," another murmured in agreement. Jiang Nai's bewilderment deepened. What could they possibly want? Why bind her to an operating table for a vaccination and draw her blood for testing? At that moment, no one could answer her inquiries, as the complex expressions in their eyes conveyed a mixture of reluctance, yet their actions remained unyielding. One individual retrieved a syringe, and soon thereafter, the door to the operating room creaked open, revealing another figure carrying several vials of reagent. They whispered among themselves, and although Jiang Nai could not discern their actions, she caught snippets of their conversation. "The blood type is special. 2 doses are required as per protocol." "Indeed," another replied softly as he accepted the reagent. She observed the liquid contained within the vials was black, and as he drew the dark substance into the syringe, he ominously approached her with the needle poised. She gazed at the sharp needle and the dark, unidentifiable liquid within, her heart racing uncontrollably. Swallowing hard, she clenched her fists and fervently shook her head, pleading, "No, don't come any closer. I refuse to be injected with that." The man, momentarily hesitating at her cries, was abruptly jostled by another, prompting him to steel himself and grip the syringe tightly. Another figure approached, forcefully tearing away her clothing, exposing her alabaster skin, leaving her upper body fully vulnerable before them. Overwhelmed, she could no longer suppress her piercing screams, her panic causing tears to cascade down her cheeks. "Stay away. No, please." A chilling breeze swept across her chest. As the needle pierced her heart, she felt no immediate sensation. However, as the dark liquid coursed through her veins, an intense suffocation enveloped her, her heart feeling as though it was being devoured, darkness encroaching upon her being. A grotesque expression twisted her features, the dark spot on her chest starkly visible. The man administering the vaccine turned away, seemingly unwilling to witness her agony, while others watched intently, fearful of missing any moment. The black liquid flowed through her bloodstream, reaching her heart and spreading throughout her body. She convulsed violently, white foam bubbling at her lips, red fissures appearing on her neck, yet no other symptoms manifested. The onlookers exchanged glances, observing Jiang Naixing's expression of increasing torment, her face contorting grotesquely. The individual nearest to her wore a grave expression and let out a soft sigh. "Take her to room 37. Chapter 12. Near death, Jiang Naixing was placed onto a stretcher and wheeled away, yet her hands and legs remained bound. Sweat glistened on her forehead, droplets streaming down her cheeks to her neck. The two individuals pushing her moved swiftly, and by the time they reached the door of room 37, she had fallen silent. Her previously convulsing body lay still, her dark eyes wide open, hands splayed like those of a bird, her expression startling the two who had brought her. Uncertain of her condition, they hastily dragged her onto a clean, hard bed, hurriedly shutting the door behind them as they fled. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut. Upon lying on the hard bed, Jiang Naixing began to convulse once more. Her face contorted in agony, her once secured ponytail now cascading loosely. The excruciating pain drove her to wail, tears blurring her vision. In her haze, she seemed to glimpse a time of joy before the apocalypse, chatting merrily with her 3 roommates in their dormitory. Especially as Ah Song discussed breakfast plans for the next day and whether to return home for the holidays. Yet, this warm scene abruptly morphed into a nightmare. As Ah Song and the other 2 roommates transformed into undead creatures, their mouths grotesquely torn, blood dripping down their bodies, as they lunged at her, emitting eerie growls. Desperate, she sprinted forward, too frightened to halt. The individuals pursuing her relentlessly clung to her, their piercing shrieks assaulting her eardrums. The scene shifted once more, and she beheld the short-haired girl she had encountered earlier, bitten by a zombie on the neck. Despite her plight, the girl forced a smile and repeatedly cried for her to save her. Yet this time, she found herself immobilized, standing there, helplessly watching as the short-haired girl leapt from the rooftop. "You must survive," echoed the girl's last words, reverberating in her mind, accompanied by a chilling voice urging her to endure. The excruciating pain rendered her existence unbearable. Unable to withstand it any longer, she collapsed, the familiar visage of her friend materializing before her. She smiled, an expression of heartfelt liberation. Finally, she would no longer live in constant dread, nor would she continue to survive in guilt. She could journey alongside them. Gently, she closed her eyes, yet unbeknownst to her, her body was undergoing a momentous transformation. She lay in agony on the unforgiving bed, drenched in sweat, her clothes clinging to her skin. Her breathing quickened, and she gritted her teeth, unsure of how long she had been crying out. At last, the pain subsided. It was as if she had been reborn, her entire being felt weightless, her damp hair swirling in the air. Her breathing gradually normalized, and finally, she opened her eyes. What met her gaze was the stark white ceiling, illuminated only by a solitary, vacant incandescent bulb. Slowly, she propped herself up, extending her arms. Her eyes widened as she fixated on the green patterns shimmering in her palms, which extended not only there, but also along her neck, creeping down to just beneath her cheek. She shook her head vigorously, attempting to regain clarity, but her mind remained clouded, the world around her reduced to shades of white. A piercing pain surged once more, the green patterns flickering in and out of view. Her face flushed crimson, her hands gripping her neck tightly. The sensation of suffocation stole her breath away, as if death loomed just a heartbeat away. "Survive." A mysterious voice called out to her, echoing in her mind repeatedly. Not only a song, but also her other roommates, and the short-haired girl urged her with that same command. Jiang Nai understood clearly. She must carry their will to live. She fought desperately, brushing past the specter of death. "I must survive," she whispered softly. Once more, she opened her eyes while lying on the hard bed. This time, the green patterns had genuinely merged with her being. Her once dull eyes began to emit a faint glow. Lowering her head, she turned to observe her right hand dangling at the edge of the bed. The palm shimmered with a green light as both hands rapidly shed their skin. Once the thin layer was gone, everything returned to normal. Her other hand pressed against her chest. Her heartbeat no longer mirrored that of an ordinary person, but instead pulsed slowly. She could even feel the blood coursing through her veins, a sensation so extraordinary that it left her momentarily disoriented. The sensation of pain vanished in an instant as she propped her head up and slowly sat upright. Upon rising, she discovered that the previously inflicted wound on her calf had miraculously disappeared, leaving only a faint scratch, with the skin beneath entirely intact. This was not only true for her calf. Her entire body exhibited the same inexplicable healing. She couldn't help but recall the black liquid they had injected into her, referred to as a vaccine. Could it be that this substance bore some benefit for humanity? Yet, why had she experienced such excruciating agony immediately after the injection, to the point of nearly not surviving? The more she pondered, the sharper her headache became, prompting her to abandon her thoughts altogether. She shook her head, and this time, clarity returned. Everything around her was no longer a blur, but vividly apparent. She took a deep breath, her disheveled hair cascading down, and closed her eyes tightly, yearning to cast aside the world and retreat into her own sanctuary. Outside, the patrolling military doctor, upon passing Jiang Naixing's room, was taken aback by the absence of any cries. The room was eerily silent. Typically, survivors would exhibit frantic behavior within the hour following vaccination, some even resorting to self-harm. However, the unusual tranquility of this room piqued his curiosity. He cautiously approached the door and peered through the small glass window above it, calling out, "Number 37? Jiang Naixing." Lost in thought, sensed the faint voice. She silently lifted her head, her somber eyes locking with those of the military doctor outside. He was clearly taken aback by the intensity of her gaze, stumbling back a few steps, hastily grasping the doorknob, his voice trembling as he spoke. "Number 37 shows no unusual signs. She is alive." This was the first time he had encountered a survivor who, less than half an hour post-vaccination, exhibited no other symptoms, yet could breathe unaided. Most who survived here had endured immense suffering following their injections, yet this woman emanated an aura that felt distinctly peculiar, illuminated by a green glow that hinted at some transformation. Caught between fear and hope, a faint smile began to break through his previously rigid expression. He turned and hurried down the corridor toward the main hall, eager to summon others to escort Jiang Naixing out. Chapter 13. Allocation. After Jiang Naixing descended from her bed, 2 or 3 individuals entered the room with a great commotion, pushing a small cart. The door burst open with a loud bang, startling her. "Number 37. We shall commence the examination." The man at the forefront, donning a white mask, donned rubber gloves, and gestured to his colleagues behind him. The woman pushing the cart nodded and handed him a sharp scalpel along with gauze, while alcohol was neatly arranged on a tray. The man accepted the scalpel, hesitating momentarily as he observed Jiang Naixing's stillness. She merely regarded him in silence. Exhaling softly, he grasped her arm with one hand, while the other gently traced the blade across her skin. Jiang Naixing was initially oblivious to their intentions, and thus unprepared for the sudden assault. To her astonishment, one of them wielded a knife, inflicting a deep cut with an exceptionally sharp scalpel. The blade lacerated her skin, swiftly drawing forth a crimson stream of blood, interspersed with flecks of green. Meanwhile, the other 3 individuals fixated intently on her arm. A surge of pain overwhelmed her senses, prompting an involuntary grimace and a pained cry. Yet, remarkably, the agony began to wane, and the gash on her arm rapidly healed, the visible traces of blood gradually fading as her skin returned to its pristine state. As though nothing had transpired, she felt no other sensations within her body. The man who had wielded the knife, witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon, felt his taut nerves finally relax. He had presumed such an unforeseen transformation to be abnormal, yet it mirrored their own condition. The man standing at the back also exhaled in relief, narrowing his eyes as he observed Jiang Naixing's arm, realizing it was a self-healing anomaly. The other 2 nodded in agreement. The leader sheathed the scalpel and removed his rubber gloves, scrutinizing Jiang Naixing once more before turning to the man at the rear and stating, "All other bodily functions appear normal. She can be sent to Commander Jiang." The man nodded and slightly bowed in acknowledgement. Upon receiving consent, he approached Jiang Naixing with a faint smile, saying, "Come, I shall escort you to Commander Jiang for allocation." Jiang Naixing merely nodded, refraining from verbal response, and silently trailed behind him. She pondered over the enigmatic Commander Jiang, having heard her name repeatedly since being brought to the camp by a squad of men, including Su Pingzhou. It was evident that this woman, known as Commander Jiang, held a significant position within the military. She vaguely recalled the woman's appearance, embodying the essence of a strong leader, perhaps not the most amiable of personalities. However, as a caged bird, she lacked the strength to resist the military, especially after recently being injected with a vaccine that had led to her transformation. She needed to gradually adapt to this new body. Moreover, she worried about Fu Xiaoxiao, uncertain of her whereabouts and whether she had evaded the military. How would someone so fearful of zombies fare in such circumstances? While following the man with her head lowered, she inadvertently collided with his back. He halted, prompting her to swiftly raise her head in alertness. Meeting his gaze, he paused for a moment before uttering a grave warning. Jiang Pingyi is not to be trifled with. Refrain from speaking too freely in her presence. Jiang Naixing blinked in surprise, then nodded and offered a grateful smile in return. So, the formidable female commander was named Jiang Pingyi. After delivering his caution, the man continued to lead her without further conversation, occasionally glancing back at her, as if to monitor her movements and prevent any attempt at escape. After circling the vaccination area, the man led her to the medical base, a place veiled by green curtains, exuding a potent aroma of disinfectant mixed with the metallic scent of blood. Upon nearing the vicinity, the man halted, casting a sidelong glance at her, his voice devoid of warmth, issuing a command. "Wait here, I will go inside to report." Jiang Naixing glanced up at him, her expression indifferent, choosing to ignore him. Unfazed by her apparent disinterest, the man turned his back and strode into the base. The entrance they faced bore no windows, concealed by the same curtain. Flanked by two solemn soldiers armed with rifles, their expressions grave as they stared straight ahead. The man approached them, offered a salute, and then lifted the curtain to enter. Left outside waiting, Jiang felt a sense of ennui. Since receiving the vaccine, her body had indeed become significantly more robust. Moreover, being labeled as a self-healing anomaly by them would undoubtedly assist her in the future. Seizing the moment, she surveyed her surroundings. This expansive base was situated in a remote area, not far from the seashore, equipped with comprehensive facilities, divided into a main base and a medical section, with a designated parking area for armed vehicles. The imposing 10-meter walls made unauthorized entry nearly impossible, not to mention the perimeter of electrified fencing and the ever-changing patrols of sentries, ensuring the base remained vigilant, thus rendering it difficult to both enter and exit. When the man returned, he found her with her head bowed, lost in thought, her attire soiled, her petite stature of 1.60 meters appearing even more delicate in his eyes. He raised an eyebrow and gestured for her to come in, lifting the curtain. Jiang instinctively looked up at the sound of his voice, noticing him beckoning her. She collected her thoughts, nodded, and approached him with a light step. He maintained his position, holding the curtain for her, only releasing it once she had fully entered. Jiang turned her head slightly, casting a glance at him, whispering a soft, "Thank you." He paused, taken aback, his gaze unconsciously drawn to her. Since he began overseeing the transport of successfully mutated individuals, he had never encountered a girl as composed as she, behaving as if nothing had transpired, and she was the only one to express gratitude, a polite girl, yet regrettably saved by the military and having mutated successfully. Was it tragic or ridiculous? He was startled by his own thoughts, abruptly shaking his head with a cold laugh. Jiang Naixing misconstrued his reaction as mockery, furrowing her brow and casting him a disdainful look. Choosing to distance herself, she turned away from him, yet he continued to scrutinize her intently. His expression burdened as if he carried a significant weight. Leaning closer to Jiang Naixing, he lowered his voice, deliberately obscuring his mouth as he whispered, "Commander Jiang and the others are ahead. Answer their questions truthfully. Oh, and a word of advice. Do not trust anyone in this military." Jiang Naixing regarded him with skepticism. Moments ago he had mocked her, yet now his words bore a semblance of concern. However, having been cautioned against placing trust in anyone, why should she believe him? The man before her increasingly struck her as peculiar, yet she feigned gratitude, giving a slight nod in acknowledgement of his advice. In response, he appeared to exhale in relief. Despite her reservations, she did indeed internalize his words. Chapter 14. Shunpei. Upon entering the medical facility, she found herself in a corridor. Emerging from it revealed a brilliantly lit hall adorned with numerous skylights. Surrounding her were several doors concealed by drapes, and at the forefront stood a row of podiums behind which several female soldiers in white uniforms and military hats stood rigidly. Opposite them was a rest area, dominated by a throne-like seat where a woman named Jiang Pingyi sat, her tousled auburn curls standing out prominently. Flanking her were two fierce-looking bodyguards, their eyes wide with intensity. With her chin resting on one hand, Jiang Pingyi pondered the opinions raised by the other officials. In a moment of distraction, she noticed a woman beside Xie not far away, emanating a faint green glow. Without needing to think, she recognized the nature of that glow. Her previously furrowed brow relaxed, and a subtle smile graced her lips. Yet another aberrant individual had arrived. The others followed her gaze, observing the solemn Xie accompanied by an unfamiliar woman. The woman appeared petite and delicate, her abilities so subtly manifested that those with lesser powers could not discern her transformation. However, both Shunpei and Jiang Pingyi could see her clearly. Su Pingzhou was already present, standing beside Shunpei, and Jiang Naixing quickly spotted him, but her attention was soon drawn to the individual beside him. Clad in military attire with a black cape draped over it and a dark red lining, he exuded an aura of elegance. A handgun was strapped to his long legs, and his hands were clasped behind his back. He was strikingly handsome, his fair skin reminiscent of a celestial being descended to earth, regal and imperious. His expression was impassive, almost statue-like in its rigidity. Jiang Naixing found herself entranced by his visage, oblivious to Xie Chuan's discreet cough beside her. Jiang Pingyi's smile gradually faded. Her initial high hopes for the woman had plummeted. She lifted her hand, tapping her finger on the armrest, the sound ringing distinctly in the hushed hall. Xie Chuan snapped back to attention, instinctively swallowing hard, and hurriedly led Jiang Naixing forward, performing a military salute as he ushered her into the limelight. Report. This is the survivor who successfully underwent transformation within half an hour of vaccine breakthrough. Jiang Pingyi scrutinized her from head to toe, causing Jiang Naixing to feel a shiver of unease. Yet, recalling the man's earlier words, she suppressed her inner revulsion. She scrutinized Jiang Naixing from head to toe, perceiving an increasingly intense green luminescence emanating from her, alongside a formidable self-healing ability. Alas, she lowered her hand, gracefully crossed her legs, and clasped her hands together at her knee, her gaze piercing as it fixed upon Jiang Naixing. There was a hint of sarcasm in her tone as she remarked on her extraordinary talent, albeit lamenting that it was of the self-healing variety. Upon learning that the newcomer Jiang Naixing was a self-healer, the crowd could not suppress their murmurs. Some expressed disdain, while others regarded her as a treasure. The once serene hall erupted into a cacophony of discussions, with many asserting that self-healers were indeed valuable, especially given the rising number of soldiers injured in recent encounters. Not solely due to zombie attacks. However, there were dissenting voices claiming that what was truly needed were power-type and manipulation-type abilities, arguing that self-healers often concealed themselves during critical moments. The discourse was rife with varying opinions, leading to heated debates. Jiang Pingyi, feeling a headache coming on, furrowed her brow and issued a sharp command for silence. The crowd was momentarily subdued by the formidable aura she exuded. After all, those with power-type abilities were not to be trifled with. Gradually, the hall quieted, and all eyes were fixed intently on Jiang Naixing and Jiang Pingyi. Jiang Naixing herself was disheartened by the attention focused on her abilities. Why should her self-healing talent be belittled? She had no desire to engage in their fervent discussions, standing in the center like a spectacle for them to scrutinize. Were it not for the overwhelming presence of those around her, she would not have felt compelled to endure their judgment in silence. Jiang Pingyi, having overheard their whispers, merely clicked her tongue, directing her gaze towards the icy and expressionless Shen Pei. "What is your perspective?" she inquired. Shen Pei, who had been reticent until now, felt compelled to part his indifferent lips and exhale a chilling breath. "It is acceptable. Each possesses their own strengths. My team is currently lacking a self-healer, and I request that Commander Jiang assigns her to my squad." Once again, the crowd murmured in surprise. Jiang Pingyi, who had initially expressed regret, now found Shen Pei asserting his interest and proactively requesting that the woman join his team, which was clearly in opposition to her. She understood his intentions, yet she too had earned her position through merit. Nonetheless, such a request was not unreasonable, especially with so many commanders present. Outright denying Shen Pei would reflect poorly on her. She hoped fervently that the woman would not cause any trouble. With a forced smile, she nodded gently at Shen Pei. "Very well, I shall leave her in your care. However, as per our usual practice, I must inquire a few matters before the assignment." Her gaze then fell upon Jiang Naixing, her tone unexpectedly taking on a slightly aggressive edge. "What is your name? Where do you reside? Do you have any relatives? From which survivor group do you hail?" Jiang Naixing, unflinching, met her gaze. However, upon facing her barrage of questions, she hesitated momentarily before responding. "Jiang Naixing. I reside in the city, have no relatives, and I am a survivor from the university." Upon hearing that she was a survivor from the academy, the crowd, including Shen Pei, was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Pingyi, with a solemn expression, lowered her gaze and chuckled softly, acknowledging that escaping from such an institution was no ordinary feat. Shen Pei certainly had an eye for talent. This remark from Jiang Pingyi incited hushed whispers among the onlookers, the din permeating the hall. Shen Pei paid no heed to the murmurs and disparaging comments, her expression remaining rigid. She rendered a military salute, her tone still frigid, expressing her humility. The subordinate then escorted her to my team. Jiang Pinyi nodded in acknowledgement and gestured for Shunpei to lead Jiang Naixing away, reminding her not to forget their prior agreement. Shunpei raised an eyebrow in response, affirming, understood. Jiang Naixing had no agency in her fate, entirely determined by those present. Despite her dissatisfaction, she felt compelled to suppress her emotions. After their conversation concluded, Shunpei brushed past her without a glance, instructing Su Pingzhou to ensure she followed closely behind. Jiang Pinyi watched them depart until their figures faded from view. Lost in thought, she suddenly seemed to recall something. Raising an eyebrow and softly instructing the guard on her right, keep an eye on her. The man understood whom Jiang Pinyi intended for him to monitor, saluting in reply. Yes, Commander. Chapter 15. Interaction. Su Pingzhou and Jiang Naixing had encountered each other several times, thus becoming somewhat acquainted. With Shunpei leading the way, they could merely observe her upright silhouette, regal and imposing. The two walked side by side, accompanied by several soldiers, and after a prolonged silence, Su Pingzhou discreetly glanced at Jiang Naixing. Upon noticing his gaze, she promptly lifted her head to meet his eyes. A sudden, inexplicable awkwardness washed over him, causing him to forget their previous interactions. A smile blossomed on his face as he addressed Jiang Naixing. Regardless, welcome to our team. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Pingzhou, the squad leader under Commander Shen. Jiang Naixing pressed her lips together, hesitating before slowly articulating her name, Jiang Naixing. She deliberately emulated Shunpei's demeanor, adopting an aloof attitude to encourage others to maintain distance, as she wished to remain uninvolved with anyone in this military setting. Su Pingzhou, perceptive to her intent, shrugged and chuckled lightly. He then proceeded to explain various aspects of the military base and its structure. The highest-ranking officer was Jiang Pinyi, followed by Shunpei and two other middle-aged second-level commanders. The soldiers under these second-level commanders were divided into three major teams, while those not affiliated with their ranks reported directly to Jiang Pinyi. Each major team possessed varying degrees of strength, with members belonging to the power, manipulation, and healing categories, distributed according to their capabilities. Shunpei specialized in manipulation, with the majority of her soldiers belonging to this category. However, healers were scarce, which had resulted in most recent assignments being allocated to him. Jiang Naixing felt indifferent, believing that apart from Jiang Pinyi, it mattered little with whom she associated. Su Pingzhou guided her to the training grounds of Shunpei's troop, and from afar, she spotted a group of individuals standing in perfect alignment. The man at the forefront donned a military uniform identical to Su Pingzhou's, distinctly setting him apart from ordinary soldiers. Among the ranks of soldiers, only 2 or 3 were women. Upon arriving at the training field, Shunpei's tall and straight figure immediately became the center of attention. Every gaze was drawn to him. He merely raised an eyebrow, casting a nonchalant glance at the onlookers. Upon noticing the elongated silhouette, Shihai signaled the rest of the squad to fall into formation. As Shunpei approached, he saluted formally, stating, "Report, Commander Shun, the 10-man squad is prepared for action." Shunpei scrutinized the 10 or so individuals for a prolonged moment before suddenly inquiring in a cold voice, "To the Western District?" Shihai glanced sideways at a nearby comrade and nodded affirmatively. Shunpei assessed the group, recognizing their average capabilities. With the recent occurrences in the Western District involving second-level mutated zombies, firearms would prove ineffective against such foes. Their moderate abilities would inevitably lead to disaster in the face of that horde. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze shifted to Su Pingzhou, briefly glancing at Jiang Naixing, and then commanded Shihai, "You will head to the Eastern District. The Western District squad shall proceed." He was acutely aware of the rationale behind Commander Shen's allocation. He understood their troops' capabilities all too well. Comparatively, the squad was indeed more suited for the Western District. The 10 individuals saluted in unison, responding affirmatively, "Understood." Following the orders, they began to disperse. Shihai raised his hand, and they all shouldered their weapons, orderly following him away from the training ground. Jiang Naixing remained transfixed until their figures faded from view. Turning around, she found Shunpei's gaze upon her. They locked eyes, and in his, she perceived an icy chill, an impenetrable coldness. After a mere few seconds of mutual gaze, she quickly averted her eyes, while he continued to regard her intently. He found it difficult to decipher this woman. The intense green light emanating from her was elusive, hinting at formidable potential within her. Her pure eyes evoked a sense of reluctance to disturb her, yet she had chosen to join the military. Suddenly, he was momentarily lost in thought, shifting slightly. Furrowing his brow, he exhaled a breath of frost, his commanding tone leaving no room for dissent. You will accompany me. Su Pingzhou, you lead the squad to the Western District. Su Pingzhou was naturally intimidated by his presence, respectfully saluting. Yes, Commander. Before departing, he took a moment to impart a few words of advice to Jiang Naixing. Stay close to the commander. As a newcomer, it is best not to draw attention. Simply do your part. Jiang Naixing listened attentively to his words, nodding in response, before becoming lost in thought as she gazed at his retreating figure. To her, everyone in the military, apart from the high-ranking officers, seemed rather agreeable. However, the officer named Xin Pei, although appearing far more pleasant than the treacherous Jiang Pin, emanated a chilling aura that deterred her from approaching him. The prospect of being alone with him left her utterly perplexed. While she pondered these troubling thoughts, she failed to notice Xin Pei approaching. He stood before her, entirely eclipsing her petite form, compelling Jiang Naixing to tilt her head upwards to meet his gaze, which was noticeably taller than that of the sickly, zombie-like man. Blinking, she stepped back a few paces as Xin Pei scrutinized her for an extended period before uttering a muffled remark. Do not feel constrained. Simply surviving is sufficient. Those 8 terse words left Jiang Naixing bewildered, unable to grasp their deeper significance, and she merely nodded in a perfunctory manner. The training ground was deserted save for her and Xin Pei. After his cryptic statement, he turned away, leaving her to silently follow in his wake. He subsequently assigned her accommodations and uniforms, providing her with military attire akin to that of the other ordinary soldiers. Her quarters consisted of a modest barracks, and the clothing Xin Pei handed her fit her perfectly. Yet, for reasons unknown, as she gazed into the mirror, the faint scar on her face plunged her into deep contemplation. Memories of the harrowing incident at school resurfaced, where that man had saved her. She found herself unexpectedly missing him. Shocked by her own thoughts, she vigorously shook her head and focused once more on her reflection. Her gaze grew profound as she lowered her head and exhaled heavily. Jiang Naixing, what are you thinking? He will only suffocate you with pressure. Although he saved you, it does not mean there will be no chance to repay that debt. You are in the military now. You must behave accordingly. Ultimately, she managed to persuade herself. Having banished thoughts of the sickly zombie, she stepped out of her room, inhaling sharply the outside air, only to find it chokingly polluted. The area remained shrouded in dust, the city above still cloaked in a gray haze. Chapter 16. The strange and the eerie, a chilling breeze swept through, carrying a metallic scent of blood. As Jiang Naixing wandered aimlessly within the base, she covered her mouth and nose, coughing several times. She squinted her eyes, surveying her surroundings, as patrolling soldiers passed by her. She made her way to the parking lot for armed vehicles. As for the armory, she lingered only briefly at the entrance, deterred by the fierce gaze of the 2 guards stationed there, which also heightened her sense of despair at the vaccination area. Returning to this place, she felt not only a sense of aversion, but also an insatiable curiosity about what transpired there. It was said to be a vaccination site, yet the vaccine was black, and those who received it experienced a fate worse than death. She had nearly succumbed herself. After wandering around, she noticed that there were no other individuals entering the vaccination area. As she strolled about, she discovered that the base's gates were firmly shut, and no lights illuminated the interior. The sky began to dim, and the guard had changed shifts. Feeling bored, she contemplated retracing her steps. However, the darkness and lack of illumination within the base rendered her lost. Guided only by the moonlight, she could discern her surroundings, yet as it was her first visit, every blade of grass and tree felt unfamiliar, leaving her frowning and at a loss. She was oblivious to her exact location, recognizing only that walls surrounded her on both sides, and a small door was situated at a corner. Leaning against the wall, she cautiously approached the door. Having never been here during the day, the appearance of the walls and the door struck her as reminiscent of a prison. Her curiosity deepened as she neared the small door. Peering inside, she saw nothing but a desolate corridor, enveloped in silence. Yet faint sounds of weeping and wailing emerged from within. She pressed her ear against the door, straining to hear the sounds, subtle yet unmistakable. Upon closer inspection, she discerned the sobs and someone repeatedly shouting for help. Startled, she stumbled backward, losing her balance and falling to the ground, her hands soiling in the dirt. The sounds grew nearer, approaching her directly. Fear etched across her face. She dared not utter a sound. Desperate to rise, She attempted to flee, only to be halted by a woman's sharp inquiry. What are you doing? The eerily familiar voice caused Jiang Naixing to freeze in her tracks. Gritting her teeth, she turned her head stiffly to see Jiang Pingyi, cloaked in a dark green cape, regarding her with a somber expression. Instinctively, she almost called out her name, but quickly corrected herself, respectfully addressing her. Commander Jiang. I wasn't doing anything. Jiang Pingyi scrutinized her, having noticed her fall and the pallor of her face, which conveyed a sense of dread. It seemed to her that Jiang Naixing had witnessed something she ought not to have seen. Realizing the gravity of her situation after hearing Jiang Pingyi's voice, Jiang Naixing quickly forced a smile, sheepishly scratching the back of her head. Truly, Commander, I just got lost and stumbled in the darkness. I'm a bit timid and frightened. Fearing that Jiang Pingyi might not believe her, she exaggerated her fearful demeanor, an expression even she found hard to believe. With hopeful eyes, she tugged at the edge of Jiang Pingyi's cloak. Could you please take me back, Commander? It's too dark, and I'm scared. Jiang Pingyi stared at her in silence for a moment, observing her restless hands clutching her own garment. Suddenly, her heart softened, and she allowed Jiang Naixing to pull her along. Let us go? Jiang Naixing beamed as she moved closer, eager to allay any suspicion Jiang Pingyi might have. She engaged her in light conversation, praising, Commander, you truly are the most formidable in the military. Jiang Pingyi cast a glance back, her lips curling into a faint, elusive smile, yet her words remained icy. Did Xie not tell you not to provoke me lightly? How could the Commander Jiang be aware of that? A cold snort escaped her nostrils, reminiscent of a regal queen. Aside from you, I have a clear understanding of everyone else in the army. Soon, you too shall become one of them. Jiang Naixing lowered her head, her expression shifting abruptly. A forced smile blossomed upon her rigid visage. Well, it is indeed an honor to catch Commander Jiang's attention. As Jiang Pingyi escorted her back, Shen Pei awaited them at the entrance. Upon witnessing the two women engaged in light-hearted conversation, he felt a fleeting surge of emotion, quickly swept away. Jiang Pingyi nudged Jiang Naixing forward, deliberately observing Shen Pei's expression. Yet, his ink-black eyes remained tranquil, prompting her to exhale in relief. A meaningful smile graced her lips. Shen Pei, take care of your team. Should they lose their way, I shall ensure their return. Next time, they may not be so fortunate as to escape the patrol's crossfire. Shen Pei cast a cold glance at Jiang Naixing before responding to Jiang Pingyi. Thank you, Commander Jiang. I understand. Jiang Pingyi scrutinized him once more, confirming he had no further words, before decisively turning to leave. Once her figure had completely vanished, Jiang Naixing bit her lip, her hands entwined, unable to meet Shen Pei's gaze. I'm sorry, she murmured softly, the sound echoing in his ears. A subtle shift appeared on his stiff face, though his tone remained frigid. Apologize? For what? She lifted her eyes, her lashes fluttering, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Perhaps it's because I wish to cultivate a good relationship with Commander Jiang behind your back. Shen Pei raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with a casual chill. There's no need to apologize. Countless individuals here seek to please her. What difference does one more make? Then I shall take my leave, Jiang Naixing replied helplessly, shrugging her shoulders as she prepared to turn away. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he stared at her for several seconds, just as she was about to depart. His cold voice broke the silence. Rise early tomorrow. You and your team will accompany me to gather supplies. Jiang Naixing's expression grew complicated upon hearing his words, her displeasure evident. After a heavy sigh, she muttered, fine. She had not anticipated that after successfully receiving her vaccine today, she would be thrust into the battlefield to collect resources the very next day. The thought of encountering numerous zombies filled her with dread, as it felt akin to entering a war zone. Yet, inexplicably, she harbored a profound fear of encountering the sickly, zombie-like men, terrified they might take her away, while simultaneously fearing the army's potential hostility towards him. A multitude of trivial concerns plagued her, robbing her of sleep. In this apocalyptic world, life bore little difference to a regression to primitive times. No internet, no mobile phones, and no one to confide in. Similarly sleepless was Shen Pei, who increasingly felt a sense of unease. He could not fathom the actions of Jiang Pingyi and was left wondering how many others would fall victim to her malevolence. Yet he felt utterly powerless to intervene. Chapter 17. Supplies. Jiang Naixing was roused from her slumber by the sound of hurried footsteps outside. They were not merely a couple of individuals, but rather a throng of at least 10, moving anxiously with no sounds of conversation, only the relentless echo of their steps. While her curiosity was piqued, she was reluctant to be caught off guard by Jiang Pinyi again. Although she had done nothing wrong, she could not shake the feeling of being caught in a misdeed. Restlessly tossing in bed, she eventually succumbed to her curiosity and sat up. The room, along with the door, was sealed, save for a glass skylight above and a small window on the wall opposite the door. Unless she opened the door, there was no way for her to discern the events unfolding outside. Ultimately, her intrigue got the better of her. She leaned against the door, cautiously opening it just a crack. In the dimly lit base, she noticed a section illuminated by a flickering light, where a group of people moved back and forth. She discerned figures being dragged, and amidst the crowd, one figure stood out prominently, Jiang Pinyi. Startled, Jiang Naixing took a few more glances before hastily closing the door. Where Jiang Pinyi was concerned, there could be no good to be found. It was best to avoid her entirely. That night was sleepless, and the following morning dawned gray and dreary, devoid of any warmth from the sun. Jiang Naixing had long given up hope. Since fleeing the school that night, she had not seen the sun again. On the training ground, the teams had assembled, lined up in formation. Jiang Naixing peeked out, noting there were approximately 20 individuals. Shin Pei stood before them all, still clad in the same attire from the previous day, his cloak billowing in the wind, adding to the chill in the air. He surveyed the group with narrowed eyes, confirming their numbers and formation before speaking. Today, we have new team members joining. This squad is solely responsible for gathering supplies. If you encounter a first-level zombie, eliminate it immediately. If faced with a second-level zombie, report back and retreat. Is that understood? His gaze rested on Jiang Naixing for but a few seconds, and as his words concluded, the group responded in unison, understood. A contingent followed closely behind Shin Pei, with Jiang Naixing accompanying him at his side. Only the two of them occupied the forefront, and Jiang Naixing felt an acute sense of awkwardness. She glanced around, feeling the emptiness and the lack of security. Out of deference to Shin Pei, she dared not move about freely, nor did she look back casually. Even a slight turn of her head towards the rear elicited a piercing gaze from Shin Pei, sending a shiver down her spine each time. Before departing the base, Jiang Pinyi had made a point to see them off. However, upon noticing her standing alongside Shin Pei, the previously beaming smile on her face collapsed into a dark scowl. Striding over in her high heels, she shot Jiang Naixing a fierce glare before her attention shifted to Shin Pei. Shin Pei, remember, saving survivors is paramount. Gathering supplies is secondary. She curled the corners of her lips into an exuberant smile. Shin Pei's cold visage remained devoid of emotion, his tightly pressed lips barely parted. Emitting a faint, nonchalant that frigid, unfeeling utterance provoked Jiang Pinyi to grit her teeth as she approached in her high heels, only to depart in the same manner. Once their group had entirely vacated the base, a palpable alertness enveloped them. Under Shin Pei's direction, they paired off into teams, and Jiang Naixing found herself fortunate enough to be grouped with him. However, she had no desire to uncover the reasoning behind this arrangement. She merely hoped that this man would look after her a bit more. Shin Pei's intentions were, in truth, rather straightforward. He merely sought to assess Jiang Naixing's latent abilities. From the very first moment he laid eyes on her, the rich green radiance emanating from her captivated him. That pure and formidable energy was unprecedented. And though it was of the self-healing variety, he sensed it should not be underestimated. His gaze inadvertently lingered upon her, causing Jiang Naixing to furrow her brow in discomfort. Meeting his gaze for an extended moment without any response, she could not help but call out, "Commander, we should move." Shin Pei did not respond, but withdrew his gaze, nonchalantly rising to proceed forward. Jiang Naixing's lips twitched involuntarily. She suspected he might be somewhat peculiar. After leaving the base, they traversed on foot, treading softly to avoid attracting zombies. Shin Pei and Jiang Naixing scouted ahead, signaling to the others to follow only when they confirmed the path was safe. The surroundings grew increasingly unfamiliar to Jiang Naixing. She had never ventured into such places before. Anxiety gripped her as she feared that a bloodied zombie might suddenly emerge from an unknown corner. Shin Pei seemed to perceive her unease, intentionally positioning himself ahead to shield her. This gesture warmed her heart, yet the others in their party could not suppress their speculation. It was evident to the observant that Commander Shin appeared to be deliberately protecting the newcomer. It was no wonder that Commander Jiang's demeanor toward the woman was less than amiable. Why should a newcomer receive such attention? Who could say what Shin Pei was truly thinking? Their whispers buzzed around her like the incessant drone of flies, indistinct and irritating. Jiang Naixing could hardly discern their words and merely cast a dubious glance over her shoulder. Upon noticing her gaze, they promptly fell silent. Shinpei's small team was also headed to the Western District, albeit they ventured into the western outskirts, while Su Pingzhou's group was bound for the central part of the Western District. Although they would encounter a few level 2 zombies, their numbers were scarce, making it manageable for a team of lesser strength. The surrounding buildings lay in disarray, some towering structures still standing amidst the ruins. Yet the area had become a desolate city, steeped in the stench of blood, with splatters of crimson visible everywhere. Within mere days, the contaminated tap water had wreaked havoc upon the world. Ahead loomed a department store, its solitary banner precariously swaying, while the defunct neon lights emitted a faint, crackling sound. Shinpei narrowed his eyes and surveyed the surroundings, utilizing his unique perception to ascertain that the zombies were not congregated near the department store. He raised his hand to signal the team to halt and regroup. The primary objective for the day was to rescue survivors, while gathering supplies was of secondary importance. Should they encounter any survivors, an immediate report was required. His voice, cold yet imposing, resonated clearly among the group, eliciting a synchronized response of acknowledgement. Naturally, Jiang Naixing remained silent, her gaze fixed on the department store ahead. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt an inexplicable heaviness in her chest, as if a familiar yet unfamiliar presence awaited her nearby, akin to a predator anticipating its prey. She suddenly perceived the department store as a trap, more like a cage, poised to ensnare her at any moment. Chapter 18. Hiding with her heart racing, she gasped for air, and upon regaining her composure, she noticed that Shinpei had already risen to lead the team forward. Observing her momentary distraction, Shinpei fixed his gaze upon her for several seconds before curtly stating, "Let's go." Now focused, she tightened her backpack straps and fell in line behind them. The vicinity of the department store was devoid of zombies, even if any were present. They could not discharge their firearms indiscriminately due to the constraints of their team. In the event of an encounter, they would have to rely on knives or daggers to eliminate the threats. Naturally, these responsibilities were delegated to the frontline scouts. Although Jiang Naixing was positioned at the forefront, she was able to follow quietly under Shinpei's leadership. The automatic doors of the department store were distorted and deformed, with shattered glass strewn across the ground. As the group entered, a chill swept over them. Sensing imminent danger, Shinpei signaled them to stop, his piercing gaze scanning the group, his breath emanating an icy aura. He pointed toward a couple of individuals, instructing, "You two, come with me. The rest find a safe location and remain on standby." The two men identified nodded and tightened their backpacks before following Shinpei. Once they departed, those remaining began to relocate to a safer area. Although Shinpei was absent, the others, mindful of Jiang Naixing's status as a newcomer, tended to her with extra care. They gathered in a relatively spacious storage room, where the windows were covered with curtains, though the door was glass, facilitating Shinpei's return. They moved some items to barricade the glass door, and the remaining members settled down to rest in the storage room. Just as Jiang Naixing took a seat, the cold floor still unaccustomed to her warmth, someone approached her. "Hey, are you Jiang Naixing?" Turning her head, she encountered a handsome young man wearing a military cap, a smile gracing his lips. Raising an eyebrow, she replied, "Yes. And you?" The man continued to beam, sitting beside her with an air of familiarity as he struck up a conversation. "I'm Jiang He. I happened to see you enter the base yesterday and inquired a bit. I'm a mutant of manipulation, like Officer Shen. I heard you possess the ability of self-healing?" Jiang Naixing lifted her gaze and cast a fleeting glance at him. Indeed, she belonged to the self-healing category. Jiang He, perceiving her somewhat unnatural tone, assumed she felt insecure due to her association with the self-healing group, leading to her embarrassment in articulating her thoughts. He placed his large hand reassuringly on her shoulder, attempting to comfort her. "Oh, there's nothing wrong with it. A young lady like you deserves to be well protected. Should a zombie ever appear, I would certainly be the first to shield you. All you need to do is be our support." To Jiang Naixing, his words were as good as meaningless. She did not perceive any flaw in being of the self-healing type. Nonetheless, she accepted Jiang He's goodwill and responded with a faint smile, saying, "I understand. Thank you." Jiang He scratched the back of his head, replying, "No need to be polite. We are all part of the same team. By the way, are you part of Commander Shen's direct affiliate team?" She shook her head, her brow furrowed in confusion. "What is the difference?" She only knew that each formidable commander had 3 distinct major squads, yet she had never heard of a direct affiliate team. Jiang He inched closer to her, engaging in conversation with enthusiasm. Of course there is. Everyone here is part of a squad, and each outing has a squad leader. However, Commander Shin's direct affiliate team is different. Wherever he goes, his direct team follows. Except for occasions when Commander Su Pingzhou is occasionally dispatched to lead a team. I've noticed that Commander Shin seems to take special care of you, even forming a 2-person squad with you. No one else has had that privilege aside from Commander Su Pingzhou. You seem quite knowledgeable, she remarked. He grinned, a sense of pride swelling within him. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he fixated on Jiang Naixing for a few seconds before falling silent, muttering, "But that's not quite right." The zombies didn't actually emerge from the high school until half a month later. Before Jiang He could finish his thought, a serious-looking man approached, placing a firm hand on Jiang He's shoulder and giving it a heavy pat. Jiang He. Upon seeing him, Jiang He immediately sealed his lips, his expression darkening, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Jiang Naixing smiled gently, indicating that it was all right, prompting Jiang He to refrain from continuing. Yet, she found herself lost in contemplation. Jiang He's words carried a weight of implication. Initially, Su Pingzhou had stated that the leakage of a biological liquid from a research institute near her school had caused the water to mutate, leading normal individuals to transform into zombies. However, just moments ago, he implied that the initial outbreak did not originate from that research facility, mentioning instead that it occurred half a month prior. Regardless, the military was undoubtedly far from simple. First, she was forcibly brought to the military for vaccination, after which her body underwent changes. Jiang He's remarks painted a picture suggesting that the military was not a sanctuary. Noticing her distraction, Jiang He feared he had inadvertently revealed too much. He waved his hand in front of her face with a hearty laugh. Jiang Naixing, don't take my earlier comments to heart. I was merely speaking off the cuff, so there's no need to dwell on it. Jiang Naixing offered a faint smile and shook her head. No, it's not that. I was just pondering why Commander Shun and the others have yet to return. Upon finishing her words, she feigned a casual glance towards the glass door. Jiang He, intrigued by her statement, glanced at the military-grade watch on his wrist, scratching the back of his head in contemplation. Indeed, it was time for their return. They had already waited for over 10 minutes. Yet there was no sign of movement from them. The atmosphere was steeped in an eerie silence, with all eyes fixated on the obstructed glass door. Among them, 3 women, including Jiang Naixing, were shielded by a group of people, with Jiang He positioned in front of Jiang Naixing. As time trickled by, there remained no indication of activity from Shunpei's side. Suddenly, a distinct sound shattered the stillness. It was the sound of dragging footsteps, unnatural and not singular. It was impossible to discern the precise number, but it was undeniably not Shunpei and her group. Everyone was on high alert. The gathered individuals collectively recognized that these were not ordinary beings. Someone in the front whispered softly, prompting everyone to draw their firearms, while the self-healing mutants prepared for action. They listened intently as the shuffling footsteps drew nearer, holding their breath in fear. Most among them were lower-tier mutants, some of whom had never seen actual combat. With Commander Shin absent, anxiety began to creep in. When the footsteps finally ceased, they all turned their gazes towards the glass door, confronting a group of tattered, blood-soaked zombies. The grotesque creatures bared their blood-stained mouths, exuding a putrid odor, with decaying flesh clinging to their forms. With each step they took, bloody footprints marked the ground beneath them. Those with faint hearts covered their mouths in terror, paralyzed by fear. Jiang Naixing, having encountered her fair share of adversity, felt only disgust and not fear upon seeing these zombies. There were nearly 20 individuals standing in close quarters, their eyes glued to the undead. The zombies halted before the glass door, their blood-red eyes locking onto their own. Chapter 19. Thorny Dilemma. Commander Shun had instructed against firing recklessly, advising the manipulators to take the lead and use their abilities to pierce the zombies' brains. The man at the forefront maintained a calm demeanor, gesturing for those behind him to hold their positions while casting a sidelong glance at them. Jiang He stood behind him, both unfazed by the presence of the zombies. As manipulators, they acted without hesitation, utilizing their powers to hurl objects from a distance towards the zombies, aiming directly at their heads. Under normal circumstances, a zombie with its brain damaged would cease to function. However, to their astonishment, the crimson-eyed creatures merely turned their gaze towards the group behind the glass door. Undeterred despite the sharp objects embedded in their skulls, they did not collapse but continued to advance, blood splattering violently against the glass door in a horrific display. Jiang He's hands trembled as he grasped the shoulder of the person before him, his body quivering slightly, his voice laced with trepidation. What do we do, Xie Ping? It appears to be a second-level mutated zombie. We might not be able to withstand it. Though the latter part of his statement remained unspoken, the others comprehended the gravity of the situation. Among the 20 or so individuals, Jiang He and Xie Ping possessed the greatest strength. There was also a formidable woman of considerable power in their team, yet she was paralyzed with fear of the zombies and had fainted, collapsing into the arms of her comrades. Consequently, their team was ill-prepared, only capable of undertaking simple tasks, which was why Shun Pei frequently accompanied them. However, Shin Pei was absent now, and the second-level mutated zombies wreaking havoc on their neural pathways rendered them powerless, leaving them uncertain of even the most fundamental solutions. All they could do was hope for Shun Pei's swift return, unaware that those who had not yet returned to the team were grappling with their own dilemmas. Panic began to spread among them, and Xie Ping cast a glance back at his companions, gritting his teeth. Do not lose your composure. They cannot break through. Those with strength, stand by. If they charge in, we will strike together, covering the retreat of the healing-type mutants. Jiang He and I will hold the rear. His leadership was among the finest in the group, and upon hearing his words, the others endeavored to steady themselves. They quickly repositioned, with several individuals from the strength class shielding the remaining 4 or 5 healing-type mutants, while the rest took their stand at the forefront, awaiting the inevitable breach of the glass door by the zombies. Yet, the zombies did not surge forward as anticipated. Instead, they fixated their gaze upon the group, their blood-red eyes swirling as though searching for something among the crowd. When a few of the zombies locked onto Jiang Naixing, they became exhilarated. As if they had spotted their prey, they surged forward, violently crashing against the glass door, blood splattering across the surface, staining it crimson as they slid down, still thrashing against the door fervently. It's coming. The individuals at the back watched in horror as cracks began to form in the glass door, and someone let out a terrified cry, instinctively retreating. Xie Ping suddenly halted, gritting his teeth as he raised his gun, aiming it at the zombies. Do not panic. We are here. Influenced by his resolve, the others also lifted their weapons, the strength mutants bracing themselves for action. The relentless pounding continued. And just before the glass shattered completely, Xie Ping issued a commanding shout, directing them to charge out. All of you forward. Stimulated by the urgency, the group surged ahead under Xie Ping's command, an array of objects raining down upon the few zombies, while some lunged directly at them, striking ferociously at their heads. One zombie's head was completely severed. The gruesome sight of the bloody head rolling to Jiang Naixing's feet caused her to lower her gaze briefly, triggering a memory of the man from before. She hadn't even caught a glimpse of his movements when a head suddenly appeared before her. Once again confronted with such a sight, she felt a wave of revulsion wash over her, covering her mouth and nose. She was shielded by others as they hurriedly fled to the side, just as Xie Ping had indicated. Only he and Jiang He remained behind to fend off the few lurking zombies. Chapter 20. Reunion. Jiang He, almost instinctively, heard her call his name. She fervently wished to avert witnessing another living soul perish before her eyes. It seemed that Jiang He had caught her desperate plea. As he lifted his gaze to see her being shoved away, he flashed her a smile, raising his arm in a gesture of reassurance, but perilously. A zombie lunged towards him. Fortunately, it was struck by an object manipulated by Xie Ping, allowing Jiang He to evade its grasp. This serendipitous moment afforded them a chance. They dashed in the opposite direction of their team, pursued clumsily by 2 or 3 staggering zombies. The remaining 20-odd individuals raced towards the staircase of the department store, with Shin Pei and her group ascending to the upper floors, hoping against hope to encounter Shin Pei. Ascending the stairs, they reached the second floor, only to find it in utter disarray, with fresh bloodstains adorning the floor, yet devoid of any human presence. The few second-tier mutated zombies that had followed them did not pursue further. They continued their search on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors. Encountering the same desolation, no sign of life, not even a zombie, only a chaotic scatter of various items and shattered remnants, accompanied by pools of blood. The group dared not imagine what calamity had transpired. The blood was fresh, exuding a pungent metallic scent, yet no sounds echoed to indicate a struggle. If Shenpei and her companions had indeed clashed with the zombies, there should have been noise, but the entire building lay in an unsettling silence. Unbeknownst to them, an unseen force seemed to have seized control of the building, and Jiang Naixing sensed a palpable danger in the air. In the oppressive silence, they dared not even breathe loudly, opting for gentle breaths until they approached the top floor. Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted behind them, causing them to scatter in panic. In their haste, they failed to notice Jiang Naixing stumble and fall to the ground, trampled beneath the chaos. She desperately shielded her face, yet several feet still harshly pressed upon her. Struggling, she whimpered, "Don't step on me." But her cries went unheard. Finally, the trampling ceased, yet they vanished from sight, having rushed to the rooftop and slammed shut the iron door behind them. Unsteadily rising to her feet, Jiang Naixing, nursing her injured arm, stared blankly ahead. A menacing aura enveloped her, prompting her to swallow nervously as she widened her eyes, fixated on the uncertain corner before her. A chilling wind swept through, tousling the loose strands of hair at her temples. She had anticipated a bloodthirsty zombie emerging from that corner, but what met her gaze instead was a pallid face that left her momentarily paralyzed. A man draped in a black coat, beneath which a blood-red shirt peeked through, accentuated his tall figure. Crimson cracks marred his chin and the lower half of his face, while his blood-colored eyes glinted with a dangerous light, pressing toward her with an ominous presence, causing her to instinctively retreat. It was him. Jiang Yong wore a chilling smile at the corners of his lips, extending his translucent hand with distinctly defined joints toward Jiang Naixing. Though he uttered not a word, she was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of pressure. Uncontrollably, she stepped forward, delicately placing her petite hand upon his large palm. His laughter grew more exuberant. Had it not been for his demeanor, she might have genuinely believed he was her knight in shining armor, come to rescue her. Yet, reality is often cruel. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Jiang Yong harshly grasped her chin, his icy lips brushing against her cheek, a chilling aura enveloping her entire being. Escape? His piercing gaze bore into her, the suffocating intensity threatening to shatter her composure. Chapter 21. Familiarity. After a brief moment of shock, she abruptly realized her predicament and fervently shook her head, denying any notion of escape. Swallowing hard, her eyes averted, she stammered, "It's the army. They took me away." Jiang Yong discerned that her words were not entirely truthful. She had not completely concealed the truth about the army from him, yet he found amusement in toying with her. The grip on her chin tightened further. His brow arched in feigned curiosity. Jiang Naixing shut her eyes, each breath a painful endeavor, the pressure on her chin causing tears to well at the corners of her eyes. She bit her lip, slowly revealing her open palm, which glimmered with a verdant light. With a heart full of grievance, she implored him with her gaze to look at her hand. Jiang Yong beheld the astonishing sight. A sphere of green luminescence emanated from her palm, her skin glowing with a faint emerald hue, a sight most unnatural. Frowning, he tightened his grip on her chin and seized her hands, examining them closely. The crimson hue of his eyes deepened, and his hands trembled. He fixated on her, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "A vaccine?" Jiang Naixing was bewildered by his fervor. Observing his expression stirred a sense of panic within her. Though she dared not betray her feelings, merely nodding, "Yes." How could they? How could they dare to inject her with such a substance? She watched in horror as veins bulged on his forehead, the crimson fissures on one side of his face frantically extending upwards, rendering her momentarily speechless. Despite her ignorance of the cause of his fury, she had gleaned enough insight into his nature. She suppressed her trembling, inching closer to him, deliberately entwining her arm with his, leaning against him. "It's all right. I'm fine," she reassured him. Yet, no matter how she masked her fear, the tremor in her voice was unmistakable. Jiang Yong lowered his gaze, his red-rimmed eyes fixated on her, resembling a predatory beast ready to devour her whole. A cold snort escaped his nostrils, his expression rife with disdain. "The army," he scoffed. Jiang Naixing could not discern the meaning behind his words, remaining silent and compliant until he took her delicate hand in his. Biting her lip, she found herself at a loss for words. She gazed up at his tall silhouette, the somber aura he exuded stifling the words she yearned to express. He led her downwards, away from the rooftop where the rest of her team had gathered. The stairwell was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the soft rhythm of her own breathing. To her astonishment, this encounter with him felt markedly different from their previous ones. Instead of dread, she experienced an inexplicable sense of security. No, that couldn't be right. He was a zombie. Jiang Naixing shook her head repeatedly, the chilling touch of his presence prompting her to fidget with her fingers. Lost in thought, she suddenly recalled something and raised her gaze, only to find him halted in his tracks, refusing to proceed further. As he prepared to turn away, she uttered a soft hum, gently tugging at the hem of his garment. "What is your name?" she inquired, unsure why she felt compelled to ask. His actions left her perplexed. He undoubtedly recognized her and seemed familiar, yet she could not recall who he was, especially with his pallid visage, which appeared almost luminescent even in brief glimpses. Jiang Yong turned to face her, his blood-red eyes betraying a hint of sorrow, yet his presence remained chillingly detached, his mere words suffocating her. Jiang Yong. The two syllables escaped his lips, causing Jiang Naixing to widen her eyes in disbelief. Jiang Yong. She scrutinized him closely, finally observing his features, and realized that his outline bore a resemblance to the boy she once knew. Chapter 22. An old acquaintance. Are you really that Jiang Yong? She asked, tilting her head in skepticism, struggling to reconcile him with the frail boy she remembered. Their initial meeting had occurred a month prior at the Biological Research Institute near her school. That day, she had accompanied Ah Sung to assist with a biological research paper. While Ah Sung busied himself, Jiang Naixing found herself wandering the institute's backyard out of boredom, where she fortuitously encountered the weak, almost fragile boy. As though a gust of wind might topple him, he sat alone in a corner of the staircase, cradling his head, and Jiang Naixing felt a pang of sympathy for his solitude. She struck up a conversation, discovering his name was Jiang Yong and inquiring about his presence at the institute. He seemed reluctant to divulge much. As he spoke, he coughed repeatedly, his gaze cast downward. Finding him pitiable, she offered him a lollipop and shared some encouraging words. A gentle smile graced her lips throughout their interaction, her eyes never betraying any disdain, and even as she departed, she waved goodbye with a smile. That day, Jiang Yong believed to be the most beautiful of his life before his transformation into a zombie. She was the only one who had willingly engaged with him and offered him candy. As he dragged a container filled with liquid to the operating table, her image lingered in his mind. He thought he would never forget her. Upon awakening in his new form, he had become a figure of terror, feared by all. The institute was besieged, toxic liquids spilling forth, and amidst the chaos, he managed to escape. Whenever he reminisced about those sunless days of yore, an unbearable anguish consumed him. The crimson hue of his eyes deepened as his bony fingers softly grazed her cheek, an overwhelming desire to envelop her entirely, within himself coursing through him. His gaze upon her resembled that of a predator fixated on its prey, prompting Jiang Naixing to relinquish his hand and take a step back, acutely aware of the peril she sensed. The Jiang Yong from her memories was not this way, though he had always been reticent and averse to socializing. He would quietly listen to her whenever she spoke. Yet, the man before her had transformed entirely, rendering him a stranger. Fear gripped her heart, tears welling in her eyes. Upon learning of his true identity, she felt an even stronger aversion to remain in his presence. Jiang Yong was well aware that she still feared him, yet this did not serve as her justification for resisting him. He had transcended from an ordinary man to a mutated zombie solely to protect her. He advanced towards her, his hand resting gently on her cheek, whispering with a tone both harsh and low, "Jiang Naixing." It was the first time she heard him utter her name. Within his fierce tone lay an unexpected tenderness. Biting her lip, tears streamed down her face as her body trembled slightly, yet she did not resist his touch. The chilling sensation enveloped her, and she lowered her gaze, her spirit dimmed. Jiang Yong felt her lips move as she softly called out to him. A smug smile crept upon his lips, his hand tightening unconsciously on her cheek. Just as the dark crimson of his eyes began to fade, a thunderous sound shattered the tranquility of the moment. A bullet soared through the air, piercing Jiang Yong's back. His body froze, yet his gaze remained fixed on Jiang Naixing. She heard the gunfire, blood splattering across her face, and as she looked up at Jiang Yong's impassive expression, panic surged within her. Gripping the hem of his shirt, tears glistening in her eyes, she gazed at him imploringly. Jiang Yong lowered his gaze to her tear-filled eyes, his brows furrowed tightly. He remained silent, yet he raised his hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eye. Gradually, he turned away, a chilling breeze swirling around him, his ominous gaze scanning the surroundings. All but Jiang Naixing were paralyzed by the intensity of his stare. A coldness seeped from his expression, his blood-red eyes rendering him akin to a ravenous demon. Jiang Naixing turned away from Jiang Yong. Her petite frame revealed as she stood frozen before the scene unfolding before her. The shooter was Xun Pei. Chapter 23. Let go. Why? She saw the other members of the squad ahead. Su Pingzhou leaning against another individual, his body drenched in blood, head bowed and life hanging in the balance. While Xun Pei stood at the forefront, gun aimed directly at her and Jiang Yong. The squad, once comprising over 20 members, now appeared to have significantly dwindled. And those remaining bore wounds, their bodies stained with blood. Xun Pei's face was shrouded in darkness, her eyes brimming with malice. Let her go? He shouted at Jiang Yong, showing no fear of his blood-red eyes. Jiang Naixing was once again taken aback, realizing that they all believed she had been captured by Jiang Yong. Jiang Yong let out a cold laugh, an overwhelming sense of suffocation pressing down upon him. Release her? He found it puzzling. She was his own. So why should he let her go? Everyone recoiled under his fierce aura, including Xun Pei, yet he remained undeterred in his quest to rescue Jiang Naixing. Despite knowing that this advanced mutated zombie was no ordinary second-level aberration, possessing formidable strength that could potentially annihilate their entire team, he refused to abandon his comrade. Jiang Naixing had to return. Clenching his teeth, he raised his gun once more, aiming at Jiang Yong, demanding, "Release her, or we shall not hold back." He gestured, signaling the aberrants behind him, poised to charge forward at any moment. Jiang Yong paid him no heed, merely casting a disdainful glance in his direction. He dismissed the threat entirely, instead wrapping his arm around Jiang Naixing's shoulders, compelling her to lean against him. Xun Pei perceived this as coercion, while Jiang Naixing's heart was in turmoil. She could not bring herself to resist Jiang Yong, yet she did not wish for him to harm Xun Pei and the others. Nor did she want to oppose the military. However, their prior grievances, compounded by the current situation, rendered it impossible for the military to let him go. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Yong held the military in utter contempt, viewing those individuals as mere ants struggling to survive. He only desired Jiang Naixing's safety. Yet that group was intent on administering a vaccine to her, disregarding her well-being. Should anything happen to her, he would ensure that the entire military paid the price. As she observed Jiang Yang's expression darken, an ominous aura emanated from him. She clutched his clothing tightly and shook her head, pleading, "No, no." Jiang Yong scoffed again, coldly regarding her, gripping her chin and pulling her back. Did she not want him to harm those people? Then he would do so all the more. Jiang Naixing was shielded behind him, her figure concealed by his long black coat. At Xun Pei's command, gunfire erupted, countless bullets hurtling toward Jiang Yong, piercing through his body. Blood splattering as Jiang Naixing trembled in his shadow. She wrapped her arms around herself, staring in shock at Jiang Yong, riddled with bullets. She reached out to touch him, but as bullets whizzed past, Jiang Yong turned and enveloped her, his coat draping over her, and she could feel his body tremble. Xun Pei, his eyes ablaze with fury, was solely focused on firing again and again. In his eyes, all zombies deserved to perish. He completely disregarded Jiang Naixing's presence, ignoring the possibility that a stray bullet might hit her, relentlessly ordering others to shoot. He even fired directly at Jiang Yang's forehead, showing no mercy whatsoever. Even though Jiang Naixing understood that Jiang Yong was a high-level mutated zombie and that bullets might have little effect on him, he was still riddled with wounds, including one to his head. Was he truly unharmed? Even in this dire moment, he did not forget to protect her. She was in a state of panic, grasping his arms and shaking him relentlessly. Jiang Yong, Jiang Yong. She cried out his name repeatedly, her sobs growing heavier, blending with the sound of bullets being fired. Suddenly, fear gripped her. Chapter 24. In a pool of blood amidst the gunfire, her cries were drowned out. Jiang Yong slowly collapsed, kneeling before her, his red shirt becoming even more vivid in the pool of blood. His eyes were as red as blood itself, even the whites appearing crimson. He stared intently at Jiang Naixing, and upon seeing 2 lines of clear tears streaking down her blood-speckled cheeks, his brow furrowed, and a chilling wind swept through. He raised his bloodied hand to her cheek, casting a fierce glare at Xun Pei and his companions, causing them to shudder. The bullets they had fired suddenly altered their trajectory, which had initially been aimed at Jiang Yong, but in the next moment, they ricocheted back. All the bullets struck the group, and soon, more than just Jiang Yong lay in a pool of blood. Accompanying the chaos was a cacophony of zombie howls. Xun Pei, though wounded and on one knee, could muster no strength to attack Jiang Yong. He turned to look at his fallen comrades, who writhed in agony in the blood-soaked ground. Their fates uncertain. Jiang Naixing gazed at the bloody scene before her, her voice hoarse as she screamed, pushing Jiang Yong away. No. Jiang Yong furrowed his brow, firmly gripping the hem of her clothing, glaring at her fiercely, but Jiang Naixing said nothing. Her face flushed crimson, tears brimming in her eyes as she forcefully pried his hand away and staggered towards Shun Pei and the others. She fell into the bloodied ground, wailing, "No, get up." Tears blurred her vision. Her heart felt as if it were pierced by countless needles, a wave of metallic sweetness rising in her throat. Jiang Yong slowly rose to his feet, shaking off his black coat, appearing entirely unscathed despite the multiple gunshot wounds. He stood there calm, with a chilling gaze that suffocated all in its presence. She stared, dazed, at the barely conscious Shun Pei, reaching out to touch him. But her hand hung suspended before finally lowering. She gently murmured his name, tears cascading down her cheeks. Hearing the call, Shun Pei squinted and lifted his head. Upon recognizing Jiang Naixing, he managed a faint smile, the first time she had witnessed him smile. Though it was cold, it carried a different meaning. He could no longer hold on, his body suddenly collapsing backward. She wept as she looked at the fallen, her head pounding, unable to resist clutching her temples. A surge of power within her yearned to erupt. Her sole desire was for these people to rise. Yet, she suddenly felt her entire body go numb. A green light emanated from her palms, enveloping the area in an instant. Tiny circles of light reflected upon the individuals, and those touched by the glow saw their wounds rapidly heal. Within moments, everyone began to awaken gradually. Jiang Yong furrowed his brow as he surveyed the scene before him. The light that illuminated him proved to be of no benefit. Rather, it felt glaringly harsh. As he scanned his surroundings, he suddenly became acutely aware of the intensifying presence of the living nearby, drawing ever closer. It was evident that reinforcements from the military were on their way. He raised his hand, intending to touch the faint green halo, but grasped only emptiness. His gaze then fell upon Jiang Naixing, who had succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. The others were gradually returning to their senses. He narrowed his eyes and cast a cold glance at them, his fierce gaze fixed on Jiang Naixing. Even at such a critical moment, she still harbored thoughts of the soldiers. Did she lack reason? Had she forgotten about the vaccine? Why should she be preoccupied with them? They deserved to perish. As his anger and sorrow deepened, his crimson eyes emitted a dangerous glimmer. Just as he was about to raise his hand, ready to unleash a lethal gust, the sound of approaching footsteps compelled him to retract it. He shot Jiang Naixing a sinister glance before departing. He would return for her. Chapter 25. Reinforcements. Jiang Pingyi, engaged in training her team, received an urgent signal from the communications room, indicating that Shun Pei's squad was in distress. She understood that he must be facing unprecedented trouble, or he would never have sought her assistance. Upon receiving the signal, she promptly organized her team to provide support. She only knew that Shun Pei's squad was situated on the periphery of the Western District, without precise knowledge of their exact location. Utilizing her unique perceptive abilities, she sensed a disturbance near the department store. As they proceeded, she encountered numerous zombies, fortunately low-level ones that posed little challenge to eliminate. However, their frequency delayed their entry into the department store significantly. Upon reaching the entrance, they were met with an overwhelming sense of oppression. The atmosphere was suffocating with danger. Yet they pressed on. The sight that greeted them left them all momentarily paralyzed. Over 10 individuals lay in pools of blood, with their leader, Shun Pei, sprawled at the forefront, drenched in crimson. Beside him lay Jiang Naixing. Both of them collapsed together. Jiang Pingyi's heart sank at the sight, and she hurried over to assess the situation. After checking several individuals, she found that they were merely unconscious and in no immediate danger. However, upon nearing Shun Pei and Jiang Naixing, the sight of them together filled her with ire. Yet, faced with so many others, she had to suppress her emotions. Fortunately, all still exhibited normal breathing. They had merely succumbed to exhaustion. Although she was unaware of the events that had transpired, the chaotic scene made it easy to imagine the harrowing ordeal that had just unfolded. She couldn't ascertain if they had arrived too late or just in the nick of time. As she pondered this, a rustling sound broke the tension, and everyone turned towards the source. A large horde of zombies was shambling towards them, their heads tilted at unnatural angles, blood dripping from their bodies, moving with an unrecognizable gait, intent only on biting. Jiang Pingyi furrowed her brows and gestured for the soldiers to carry the fallen injured away, urging them to retreat swiftly. Her voice, neither too loud nor too soft, reached the ears of all present. Upon witnessing the horde of zombies advancing towards them, instinctively, they sought to flee, quickly lifting the incapacitated individuals and following Jiang Pingyi's lead. However, as they descended from the third floor of the department store, they encountered no zombies. The creatures seemed to have emerged from the rooftop. With little time for contemplation, their sole focus was on escaping the perilous scene. Once they had loaded everyone onto the armored vehicle, a sigh of relief escaped their lips. As the vehicle began to move, the late-arriving zombies staggered forward with outstretched arms. Seated within the armored transport, Jiang Pingyi lifted the green curtain and squinted at the approaching horde. Though these were mindless, low-level zombies, their numbers were not to be underestimated. It was imperative to evacuate the injured swiftly, and among them were several survivors she had come to assist, all young individuals, ideal candidates for vaccination. This thought brought a subtle smile to her lips, and she glanced back at Shunpei and Jiang Naixing, who lay beside her. She beckoned them to sit up against the vehicle's side. Her gaze then shifted to the corner where a few survivors huddled, trembling and obscured by disheveled hair. Their frantic murmurs incomprehensible amidst the eerie silence. Chapter 26. Confusion. Jiang Pingyi found their noise irritating. She frowned and instructed a nearby soldier to silence them. The soldier turned to observe the three cowering figures, hesitated for a moment, then nodded in compliance. The trio, huddled together with their faces smeared in dirt, uttered indistinct sounds that clashed with the stillness of their surroundings. The soldier produced tape, and along with two others, they moved to seal the survivors' mouths. The atmosphere grew quieter. Yet the silenced individuals now resembled forsaken captives, abandoned without care. Jiang Pingyi cast her gaze down, half closing her eyes as she scrutinized Shunpei. Jiang Naixing awoke from her pain-induced slumber, her teeth clenched, fingers trembling, long eyelashes fluttering as her eyelids slowly opened to the dim surroundings. Leaning against the vehicle's side, she tilted her head to survey her environment. She noticed Jiang Pingyi was present, along with several soldiers. But her attention was instantly drawn to the three individuals in the corner. She looked up and saw their tattered clothing, bloodstains marring their arms, and disheveled hair obscuring their faces. Their bodies trembled, making it evident how terrified they truly were. However, they were clearly normal individuals. Jiang Naixing could not detect any trace of zombies emanating from them. Yet why were they so terrified? Did they not have the protection of the military? Puzzled, she squinted her eyes, attempting to rise, but her body was devoid of strength, rendering her immobile, forced to watch them helplessly. Jiang Pingyi was a distance away, next to Shunpei. She could not discern her expression, only catching a glimpse of her silhouette. The other soldiers also faced away from her, and since she was squinting, it was difficult to notice that she had already regained consciousness. Jiang Pingyi's voice resonated once more. Although she was close at hand, it carried an ethereal quality. Go over there and ensure they remain alive until they reach the military. Yes, Commander. The woman's sharp voice pierced the silence, sounding particularly crisp as several soldiers complied, shifting their positions towards the three individuals huddled in the corner. Jiang Naixing moved her fingers slightly, squinting to observe them. The soldiers formed a circle around the three. Yet they still turned their backs on her, rendering her unable to see any faces. Her gaze inevitably shifted towards Shunpei, who, like her, leaned against the side of the vehicle. He had his eyes tightly shut, with several scars adorning his face and his clothing tattered in places. Jiang Pingyi's gaze was fixed intently upon him. As she watched, memories unexpectedly surfaced in her mind, of Zhang Yang draping his coat over her to shield her from gunfire. The very gunfire had come from Shunpei and his so-called comrades. She began to lose clarity regarding the true role of the military. She had desperately sought to distance herself from Zhang Yang, yet he was the one who had protected her, while the gunfire had originated from the military. What she had believed to be a sanctuary turned out to be a deception. In her confusion, she felt herself slipping back into unconsciousness. Her heavy eyelids could no longer sustain their weight, and her vision gradually darkened. The surrounding sounds became indistinct, everything blurring into obscurity. The armored vehicle jolted along, and the pursuing zombies had vanished, scattering away. Under the overcast sky, the peril enveloping the city grew ever more palpable. Chapter 27. Recovery. The oppressive heat enveloped her, and Jiang Naixing abruptly opened her eyes, only to be greeted by a sea of white. She covered her head and gazed at the ceiling of the military medical base, where a skylight was ajar, surrounded by green drapes, partitioned off by white curtains. The air was thick with the scent of disinfectant. She licked her parched, cracked lips and reached out to either side, inadvertently knocking something over, which fell to the ground with a loud clatter. Upon hearing the noise, the medical personnel hurried over. Jiang Naixing's vision was blurred as she looked at them, the brightness overwhelming. She then felt someone touching her body, various instruments affixed to her. Time passed without her awareness. Her cracked lips began to ooze blood, which, to her dismay, bore an unsettling greenish tint. After confirming that her body was relatively unharmed, the medical staff removed the instruments from her and murmured a few words in her ear before departing. She, in a state of confusion, could not discern their meaning, responding with a vague acknowledgement. Once again, silence enveloped the surroundings. Struggling to sit up, she pressed her hand against her forehead and shook her head, gradually regaining her clarity and consciousness. She was still clad in the military uniform she had worn before, the bloodstains now dried, and her wounds had healed completely. Though her mind remained somewhat foggy, she swung her legs over the side of the bed and paused, her gaze eventually settling on a large bottle of water on the table across from her. She lunged towards it, drinking greedily without caring whether it was potable, consuming it all in one go. Finally, her parched lips found some relief, and she exhaled heavily. Gently, she opened the door to the medical room, revealing a dimly lit exterior. Dragging her heavy body forward, she observed that she was in a private medical chamber, unmonitored, while soldiers continued their patrol outside. Yet, an odd atmosphere lingered in the air. Supporting herself against the wall, she walked slowly, occasionally hearing strange noises that led her unwittingly to the heart of the military base. The number of patrolling soldiers increased, and they merely cast her a fleeting glance. Ahead lay the vaccination area, the very place where her nightmare had commenced, the site that had shaped another version of herself. Peering ahead, she noticed several soldiers stationed at the entrance of the vaccination zone, the door ajar, with the peculiar sounds emanating from within. Just as she lifted her foot to step forward, a sudden wail pierced the air. 2 soldiers in uniform were dragging a man, who was crying out in despair, pleading repeatedly not to be vaccinated. The soldiers, like cold machines, paid him no heed and continued their blind march. The man, teetering on the brink of hopelessness, ceased to struggle once he was dragged into the vaccination area. Jiang Naixing watched the scene unfold with clarity, instinctively clenching her fists as memories flooded back of her own forced entry into that very place. Coerced into receiving the so-called vaccine, the dark liquid that had inflicted her with great suffering. Were others subjected to the same torment as she had been? As she pondered this, the sharp sound of a whistle echoed through the military base, signaling not just a gathering, but also the return of a team that had ventured out. She snapped back to reality, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. After a moment of silence, she resolved to join the assembly. Chapter 28. Return, 521 Joy. The whistle sounded for only a few seconds, its volume sufficient to alert everyone in the base. Following the source of the sound, she noticed soldiers forming long lines, hastily moving forward. Their uniforms bore a distinct color from her own battalion, indicating they were not part of her main unit. Suddenly, she recalled that Su Pingzhou and another man had previously led teams to the western and eastern districts, and she had not seen them for days. Could it be that they had returned? With a sense of suspicion, she advanced slowly. Just as she was nearing the gathering point, she was taken aback to witness a group of individuals dragging along a few desperately struggling souls, who soon vanished around the corner. Jiang Naixing narrowed her eyes, gradually clenching her fists, her gaze fixated on the corner. A soldier brushed past her, inadvertently causing her to stumble forward a few steps. Fortunately, she managed to steady herself against the wall. The person who had collided with her merely furrowed his brow and cast a fleeting glance in her direction before continuing on his way, indifferent to her plight. She pressed her lips together in silence and quietly dusted off her clothing, intending to move forward when yet another individual bumped into her. Jiang Naixing, return. The icy command resonated in her ears, leaving her stunned. She turned back, lifting her chin to stare unwaveringly at the figure of Xie Chuan behind her. His grim visage weighed heavily on her heart, and before she could voice her concerns, 2 soldiers approached from behind, seizing her and forcibly dragging her away. Realizing the futility of her struggles, she attempted to resist, but it was in vain. Xie Chuan seemed to discern her thoughts. letting out a long sigh as his subdued voice echoed in her ears. I'm sorry, but according to Commander Jiang's orders, you cannot go anywhere until Commander Shen awakens. She closed her eyes briefly, casting him a reluctant glance, her expression devoid of emotion, a visage of hopelessness. It mattered little. The army had never truly cared for her. Observing the complexity of her emotions, Sichuan lowered his raised hand once more. The squad that had just returned belonged to Commander Shun and had suffered significant losses. They were all at the medical base. This was unavoidable. Aside from the direct soldiers under Commander Jiang, others were not permitted to move freely. Jiang Naixing opened her mouth, her demeanor somewhat frosty. Are they second-level zombies? Yes. She pursed her lips, choosing not to pursue the matter further. It was clear that asking again would yield no new information. She could only hope it wasn't Ti Jiangyong. The two soldiers escorting her led her to the resting area, with her residence at the forefront. Sichuan gestured for them to release her, then spoke to her in a subdued tone. Jiang Naixing, return to your quarters and rest well. Until next time. Jiang Naixing nodded, rubbing her sore elbow, and cast him a quick glance before resolutely turning away. Sichuan watched her retreating figure before he and the two soldiers made their way back. However, she did not return to her quarters. Instead, she slipped into a nearby corner, peering out to watch them until their figures faded from sight. She stealthily departed from the opposite side of the corner. Something was amiss. There was something he was concealing from her. When he mentioned that she could not go anywhere until Shun Pei awakened, she recalled that before losing consciousness, Shun Pei and others had been shot, their fates uncertain. This indicated that Shun Pei was still alive. So why was she being confined, preventing the army from moving freely? To uncover the truth, she would need to seek out Shun Pei or Jiang Pinyi. Chapter 29. Secrets. She sprinted along the wall, deftly avoiding patrolling soldiers, relying solely on her memory to locate the medical base. However, Shun Pei was certainly not present there. She recalled that Su Pingzhou had mentioned that when the commander was injured, he would be taken to a special medical facility situated behind the medical base. Upon reaching the rear of the base, she stood frozen, her eyes widening as a wave of familiarity washed over her. There, at the end of a stark white wall, stood a door. The ground nearby was pockmarked and muddy, and after a moment of contemplation, she realized that this was the very place she had stumbled upon the previous night, the same location where Jiang Pinyi had escorted her back. At that time, Jiang Pinyi had regarded her with a gloomy expression, undoubtedly concealing something significant. With her chin resting in thought, her gaze unintentionally gravitated towards the door. The last time she had been here, the door was ajar, revealing a long, eerie corridor that sent chills down her spine. Yet, in the daylight, though still unsettling, it stirred a semblance of curiosity within her. She was eager to uncover what lay beyond and why Jiang Pinyi had been so anxious. Resolutely, she tiptoed across the muddy ground. As she approached the enigmatic door, a chilling breeze swept past her, tousling her hair. Her hand hesitated on the doorknob, her body trembling slightly. With a creak, she pushed the door open, producing a clear, resonant sound. Inside, an eerie silence enveloped her. Even the low whimpering she had heard before had vanished, leaving an unsettling quiet that tugged at her heart. She peered inside, unable to quell her surging curiosity. Ensuring that no one was around, she stepped inside without hesitation, shutting the door behind her. The corridor stretched out before her, seemingly endless, flanked by stark white walls speckled with droplets of blood. In the corner, a pool of dried, dark red blood lay. The air was thick with the pungent scent of fresh blood, reminiscent of a charnel ground, which made Jiang Naixing wrinkle her nose involuntarily. She quickened her pace, desperate to escape the corridor, yet the deeper she ventured, the more pronounced and nauseating the metallic smell became. Eventually, when she could bear it no longer, she halted and glanced back, realizing she had strayed far from the exit, too far to ascertain the distance. Thus, she relinquished the thought of retreating. Having come this far, she resolved to uncover the truth within. Covering her mouth and nose with her hand, she continued onward, her eyes darting around anxiously. It was then that she discerned faint breathing, definitely not her own. In this stillness, a sound that sent her heart racing. Before she could collect her thoughts, she had emerged from the corridor, only to find herself before a massive iron door, beyond which lay an abyss of darkness. There were no windows here, as if it were a black hole ready to consume anyone who dared to enter. The iron gate stood ajar, entirely unlatched, and she couldn't shake the feeling that everything before her resembled a prison. She bypassed the iron gate and stepped inside, where the dim surroundings obscured her vision. A skylight overhead offered a glimpse of the outside world, yet it was shrouded in a dreary gray, rendering the opening futile. She moved forward cautiously, each step heavy with an oppressive atmosphere, her breath echoing faintly in her ears. Her gaze darted around, and upon entering the space beyond the iron gate, she was momentarily paralyzed, her eyes filled with trepidation. Chapter 30. The prison. An eerie silence enveloped the area. A pungent odor of blood assaulted her senses. The ground a chaotic tableau, stained with crimson. This place was nothing less than a vast prison, with shadowy figures lurking behind each cell door. As she advanced a few more paces, the scene before her crystallized. There lay a multitude of grotesquely disheveled corpses. The stench of decay mingled with the acrid scent of disinfectant, and bodies, piled haphazardly like discarded objects, were carelessly discarded in the corners. Aside from the corpses, the cell doors revealed nothing else. The unforgiving concrete floor bore deep scratches, and the walls were marred with bloody fingerprints, hinting at the unimaginable suffering these souls had endured in life. Suddenly, horrific images flooded her mind, and she dared not delve deeper into her thoughts. Her legs felt as if they were weighed down by lead, rendering her immobile, frozen in place. It was only when the faint sound of breathing reached her ears once more that she snapped back to reality. A tear escaped her eye, and she hastily wiped it away, following the sound of breath. She passed one cell after another, each housing lifeless bodies, some grotesquely pressed against the iron bars, their faces contorted in anguish, yet devoid of any signs of life. The breathing grew closer, and despair gripped Jiang Naixing's heart. She could never bear to return to this dreadful place. The thought of what these individuals had experienced in life was unbearable, and she fervently hoped that these horrors were not the result of military actions. Standing before the last cell, she discerned two bodies lying on the ground, while in the corner, a shadow leaned against the wall, its fate uncertain. Yet she was certain that the faint sound of breathing emanated from that shadow. Unaware of whether the figure was alive or dead, she swallowed hard, her voice trembling as she called out, "Is anyone there?" The silence responded with an oppressive stillness, her voice echoing in the void. Clenching her clothing, beads of cold sweat formed on her back. After what felt like an eternity, the shadow finally stirred. It emitted a strange sound, its contorted body shifted, then suddenly collapsed. Jiang Naixing recoiled in shock, her heart racing as the shadow struggled to rise once more. She gripped the iron bars behind her, her gaze fixed on the figure. Yet, the shadow staggered forward a few steps before collapsing again, unable to rise. It trembled on the ground, frothing at the mouth, then fell silent. Once again, she was struck with horror, her heart racing with lingering dread, when suddenly, a hand grasped hers. Unable to contain her fear, she screamed, "Ah!" as she turned to discern what had grasped her hand. She was met with a visage marred by blood and disarray, rendering it impossible to determine whether the figure was male or female. Perhaps this individual sought salvation. Yet with their last vestige of strength, they merely grasped Jiang Naixing before collapsing at her feet. Clutching her chest, she helplessly watched as the figure fell before her, closing her eyes in anguish as tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Corpses, an abundance of corpses. Confounded, she could not fathom the reason behind this horror. In despair, she pressed her hands against her temples, gazing at the blood-soaked ground, her countenance ashen, devoid of any glimmer of hope. She had lost track of the time spent within this prison, only aware that upon retracing her steps, the sky had darkened. Raising her gaze to the somber heavens, she found no stars illuminating the oppressive darkness. Not even the moon was visible. In a daze, she leaned against the wall, her mind a void. Chapter 31. Death. It was not until the sound of footsteps echoed in her ears that she regained her senses. Hastily wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, she retreated into a thicket, seeking refuge in a shadowy corner. How unfortunate, she thought, her body drenched in blood. The voice belonged to a man, accompanied by another in military garb, both stained with blood. One of them dragged a corpse, soaked in crimson. The man sighed, casting a glance back at the body he was hauling, lamenting the loss. What a pity, we finally brought in 3 live ones, yet 2 have perished. The sole survivor is also of the self-healing variety. He snorted in irritation, his face contorted with impatience. Indeed, one could only imagine the discontent of General Jiang. The more he pondered, the more uncomfortable he felt, his free hand scratching the back of his head in agitation. The number of dead continued to rise. He feared that the living, if not transformed into zombies, would succumb to Jiang Pingyi's machinations. The man beside him, startled by his words, quickly gestured for silence, nearly covering his mouth. "Hush, be cautious, the walls have ears. Do not speak of her carelessly." He spat on the ground, his eyes laced with bitterness. "We were both forcibly injected with the vaccine, and it was a mere stroke of luck that we escaped the fate that befell those left in that sunless abyss." The other man merely nodded silently, choosing not to voice his thoughts. Observing his reticence, the speaker seemed to recall something, pressing his lips tightly together. They both recollected their harrowing past, having been subjected to the same forced vaccinations as Jiang Naixing. Fortuitously, they had survived, yet many of their loved ones had not. When the military took them away, they had harbored hopes of survival and protection, only to be met with endless torment. They pushed through a small door, entering a lengthy corridor, the body they dragged leaving a trail of crimson stains in its wake, a path marked by devastation. As Jiang Naixing watched their figures vanish behind the door, she wiped away the final tear and departed from that place of turmoil. What she witnessed in the bloodstained prison were merely the failures of the army's vaccination efforts. Those who survived could join the ranks of the military, while the perished were discarded, left to fend for themselves in confinement. Perhaps Jiang Yong was right. She should not have distanced herself from him. In this apocalyptic world, even survivors like her harbored malevolent hearts. Whom could she trust? Relying solely on herself seemed implausible. A self-deprecating smile graced her lips as she ceased evading the patrolling soldiers. Approaching the medical base, she lifted her chin and boldly walked down the path. Predictably, she was apprehended by Xie himself and sent back. Xie furrowed his brow, scrutinizing her nonchalant demeanor as she walked ahead, silent and obedient. However, he was perplexed. He had warned her not to wander freely, so how could she brazenly appear, neglecting to evade the patrols? What was she thinking? He was at a loss, but had no choice but to return her along the same route. Ensuring he witnessed her securely close the door to her quarters before he could depart with the others at ease. After shutting the door, Jiang Naixing leaned against it, her body slowly sliding down as she closed her eyes, fatigue etched on her face. The military was inadequate. She needed to contemplate her escape. Chapter 32. Confidential. Another sleepless night passed. The following morning, Jiang Naixing received word that the more than 10 survivors from the supply team she had previously joined were returning to recuperate and would not be dispatched for missions. Shen Pei had finally awakened, but after discreetly sending Jiang Pingyi away, he instructed Su Pingzhou to quietly escort Jiang Naixing to him. She was covertly brought here, donned with a hood, and upon entering Shen Pei's recovery room, the hood was finally removed. As her eyes adjusted to the light, she was met with Su Pingzhou's seemingly benign smile. Looking further, she spotted Shen Pei, pale and leaning against the hospital bed, with a dark expression. He shot Su Pingzhou a glare, likely surprised by the unconventional method employed to bring Jiang Naixing here. Under Shen Pei's deathly gaze, Su Pingzhou awkwardly rubbed his nose and hastily exited the recovery room. Jiang Naixing was left in a state of disarray. She was indifferent, having not struggled when shrouded in darkness with the hood, and though she had not anticipated being brought to Shen Pei, she was relieved it was not Jiang Pingyi. Ultimately, she found a flicker of gratitude in her predicament. Suddenly, a cold laugh escaped her lips, unsettling Shen Pei, who pursed his lips and sighed, apologizing for the ruse to prevent Jiang Pingyi from becoming suspicious. Upon hearing his icy words, Jiang Naixing could not suppress a scoff. "Dare I ask, Commander Shen, what wrongdoing have I committed against the army?" He raised an eyebrow, his expression complex as he regarded her, uncertain if it counted. But it was indeed true that she had saved them all. What? His words left Jiang Naixing momentarily stunned, causing her to falter, unsure of how to respond. After a prolonged silence, she hesitantly inquired, "I saved you?" Yet, at that moment, Shen Pei nodded affirmatively, asserting that she was indeed the one who had saved him. Without a shadow of doubt, he then lifted his gaze to meet hers, stating, "Your self-healing ability is exceedingly rare. You can heal many at once, and even bring someone back from the brink of death. However, if Jiang Pingyi discovers this ability, you will face dire consequences." His intentions were undeniably selfish. He wished to shield the innocent from further harm, as Jiang Pingyi had committed numerous transgressions. The echo of his ominous words, "You will be finished," resonated in her ears. Jiang Naixing furrowed her brow, her eyes brimming with tears, and through clenched teeth, she retorted, "Is it akin to receiving a vaccination? Is it forced by Jiang Pinyi?" He did not wish to conceal anything further, having protected her once. He knew he would inevitably do so countless times again. Yet Jiang Naixing remained ungrateful, her heart firmly believing that the military and Jiang Pinyi were cut from the same cloth, with even Shun Pei being no exception. Despite knowing everything from the outset, they had chosen to conceal the truth, colluding with one another. Suddenly, a thought struck her, recalling what Jiang He had previously said. The outbreak of the zombies had not originated from the university. It had begun at least half a month prior. With wide eyes, she stepped forward, grasping his collar, demanding, "Tell me, did the zombie outbreak start from the research institute? And has the military been aware of this all along, merely concealing it from the public?" Shun Pei gazed deeply into her eyes, witnessing the sudden contraction of her pupils, and felt his last line of defense crumble. He leaned back against the headboard, his tone remaining as indifferent as ever. The zombies appeared at the International Biological Research Institute half a month ago. The research institute adjacent to the university likely obtained residual samples, leading to contamination of the water supply. However, the military had already made preparations in advance, which allowed for a timely response. A chill washed over her, and Jiang Naixing could no longer contain her tears as they cascaded forth once again. Yet Shun Pei, inopportunely, added, "But to me, zombies should not exist. I will use my abilities to protect the survivors." Jiang Naixing felt a surge of disdain. A self-deprecating smile crossed her lips as she looked up at Shun Pei and articulated each word with precision. "With what will you protect them? The feeble military power bestowed upon you by Jiang Pinyi?" Her words held profound resonance, leaving him momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had yet to fulfill his promise of safeguarding the survivors. Chapter 33. Reflection. Jiang Naixing regarded Shun Pei, her expression dark and burdened. She raised her hand to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes, then staggered to the edge of the bed and sat down. "Shun Pei, I ask you one last time. Has the vaccine been available for a long time? Was the creation of the aberrants a premeditated plan by the military?" Shun Pei could not meet her gaze, his eyes evasively darting away. Yet, at this juncture, there was no longer anything to conceal. Yes, he confessed, there were anomalies prior to the outbreak of the zombies. Even though we had not developed a true antibody, the rare superpowers conferred by the vaccine ignited hope in everyone. Not only within her homeland, but even abroad, the advantages of vaccines have been exploited to continuously create mutants to combat the zombies. While the truly fortunate survivors are exceedingly few, the survivors in the south have nearly perished, leaving the army's next target solely the north. Jiang Naixing once again teeters on the brink of collapse. The truth is indeed as she suspected long ago. The army is far from a savior for the survivors. They are the true executioners. Her gaze intensifies, her tone growing fervent as she grips the edge of the bed tightly. Thus, Jiang Pinyi brazenly captures survivors to forcibly administer vaccines, and you all remain silent, tacitly condoning her actions. How is this any different from murder? You detest zombies, yet you are becoming the very embodiment of what you loathe. The last words she nearly shouted, her voice hoarse, faced with Shun Pei's indifferent expression. She refrained from directing her anger at him. After all, he always wore that same expression. Suddenly, she rose, exhaling quietly, her eyes sharpening. "I tell you, Shun Pei, if I wish to leave the army, no one can stop me. Jiang Pinyi will not spare me, will she? Do you truly believe I would be foolish enough to remain here, walking into a trap?" A flicker of emotion finally crossed Shun Pei's face, his piercing gaze fixed on her as he grit his teeth, warning her that escaping the army was a capital offense, and Jiang Pinyi would find a way to kill her. Huh, Jiang Naixing is unafraid. She raised the corners of her lips in a serene smile, clearly dismissing his warning. Turning away, she cast a sidelong glance at him, saying, "Shun Pei, we have nothing more to discuss." Shun Pei narrowed his eyes, watching her intently. As she turned to leave, he did not attempt to stop her again, but coldly remarked, "Jiang Naixing, leaving the army means no mercy. Think twice." Jiang Naixing paused, momentarily taken aback, but chose to ignore him, shaking her hand lightly before resolutely stepping forward. Shun Pei observed her vanishing figure with a complex expression, unable to restrain himself. After she departed, he promptly summoned Su Pingzhou, instructing him to keep a close watch on Jiang Naixing. Although puzzled, Su Pingzhou recognized that Shun Pei must have his reasons. Thus he opted to follow her. As night quietly descended once more, Jiang Naixing sat on a stool in her dwelling, gazing blankly at the clothes on the table. After some contemplation, she set aside the new military uniform and instead donned the old, blood-stained attire. Despite having been washed numerous times, the remnants of blood stubbornly remained. Yet she thought little of it and put it on without hesitation. As for the military uniform, she resolved never to touch it again. Without the army, if she wished to survive, she would likely have to rely on Jiang Yang. It seemed that, after all the twists and turns, she would still return to his side. Chapter 34. Northward. A sudden, violent knocking at the door jolted her from her reverie. Before she could inquire who it was, the knocking intensified, startling her into hesitation. Unsure whether to open the door, just as she pondered, a familiar voice echoed from outside. Jiang Naixing, it is I, Su Pingzhou. Please open the door. She listened intently until the man revealed himself as Su Pingzhou, at which point she recognized that familiar voice. Releasing her guarded demeanor, she bit her lip and stepped forward to open the door. Standing outside was the upright figure of Su Pingzhou in military attire, accompanied by a soldier with his head bowed. She regarded him with suspicion, and before she could pose a question, Su Pingzhou spoke first, urging her to gather her belongings as they were to assemble. Assemble? Jiang Naixing felt perplexed. She furrowed her brow and gazed deeply at him. Unable to restrain her curiosity, what is the assembly for? Su Pingzhou scratched the back of his head, revealing a sheepish grin as he leaned closer and replied softly. We are heading north. This plan was established prior to your arrival at the army. A few days ago, during a mission in the Western District, the situation turned grim. The southern region has already succumbed to devastation. After reconnaissance, it was determined that there are hardly any survivors here. Hence the army has decided to march northward overnight. She exhaled heavily, reluctantly accepting this reality. The notion of no survivors merely implied that the dead had either perished or transformed into zombies. Her expression darkened, and she continued to inquire, is there a base in the north? Su Pingzhou noticed her distressed countenance and furrowed his brow. Although he was unaware of the turmoil she had encountered, she seemed utterly transformed. Nevertheless, he spoke the truth. Yes, there is a base, but it is a self-established protective haven formed by the survivors, not the army. Fortunately, there are no military bases in the north. His words brought her some measure of relief. At least the survivors in the north had not fallen into the army's grasp, thus maintaining a significant chance of survival. She lifted her gaze, her deep eyes casting a subtle glance at him, and inquired, all right, should I prepare to leave now? Su Pingzhou, puzzled by her strange demeanor, scratched his head again and nodded slowly. Yes, Commander Shin is already waiting at the assembly point. Please hurry up and pack your things. Acknowledging him with a brief response, she turned away. Left with only the soldier beside him, Su Pingzhou exchanged glances, silently closing the door behind her before hastily departing to inform the next individual. As for gathering her belongings, she had little to prepare. Besides the military-issued uniform and weapons, she possessed nothing else. The only remnant was the tattered clothing she wore. She resolved not to don the military uniform again, as she would inevitably sever ties with the army. Upon reaching the assembly area, Shunpei's 3rd Battalion was fully gathered. Given the vast scale of the army, with Shunpei's battalion alone numbering in the hundreds, the entire force comprised at least 1,000 personnel. They could not march northward in unison. Jiang Pinyi and the other commanders had decided on a staggered departure. Shunpei was the first group, followed by the 2 elder commanders as the second, while Jiang Pinyi led the final group, overseeing the concluding arrangements. During the head count, Jiang Naixing stood at the back, intentionally shifting aside when Shunpei approached her. Shunpei squinted through the crowd and immediately spotted Jiang Naixing, dressed in glaring white attire. He navigated around others, striding directly toward her. Jiang Naixing noticed his approach but displayed no discomfort. Instead, she held her head high and stood tall. He gazed at her for an extended moment. Yet her eyes remained fixed ahead, utterly disregarding him. His expression turned icy, and with a fierce glare, he walked away. Chapter 35. Departure. The mission northward was daunting, and all soldiers were required to unite, ensuring their safe arrival in the north. Shunpei's cold voice echoed in the ears of the assembled troops, to which they all responded in unison, yet only Jiang Naixing lingered at the back, her head bowed, disengaged from the proceedings. They waited there until the early hours, as a grayish sky enveloped them, and the acrid scent of blood wafted in. A long whistle pierced the air. At Shunpei's command, over 100 soldiers, rifles in hand, began to march forward. Several senior officers led by Jiang Pingyi stood atop a vantage point, gazing at the departing troop. She closed her eyes briefly and exhaled quietly, a wish for their safe journey. To avoid attracting the attention of the zombie hordes, Shunpei divided the group into 5 smaller teams, each consisting of over 20 members, ensuring Jiang Naixing was placed in his unit. Su Pingzhou led the second team closely behind them, while the first team of 20 ventured ahead, relying on their heightened senses to evade the undead. Amidst the throng, Jiang Naixing stood out, clad in a thin white shirt and black trousers, with a black baseball cap pulled low over her face, making her appear distinctly out of place as she remained at the rear. Originally at the forefront, Shunpei sensed her lingering at the back of the formation and called her forward, wary of potential mishaps. Once Jiang Naixing stood beside Shunpei, she wore a perplexed expression, furrowing her brow without sparing him a glance, fully aware of his intentions. With her brows tightly knitted, she clenched her fists, deliberately lowering the brim of her cap. Shunpei observed her from the corner of his eye, recognizing her deliberate evasion. Yet, he felt powerless, compelled to keep her close to prevent her from slipping away. The group advanced slowly, surrounded by derelict buildings. After days of abandonment, the area was overgrown with weeds, devoid of any signs of life. The small unit adhered to their originally planned route, but upon crossing the last military checkpoint and fully entering the zombie zone, the surroundings became unfamiliar, and the scent of fresh blood filled the air. Fortunately, their northern trajectory did not necessitate traversing the western district, where zombies besieged the area, limbs severed and scattered. The alarming number of second-tier mutated zombies was particularly notable. They did not wander aimlessly, as though guided by an unseen force, akin to puppets being controlled from behind. Shunpei was fortunate enough to witness the secondary mutated zombies in the western district, creatures far more ferocious and bloodthirsty than their ordinary counterparts. The mere scent of a living human could lead them to mark their prey, making the act of killing them exceedingly challenging. Yet, they were not invulnerable. A regular zombie could be subdued by damaging its brain, while the mutated ones were fatally susceptible to fire. However, the high-level mutated zombie encountered previously in the department store seemed devoid of weaknesses. Shunpei sensed its immense strength and psychic energy, surpassing that of every soldier in their army. Had it not been for Jiang Naixing, they might all have met a grim fate. In truth, he harbored ulterior motives. Jiang Naixing's regenerative abilities extended beyond her own self. If harnessed, the resurrection of the dead might not be beyond reach. Yet, these remained mere conjectures, and the future was uncertain. Frowning, he exhaled a heavy breath and turned his gaze back to Jiang Naixing, only to find her deliberately distancing herself by several meters, her hat pulled low, concealing any trace of her expression. The thin shirt she wore, buffeted by the chilling wind, appeared increasingly cold and unwelcoming. His lips pressed into a thin line as he observed her slight shivering, and he glanced down at his own clothing. Silently, he pulled down his jacket. Chapter 36. Jealousy. A biting wind swept through, the chill penetrating to the bone, prompting Jiang Naixing to wrap her arms tightly around herself. With a soft exhale, she regained her composure, only to find a heavy coat draped over her shoulders. She looked up, squinting against the glare to catch a glimpse of Shunpei. After placing the military jacket on her, he turned away, distancing himself by several meters without awaiting her response. She grasped the coat tightly, hesitating for a moment before deciding to wear it. Indeed, she was quite cold, and one should not refuse a gift. However, she was unaware that the intimate moment when Shunpei had covered her with his coat had not gone unnoticed by another individual lurking in the shadows, whose dangerous aura was unmistakable. Jiang Naixing abruptly lifted her head, her black baseball cap blown askew by a fierce gust of wind. Before she could reach up to catch it, the cap was whisked away by the wind, leaving her helplessly watching it disappear. Suddenly, she felt a chilling gaze upon her, a fiery stare that bore down on her with intensity. The familiar presence sent a jolt through her body, freezing her in place, unable to advance or retreat. As she halted, the group following her also came to a stop. Shunpei turned his head, looking at her with suspicion. "What's wrong? Why aren't you moving?" She bit her lip tightly and shook her head vigorously. It was not that she wished to remain still. Rather, she found herself unable to move. That familiar presence, she needed no further thought to know who it was approaching them. She feared that around the next corner, they would inevitably cross paths. Suddenly realizing the impending danger, she raised her head once more, panic flashing in her eyes as she frantically gestured to Shun Pei to retreat swiftly. The menacing aura drew ever closer, as if it were but a heartbeat away from manifesting itself. She was certain that he would appear directly ahead, an overwhelming force surging towards her. She swallowed hard, interrupting Shun Pei, who was about to speak. They had to hasten their return, otherwise it would be too late. Shun Pei, bewildered, could not comprehend her meaning, yet he too sensed the formidable power rushing towards them, an oppressive force that left him breathless. He acquiesced to Jiang Naixing's urgency and immediately gestured for those behind them to turn back and run. Though the others were confused, they complied with their superior's command, retreating hastily. However, Jiang Naixing suddenly halted once more. Time was of the essence. She gasped sharply, slowly turning around. Dust swirled around her, and the suffocating pressure made it difficult to breathe. Suddenly, she felt a chill at her wrist, and before she knew it, her entire body was yanked upwards, plunging her into a cold embrace. The white mist enveloped them, obscuring her vision, while wails echoed all around, tightening the knot of fear in Jiang Naixing's throat. Was this another man's clothing? A chilling voice echoed in her ear. He lowered his gaze and bit down hard on her earlobe, his blood-red eyes glaring through the swirling mist. One hand pressed against her chest, while the other grasped her chin with unyielding force. With narrowed eyes, she was compelled to meet his gaze, the coldness creeping from her neck downwards, causing her body to tremble. Jiang Yong, indeed, it was him. His earlier question left her mind in a fog, and as she clenched her fists, she suddenly realized he was referring to the military uniform Shun Pei had given her. Realizing the gravity of the situation, a cold sweat broke out on her back, and she hastily retorted, "No, no. He gave it to me voluntarily. I didn't ask for it." A humorless laugh echoed in her ears as Jiang Yong's eyes narrowed, his grip on her chin tightening until it turned a purplish hue. "Are you certain?" Jiang Naixing felt tears welling up from the pain, desperately flailing her hands in affirmation. Yes, I'm sure. It hurts." Her cries merged with the surrounding chaos. Jiang Yong raised an eyebrow, casting a fleeting glance at her before releasing her. His gaze fell upon the military uniform draped over one shoulder, and his expression grew fierce, glaring at the garment. How dare such filth touch her? Trash must be discarded. Chapter 37. Abduction. Jiang Naixing, realizing the shift in his demeanor was due to the military jacket, swiftly tore it off and flung it to the ground. To prevent Jiang Yong from growing suspicious and to end her torment, she gritted her teeth and fearlessly met his gaze. "Look, I've discarded it." Jiang Yong's smile sent chills down her spine. His icy fingertip brushed against her cheek, his lips curling into a devilish smirk. "Good girl, be obedient." She could not discern whether his tone was one of satisfaction or barely contained anger, only feeling a palpable tension in the air, as if something were lodged in her throat. She opened her mouth to speak, yet no sound emerged. With elongated fingers resting gently upon her lips, Jiang Yong gestured for silence. The hand that encircled her slender waist withdrew as he shielded her behind him, a sinister smile gracing his features. "I shall cleanse the unclean," he declared coldly, devoid of any emotion. The chilling words echoed in her ears as she gazed up at the enveloping white mist, saturated with the scent of blood and the wails of the anguished. It seemed as though she could hear the growls of the undead, sending a shiver coursing through her body, compelling her to instinctively grasp his arm. "No, do not harm them. I will follow you. I promise to remain by your side." "Obediently. Please spare them." She shook her head fervently, her eyes devoid of tears, and the fear that once lingered in her gaze was now replaced with a resolute plea. Jiang Yong lowered his gaze to the hands clutching his wrist, his world-weary visage betraying no emotion. When their blood-red eyes met, his lips parted slightly, a frigid breath escaping. "Beg me, and I shall consider it." Jiang Naixing fell silent, her grip tightening around his wrist. She surveyed her surroundings, apart from Jiang Yong. No other souls were in sight, yet the cacophony of chaos persisted. She wished to avert her eyes from the gruesome scenes, disliking the thought of him taking lives. Biting her lip, she inhaled softly, gazing up at him with a pitiful expression. "I implore you, spare them." The redness at the corners of her eyes unsettled him momentarily, and he drew her into his embrace, inhaling her essence deeply. "This is the last time, the final chance to spare them. Should I witness this group tainting my Jiang Naixing again, I will eradicate those filthy beings without mercy." Jiang Naixing exhaled in relief, timidly peeking from his broad chest, clutching his garment tightly. "Please, take me with you." Rather than remain with the troops, she preferred to accompany him, knowing he would keep her safe and not exploit her. Very well, Jiang Yong replied softly, lifting his gaze slightly, his disdainful eyes fixed ahead. His gaze pierced through the mist, observing the 20 or so individuals fleeing in terror, the undead swarming around them, gunfire reverberating through the air. Jiang Yong raised an eyebrow as the disorderly zombies obediently retreated, restoring a semblance of calm. Yet, the encompassing white mist lingered, and Shunpei diligently checked on the surviving team members. As the fog gradually dissipated, clarity emerged, revealing a solitary dark military coat lying forlornly on the ground. Jiang Naixing was nowhere to be found, as if she had vanished into thin air. The remaining 20-plus individuals exchanged bewildered glances. Those who had been attacked by the zombies were injured, but fortunately, their wounds were superficial, and the self-healing aberrants soon recovered. Shunpei fixated on the coat, his inky black eyes swirling with turmoil. Though Jiang Naixing was missing, he could not afford to halt the group's progress to search for her. Reluctantly, he chose to continue northward for the sake of the team and their mission. As his bony fingers grazed the coat lying on the ground, he was overwhelmed once more by the intense sensation of suffocation that had nearly extinguished their entire team, the high-level mutated zombie. Chapter 38. Progress. Can you take me north to find my parents? Jiang Naixing looked up at Jiang Yong, whose expression was one of stark apathy. The words escaped her lips almost instinctively, without the opportunity for thorough contemplation, and as soon as they were uttered, a tinge of regret washed over her. To her surprise, Jiang Yong's response mirrored his usual demeanor. A curt and dispassionate reply. After whisking her away from the military, he proceeded to lead her onward without pausing. And through her hazy recollections, she discerned they were on a path to the Western District. The further they ventured inward, the louder the wails of the zombies became. Seizing the moment before they delved too deeply, she tugged on his arm with all her might, halting his advance, which led to a tense standoff between them. Beyond this point lay the interior of the Western District, rumored among the military ranks to be teeming with level 2 mutated zombies, bloodthirsty and vicious, far more merciless than their lower-tier counterparts. To take her, there would be akin to leading a lamb to slaughter. Jiang Yong seemed to perceive her unspoken fears. After a low murmur of acknowledgement, he extended his long, pallid hand towards her. Jiang Naixing, her head bowed, hastily placed her palm in his. She had come to understand him well. As long as she remained obedient and did not provoke him, she would encounter no trouble. His deep, ragged breaths reached her ears, prompting her to suddenly lift her gaze. Her cheeks flushed. His head nestled against her fair neck, and he bit down with fervor, lingering afterward to taste her skin with his tongue. Instantly, her face burned crimson, and she clenched her fists at a loss. Jiang Yong's bold hand caressed her waist, trailing downward. Anticipating an audacious act, she was caught off guard when he merely pecked her cheek before taking her hand and guiding her forward. We leave tomorrow. A wave of disappointment washed over her, causing her to blush in shame at the sentiment that had taken root within her. Why did she feel this way? Shaking her head vigorously, she found her flushed cheeks resistant to cooling, compelling her to turn away from his gaze. In truth, the longer she looked at his strikingly pale visage, the less fearsome it appeared. Though his neck bore numerous cracks, they did little to obscure the allure that radiated from him. Silently, she trailed behind him, her eyes drawn to his upright silhouette. Being near him instilled an indescribable sense of security, a comfort that enveloped her. Now, she struggled to comprehend why she had once yearned to flee. Remaining by his side had posed no danger, and she would not have been taken by the military nor subjected to the horrific events that followed. With a heavy sigh, she lamented her earlier thoughts. Yet, when she looked up at Jiang Yong again, his chilling presence startled her, an aura of darkness that felt utterly alien to her senses. She helplessly pressed her forehead, wishing only to collapse onto the ground at that moment. She had overlooked one crucial point. Jiang Yong possessed an intense sense of possessiveness and was, in fact, a morbid zombie. Being a humble sycophant was no easy task. However, Jiang Yong had just promised her that they would leave tomorrow, which likely meant setting off for the north. For tonight, she would have to spend the night with him in the West District. Ultimately, she felt a lack of confidence, as the West District could be considered the lair of second-level mutated zombies, a veritable den of danger, akin to a lamb entering a tiger's den, making escape nearly impossible. Jiang Yong seemed to sense her unease, tightly clasping her small hand. As they navigated the debris-strewn ground ahead, he would assist her over any high slopes. Refusing to let her release his grip, Jiang Naixing could only manage a strained smile, which persisted until her face felt rigid. Chapter 39. Not leaving. Jiang Yong thought her smile was quite lovely, yet he wished for it to be reserved solely for him. Should she direct that smile toward any other filthy creature, he would eliminate it without mercy. The gray sky gradually succumbed to darkness, although it was not yet fully night. The lurking zombies in the shadows stirred restlessly. During the day, they were generally cautious and fearful of bright lights, but the night was their dominion, a realm where they became the nightmares that thrived in darkness. Jiang Naixing raised her eyes to survey the scene below. Having been led by Jiang Yong to the rooftop of a tall building in the heart of the West District. From this vantage point, she could see the city, reduced to ruins. The once majestic structures had collapsed with a thunderous crash, leaving behind a landscape of debris. A horde of slowly writhing zombies was drawn by the scent of the living, bloodthirsty and violent, fixated solely on slaughter. She observed that the West District had been delineated by the military into a circular area, which she perceived to be divided into 3 layers. The outermost layer was the first, predominantly inhabited by low-level zombies. Moving inward, the second layer was rife with second-level mutated zombies, while the innermost layer was Jiang Yong's domain, right at the center of the West District. She was the only living soul in this expanse, and aside from her, there was no other presence. At some point, Jiang Yong had vanished from her sight, and when she regained her senses, she found herself utterly alone in this vast space. Below, zombies howled incessantly, clawing desperately at the door. Although she stood atop the highest floor, this solitary 4-story building stood out conspicuously in the West District. Peering down, she found the previously screaming zombies had disappeared. A faint sound of splattering blood reached her ears. Blinking in surprise, she looked again, only to see a pool of blood remaining. Her body froze as she sensed that familiar aura resonating around her, and she inexplicably felt a wave of relief wash over her. It was Jiang Yong's presence. He had returned. The corners of her lips involuntarily curled into a faint smile as she turned to see him clad in a black trench coat with a red lining, paired with black trousers. His tall, straight figure caught her eye, and his blood-red irises gradually shifted to a normal grayish-black hue. As he approached her directly, her hands twisted nervously together, and she felt a tinge of shyness. "Where have you been?" she asked. Clearing away the trash, he replied. Jiang Yao raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes narrowing as if he were unfazed. Jiang Naixing bit her lower lip, inexplicably grabbing his arm. Her eyes slightly reddened as she sniffled and asked, "Are you still leaving?" She felt a surge of fear. When he had not returned earlier, a horde of zombies had gathered below, likely drawn by her scent. She could not fathom whether those creatures would attack in his absence, which made her fervently wish for Jiang Yao to stay, ideally for the entire night. After all, his presence instilled her with an immense sense of security. The petite figure before him had reddened eyes and flushed cheeks, each of her movements tugging at his heartstrings. He leaned closer, pressing against her, taking her earlobe between his lips and exhaling a breath of cool air next to her ear, assuring her, "I won't leave." That chill seeped from her neck into her clothing, causing her to shiver involuntarily, her flushed nose brushing against his neck. As he cradled her face, gripping her chin with one hand, he smirked at her delicate and vulnerable demeanor. His smile grew more audacious as his icy cheek pressed against her, their noses gently rubbing against one another, an ominous aura enveloping them, leaving her feeling utterly enraptured. "Is this enticing display of yours an invitation for me to ravage you?" Jiang Yao's teasing voice echoed repeatedly in her ears. Lost in a dreamy haze, she only came to her senses when she abruptly opened her eyes, a look of confusion on her face. Taking her silence as acquiescence, Jiang Yao cupped her face and leaned in for a deep kiss. The moment their lips met, a rush of coolness swept over her, and Jiang Naixing widened her eyes to behold the magnified visage of Jiang Yao before her. Her hands, unsure of where to rest, found their way firmly around his waist. She did not resist. Instead, she reveled in the kiss, filled with an exhilarating chill. Jiang Yao gazed intently at her, prompting her to close her eyes, lost in the passionate kiss that trailed down to her delicate neck. He bit down, leaving a distinct red mark on her fair collarbone, causing her to gasp and open her eyes again, only to find him already unbuttoning her clothing. His movements were decisive and precise, effortlessly undoing her buttons, revealing a glimpse of spring's beauty. Startled, Jiang Naixing crossed her arms and pushed him away, retreating hastily. She swallowed hard, gazing at Jiang Yao, whose demeanor resembled that of a predatory beast, and frantically waved her hands. No, this isn't quite right. Their acquaintance had been brief, devoid of any deep emotional connection. Such intimacy seemed premature. However, Jiang Yao perceived her hesitation as resistance, questioning why he should refrain from touching her. His dark pupils gradually turned crimson, his expression darkening, a chill enveloping her. Desperate, Jiang Naixing felt the urge to stomp her foot. She did not detest him or reject him, she merely thought it was too soon. What I mean is, we should first cultivate our feelings. We can engage in such activities once we are both willing, she implored, throwing her arms around his, shaking him earnestly while raising her head, her innocent eyes gazing at him like a doe. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Yong felt a semblance of a heartbeat. He slowly placed his hand over his chest, yet felt no stirrings within. He was, after all, not a normal human being. Before him stood a delicate and charming girl, her petite face bearing a pitiful expression. Instead of continuing his previous actions, he enveloped her tightly in his embrace. "Do not leave." The chilling voice above him resonated with an underlying trace of sorrow, its rough timbre imbued with a haunting melancholy. Jiang Naixing encircled his waist, leaning against his chest and gradually closing her eyes, whispering, "I want to leave, I want to." The tranquility of the person nestled against his chest brought a softness to his gaze. His eyelids lowered as a profound smile graced his lips. "If you still contemplate escape, I would not hesitate to break your legs to bind you to my side eternally." Jiang Naixing could not help but widen her eyes, immediately lifting her head. However, upon meeting his dark, foreboding gaze, she suddenly felt intimidated. Biting her lip, she ultimately succumbed. "I promise I want to escape." She was quite certain that Jiang Yong would follow through on his threats. Should she provoke him further, those slender legs might indeed meet a permanent end. Thus, obedience was her only path forward. Nodding thoughtfully, she raised an eyebrow and rested against his cold, broad chest. Weariness enveloped her, and her heavy eyelids slowly descended. Jiang Yong listened intently to her gentle breaths, his large hand resting atop her head. He then gently pushed her away, lifting her effortlessly and laying her down on a bed nestled in the corner. The girl lay supine on the bed, her cheeks flushed, her nose reddened by the wind, her face smudged with dirt. The tattered white shirt she wore bore several scratches. He quietly settled on the edge of the bed, greedily caressing her cheek. His long, bony fingers traced her face repeatedly, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented depth of affection. She would forever belong to him. Even in death, she could only be his. Chapter 41. Follow me. The following morning, a gray sky was graced with a faint golden light. It was the first morning since the apocalypse that bore the slightest hint of sunlight, though the dust suspended in the air remained undispersed. Jiang Naixing sat at the edge of the bed, raising her arms to inspect herself. Her original white shirt had been replaced with a red undergarment paired with a black dress. And beside the bed lay a pair of black leather shoes that increasingly resembled a couple's matching set with Jiang Yong. She needed not ponder who had changed her clothes. It was of little consequence, and there was no need to dwell on such trivial details. With a heavy exhale, she prepared to rise and sit at the bed's edge, but a lukewarm voice suddenly pierced the air above her. "Sit down." Jiang Yong's indifferent gaze fixed upon her, his words resonating with authority. She bit her lip, steeling herself to return to her seat, obediently placing her hands upon her thighs as if awaiting his command. To her astonishment, he bent down, and when his icy hand brushed against her warm ankle, she flinched instinctively, attempting to withdraw her foot. Yet, Jiang Yong's grip was firm, and she reluctantly remained still. He gently lifted her foot to slip on the petite leather shoe, then took her hand and pulled her up. Once she was on her feet, he embraced her slender waist, his lips brushing against her cheek as he regarded her with a playful, enigmatic smile. Jiang Naixing evaded his gaze. Her cheeks flushed with a vibrant crimson, the warmth of her face igniting a fire within him. He clasped her hands firmly, pressing her against the corner, while his other hand caressed her cheek. The coolness of his fingertips glided over her skin, unexpectedly delivering a chilling kiss. After the kiss, he released her, enveloping her small hand within his larger palm. "Let us go." His tone bore no hint of warmth, and Jiang Naixing, her face a rosy hue, looked up with an expression that was both alluring and innocent, biting her lower lip and exclaiming softly. Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Yong cast a dark, brooding glance at her, prompting her to shyly lower her head and nuzzle against him. eliciting a satisfied smile from his lips. As they departed from this place of turmoil, Jiang Yong guided her downstairs, and she noticed that the zombies, which had gathered around them the previous night, had vanished, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. With dust swirling in the chilling wind, disorienting and suffocating, he had promised to take her north to find her relatives. With his protection, she should feel secure. Yet, inexplicably, a sense of unease lingered in her heart, an instinct that danger awaited them ahead. A gaze had been trailing her since she emerged from that building, an intense, burning stare fixated on her until they nearly exited the Western District. That gaze would intermittently linger and then shift away, only to return to her once more. The scrutiny unnerved her, causing her hands, encircled by Jiang Yong, to become restless. She leaned closer to him, her voice barely above a whisper. "It feels as though someone is following us." Jiang Yong raised an eyebrow and pulled her into his embrace. Did she truly believe he was unaware? Nothing could elude his attention. It was merely a lowly wretch, unworthy of concern. However, observing the delicate figure trembling in his arms, displeasure flickered in his eyes. He cast his gaze toward the distance, where a flash of crimson glimmered within his deep black irises. Tightening his lips, he unfurled his long fingers. With a thunderous boom, an explosion erupted over 20 meters away, leaving a crater in its wake. Jiang Yong unleashed his pent-up fury, his fierce gaze sweeping across the surroundings, breaking the silence with a sudden, heart-wrenching wail. Chapter 42. Xiao Xiao. The cries grew increasingly poignant and distinct. Jiang Naixing, listening intently, found the sound eerily familiar. Puzzled, she scratched the back of her head and turned to meet Jiang Yong's gaze. He clicked his tongue in mild annoyance and extended his hand toward the shadowed figure of the Weeper, channeling an unseen force. Suddenly, that person was seized by the throat. Despite there being no visible presence, as if they were lifted into the air, choking under the grip of an invisible hand, teetering on the brink of asphyxiation. When that individual emerged from the shadows, Jiang Naixing was startled, hastily urging Jiang Yong to set her down. It was Fu Xiaoxiao, gasping for breath as she leaned against a dilapidated wall. Upon spotting Jiang Naixing, she rushed forward, as if she had found a lifeline in the middle of a lake. Crying and wailing her name, she collapsed into Jiang Naixing's embrace, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Naixing's hands hovered uncertainly in the air, unsure of how to respond, while Fu Xiaoxiao nestled into her arms, oblivious to Jiang Yong's increasingly dark demeanor. She glanced around, pointing at Fu Xiaoxiao, and shook her head vigorously at Jiang Yong, desperately trying to convey that it was not her initiative. She had not embraced her voluntarily, but rather had been compelled to do so. Jiang Yong's gaze betrayed his fury, and while she initially wondered if he was possessive to the point of being intolerant of any other girl, the intensity of his stare fixed on Fu Xiaoxiao's hand soon clarified the matter. He possessed an overwhelming sense of ownership, likely applicable to both genders. With a resigned sigh, she cast a sorrowful glance at Jiang Yong, parting her lips to say something more, only for him to unexpectedly pull her into his embrace. A metaphorical slap landing squarely on Fu Xiaoxiao's face. "Leave," he commanded coldly, the two terse words buzzing ominously in her ears. She fell to the ground, bewildered, staring up at the entwined figures of Jiang Naixing and Jiang Yong. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out, "You! What are you doing? Be quiet." Jiang Yong snapped impatiently, not even casting a glance in her direction, his icy aura palpable. Fu Xiaoxiao trembled, her expression one of sheer terror. Witnessing her distress, Jiang Naixing felt a pang of compassion, gently linking her arm with Jiang Yong's and nuzzling against him. Sighing heavily while facing Fu Xiaoxiao, she urged, "Don't speak. Remain silent, or else." She discreetly glanced at Jiang Yong, placing her hand on her neck in a threatening gesture. Fu Xiaoxiao understood, nodding vigorously. She feared zombies. But the man before her was far more terrifying. Once she had calmed down, the invisible weight pressing upon her lifted. Jiang Naixing narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Fu Xiaoxiao. "Now, tell me how you ended up here. This area is on the border of the West District, rife with level 2 mutated zombies. How could you, being so timid, dare to venture this way?" Fu Xiaoxiao's actions raised suspicions, yet Jiang Naixing found herself at a loss for any other incriminating evidence. Looking up with tear-filled eyes, Fu Xiaoxiao replied in a quivering voice, because of the military. The outside of the West District is teeming with low-level zombies, and the military has been eradicating them. I truly had no path left to take. so I thought to seek refuge in the West District. I hid there all night without incident, and then I saw you just now. I wanted to greet you, but I was scared of the man next to you." She timidly gestured toward Jiang Yong, but his intimidating presence made her immediately lower her head. Jiang Naixing only realized that the king she had referred to moments ago was indeed Jiang Xiang. Chapter 43. Together. Thus, is Jiang Xiang the king of the zombies? This had been her long-standing speculation. She had pondered it since the beginning but had never confirmed it. Given his previous actions, it wasn't difficult to imagine the formidable identity he possessed. However, at this moment, she deemed it unnecessary to dwell on such matters, having already resolved to follow him unwaveringly. She waved her hand and stepped back, grasping Jiang Xiang's arm, maintaining a demeanor of aloofness as she faced Fu Xiaoxiao. "Are you not afraid to be with me? Do you still wish to follow me?" Listening to her words, Fu Xiaoxiao timidly lifted her gaze and stole a glance at her, nodding gently before shaking her head. She genuinely wished to accompany Jiang Naixing. Yet the individual beside her was perilous, instilling fear within her. Jiang Naixing gazed at her quietly, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Leaning slightly in front of Jiang Xiang, she tilted her head and spoke in a soft tone, completely contrasting her earlier demeanor. "Can she follow me? Just stay behind us, ensuring her safety." Jiang Xiang lowered his gaze in silence, affectionately ruffling her hair before taking her hand. Jiang Naixing nodded thoughtfully. Silence implied consent, and consent equated to agreement. It appeared her request had indeed borne fruit. She cleared her throat softly, turning to Fu Xiaoxiao. "Do not be afraid. You may accompany us." "Thank you," Fu Xiaoxiao replied, overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face as she wiped her nose. She gazed at the two with admiration, secretly resolving to follow only Jiang Naixing from that moment onward. With Fu Xiaoxiao's inclusion, the peculiar atmosphere among the trio intensified. Jiang Xiang held Jiang Naixing's hand firmly, while Fu Xiaoxiao walked behind them, her head bowed, occasionally lifting her gaze to behold the soft figure of Jiang Naixing nestled against the man. She found it quite perplexing. When with her, Jiang Naixing was fierce and invincible, often criticizing her for her timidity. Yet, in the presence of that man, she seemed entirely different. After much contemplation, Fu Xiaoxiao remained unable to decipher the situation and opted to simply observe them from behind, which added a touch of amusement to her otherwise dull journey. Due to Jiang Xiang's imposing aura and palpable hostility, the surrounding zombies, despite sensing Jiang Naixing's living presence, dared not approach, merely gazing at them from a distance. Occasionally, when too many zombie eyes converged upon them, Jiang Xiang would cast a cold glance, leaving the undead wailing in despair at their place. Unbeknownst to them, they had unwittingly traversed beyond the Western District. The world outside was far worse than within. Those low-level zombies were bloodthirsty and mindless, knowing only to charge recklessly. Yet their numbers were remarkably few. Jiang Naixing could not help but wonder. Ever since her body underwent mutation, she had developed the ability to sense the presence of zombies. Particularly now that she was with Jiang Xiang, her awareness of the undead was becoming increasingly acute. Yet this place bore no trace of the undead, its presence even more feeble than that of the living. Every step they took was stained with blood, the fresh crimson reeking with a nauseating odor. The corpses, trapped beneath the rubble, were splattered with brain matter, creating a gruesome sight. The pungent scent lingered in the air, unsettling and persistent, compelling Jiang Naixing to cover her mouth and nose. The closer she got to the blood-soaked ground, the more vivid and acrid the smell became. Suddenly, she recalled a statement made by Fu Xiaoxiao, who mentioned that the lower-tier zombies outside the Western District had only recently begun to be besieged by the military. Was it because of her? Did Xin Pei, aware of her abduction by Jiang Yang, harbor resentment for her sake, or did it merely amplify his hatred for the undead? In any case, all of this was orchestrated by the military, which had forcibly administered lethal vaccines to countless living souls, resulting in innumerable deaths. Now, they were engaged in a campaign against the zombies. When would the bloodshed cease? Chapter 44. Northeast. Suddenly, a dense white fog enveloped them, wrapping around like layers of shrouds. Fu Xiaoxiao quickened her pace until she synchronized with Jiang Naixing, at which point she exhaled a sigh of relief. Jiang Naixing lifted her gaze to survey the encroaching mist, rendering everything before her hazy and indistinct, leaving her uncertain of what lay ahead. She turned her head to observe Jiang Yang's gaunt profile. His pallid cheeks appeared even more ghastly amidst the fog. Instinctively, she recoiled slightly and inquired, "How long until we reach the northern base?" Jiang Yang, knowing the question was directed at him, kept his eyes fixed ahead, his voice cold and flat as he replied, "I don't know." A twitch of irritation flickered at the corner of Jiang Naixing's mouth. She scratched her head in disbelief, gazing at him expectantly. "Are we just going to wander aimlessly? Otherwise?" He cast a disinterested glance her way, his demeanor unperturbed. Observing his unchanging expression, with heavy eyelids and faint red glimmers beneath his dark pupils, Jiang Naixing clenched her teeth but withheld her frustration. Suddenly, she tilted her head back and narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him closely. Raising an eyebrow, she asked, "Do you not know the way to the northern base?" Ignoring her, he tightened his grip on her hand, his expression darkening, veins beginning to surface on his forehead. Jiang Naixing surmised the truth. This fellow genuinely did not know the route to the northern base. It was uncertain whether heading north would even lead them there. She sighed heavily in her heart, exuding an air of exasperation. Fu Xiaoxiao, trailing behind, observed the two engaged in conversation, noting their troubled expressions. She puffed her cheeks and timidly raised her hand. I know," she ventured. Jiang Naixing turned to her, skepticism in her eyes. Yet a flicker of hope ignited within her. Regardless of its veracity, it was worth exploring. She wrapped her arm around Jiang Yang's and leaned in closer, turning to Fu Xiaoxiao to ask, "Please, tell us how to reach the northern base, which direction to take, and how long it might take us." After a series of inquiries, Fu Xiaoxiao lowered her head in contemplation. When she finally lifted it again, she spoke eloquently. "We should proceed northeast along the main road. If we walk, it will take us 4 to 5 days." Upon hearing this estimate, Jiang Naixing could not suppress a gasp of dismay. The apocalypse had been looming for nearly a month, although publicly it was claimed to have just begun. While rumors of a safe base in the north circulated, she remained uncertain about the safety of her loved ones there. What awaited them upon arrival was shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, the imperative to discover the truth outweighed her apprehensions. And 4 to 5 days seemed a small price to pay. She looked up to meet Jiang Yang's weary gaze and declared, "Let us go." Jiang Yang remained silent, yet continued to hold her hand as they ventured northeast. The trio's figures gradually faded into the white mist, following Fu Xiaoxiao's prescribed path. They swiftly exited the abandoned city, rife with the stench of blood as the fog dissipated. Beyond the city limits lay a barren plain, devoid of any vegetation. Towering structures were absent, and various remnants littered the ground. Ahead stretched a broad road, and the horizon appeared to merge seamlessly with the earth, the oppressive sky bearing down, making it difficult to breathe. Jiang Naixing grasped Jiang Yang's arm, a sense of unease brewing within her heart. Chapter 45. The girl, though no zombies lurked nearby, nor was there any trace of their presence, an unsettling apprehension gripped her. A buzzing noise filled her ears, a cacophony echoing in her mind, prompting her to release Jiang Yang's hand and cover her ears. The faint sound crashed against her eardrums, reminiscent of a zombie-esque growl yet tinged with a plea for help. As her hand slipped away from Jiang Yang's icy grip, warmth vanished instantly. He furrowed his brow, observing her distress, and his hand gently rested atop her head, soothingly stroking her while he turned his gaze towards the distance. Although this expanse was a plain, ahead lay a thicket of weeds, with once lush trees tainted a ghastly green and overrun with thorny brambles. Jiang Yang's lips pressed into a tight line, his gaze distant and piercing. His fierce eyes swept across the area, and a chorus of wails pierced the silence, prompting him to unhesitatingly scoop Jiang Naixing into his arms and move toward the source of the cries. As they drew closer to the tainted region, they observed 2 figures already advancing within. Fu Xiaoxiao trailed behind, brushing her fingers against the thorny brambles, only to have a thorn slice her fingertip, dark crimson blood oozing forth and being absorbed by the bramble. Startled by this chilling sight, she hastened to catch up with the 2 ahead. The wailing subsided abruptly, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could still detect faint breaths. Jiang Yang sensed the presence of a living soul, its essence faint, as though it might dissipate at any moment. Jiang Naixing, cradled in his embrace, was exceedingly restless, her arms encircling his neck, fists clenched tightly. After traversing the final stretch of thorny terrain, a gruesome sight emerged. Blood splattered across the ground, remnants of corpses lay scattered, and ahead in a pool of crimson, a girl lay with her eyes tightly shut. She was sprawled amidst the blood, her hair disheveled, her face obscured, and her garments torn and tattered, marked by several lacerations from the thorns. Yet, her breath persisted, faint but undeniably present, a sound that Jiang Naixing could distinctly hear. Upon seeing the girl, Jiang Yang's expression momentarily flickered with a fierce intensity, and just as he raised his hand, Jiang Naixing intervened, halting him. She extricated herself from his embrace. Her head spun as her feet touched the ground, yet she pressed on, determined to approach the girl. The girl was still breathing, and as a self-healer, Jiang Naixing held a glimmer of hope that her timely intervention might grant the girl a chance at survival. Although Jiang Yong attempted to restrain her, she gazed up at him, and when he turned his head away, it was as if he silently acquiesced to her actions. With a sense of permission, Jiang Naixing cautiously approached the girl, who was leaning against a tree, the earth soaked in blood. She knelt beside her, gently brushing the girl's hair aside. Noting the serene expression on her face, Jiang Naixing checked for the girl's breath and heartbeat. All seemed normal, though a faint odor of decay lingered in the air. Paying little mind to this, she grasped the girl's fingers, closing her eyes to feel the flow of power within her. A gentle green glow emanated from her being, radiating outward before gradually seeping into the girl's form. The verdant luminescence enveloped them both, and Jiang Naixing felt beads of sweat form on her brow, a sudden chill creeping along her spine as the girl's body resisted her efforts. In a panic, she abruptly opened her eyes and stumbled backward, only to be taken aback as the girl emitted a strange gnawing sound and lunged toward her. Instinctively, she raised her arm in defense, but to her horror, the girl bit down upon it, a searing pain coursing through her being, leaving her in stunned disbelief. Chapter 46. The bite. The agonizing ache brought tears to Jiang Naixing's eyes as the girl's grip tightened. Overwhelmed and panicked, she could scarcely react. Jiang Yong was the first to regain his composure, rushing in like a biting winter gale, delivering an invisible slap that struck the girl's face. Finally, she released Jiang Naixing's arm, and both girls collapsed onto the ground, the girl's mouth stained with blood, a maniacal grin spreading across her face. Realizing something was amiss, Naixing shouted ahead, but Jiang Yong's fierce presence propelled her several meters back. Jiang Naixing's complexion turned ashen. Anguish etched across her features as she leaned against Jiang Yong, her body trembling. His eyes transformed from a deep black to a blood-red hue. A palpable aura of menace enveloping the atmosphere, rendering everyone on the brink of suffocation. The fierce winds rose, swirling a mass of thorns, as the blade of the wind threatened to slice through the girl's body in the next moment. However, Jiang Naixing reached out to restrain Jiang Yong, lifting her chin and firmly pressing her hands on his arm, leaning weakly against his chest. "I'm fine, really." No sooner had the words left her lips than the girl on the ground let out a soft whimper, her eyes gradually returning to a normal hue, and the ominous aura of a zombie dissipated from her. Yet, her blood-stained lips evoked a chilling horror. Jiang Yong's hand lingered in midair, and he chose to support Jiang Naixing as he stood up. His crimson eyes narrowed slightly, casting a cold glance at the girl, his expression rife with disdain. The girl emitted a series of pained sounds, and when she opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of several strangers. Startled, she stumbled backward, colliding with a tree trunk and falling to the ground once more, her eyes wide with terror. The memory of the zombies cast a shadow over her. The resemblance of Jiang Yong's eyes to those of the undead instilled fear within her. Moreover, there was another one. She had just escaped. Why, oh why, was she encountering this? Tears streamed down her face, and she lacked the strength to struggle, collapsing there in fear. Her panicked demeanor caused Fu Xiaoxiao to furrow her brows. She noticed that Jiang Naixing had merely fallen into Jiang Yang's embrace, her complexion not favorable but with no other injuries. Moreover, she had clearly been bitten by the girl who was on the verge of becoming a zombie. Why hadn't she transformed? This inconsistency lodged itself in Fu Xiaoxiao's mind as she surveyed the surroundings. Upon seeing the girl's normal eyes, an idea struck her, and she hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "How can you be like this? Naixing saved you, and yet you don't even know how to express gratitude, fearing us instead." The girl was taken aback by Fu Xiaoxiao's words. She looked at the seemingly normal zombie, which was nothing like those that had pursued her, intent only on biting. But facing these strangers, unsure of whether they were friends or foes, she remained frightened. Noticing the girl's silence, Fu Xiaoxiao frowned, and was about to take a step forward when Jiang Naixing emerged from Jiang Yang's embrace, staggering towards the girl, lifting her arm gently. "It's all right. Look, you've already recovered." A warm sensation enveloped her, and the girl became convinced that the person before her posed no threat. As she raised her arm instinctively to look, she discovered a bloody bite mark at her elbow, the blood already congealed, and her awareness sharpened. The strong metallic scent of blood flooded her senses, and she suddenly recalled that she had indeed been bitten by a zombie. Realizing this, she grasped Jiang Naixing's wrist and glanced at Jiang Yang and Fu Xiaoxiao, exclaiming in astonishment, "You saved me?" Jiang Naixing offered a faint smile and nodded gently. "Yes." Chapter 47. Xiaoyang tears streamed down the girl's cheeks, and she hastily wiped her nose. Bowing deeply to Jiang Naixing, she expressed her profound gratitude. "Thank you so much." "It's nothing," Jiang Naixing replied with a smile, freeing her hand and turning to walk towards Jiang Yang. A gentle hand softly enveloped his palm, causing him to suppress the fury evident in his gaze, which turned cold as it fell upon her. The two intertwined their arms, with Jiang Yao gazing deeply at her, firmly grasping her hand to prevent her from fidgeting. Jiang Nai reluctantly leaned closer, peering at the girl and inquiring, "How did you come to be here? With the zombies approaching, if you managed to escape, how could you have been bitten?" From a distance, Fu Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. "Indeed. It's not as if you were bitten out of fear like me, right?" Their words plunged the girl into contemplation, her head bowed in visible despair. Her tone tinged with a hint of tears as she helplessly leaned against a tree trunk. "I escaped with my boyfriend, but when zombies chased us, he abandoned me and ran away." The atmosphere grew heavy with sorrow. Fu Xiaoxiao sniffled, trembling, and abruptly tugged at Jiang Nai's sleeve. Turning around, Jiang Nai was met with Fu Xiaoxiao's pitiful expression. "How tragic. Naisheng, why don't we take her along? Perhaps that could be arranged." Jiang Nai replied after a moment of silence, her tone laced with reluctance, her expression clouded with concern. She dared not glance at Jiang Yao. Bringing Fu Xiaoxiao along was already somewhat troublesome, and now they had an ordinary survivor, utterly defenseless, to contend with. The girl was indeed a burden. However, Jiang Nai was not one to abandon those in distress. She would extend her help as much as possible. "Since we will be traveling together, you should introduce yourself. By the way, we are headed north to find a survivor base. Have you made up your mind?" She lifted her gaze, her voice steady yet gentle. Tightly clutching the hem of her clothes, the girl responded slowly, "You can call me Xiaoyang. I've made up my mind. You are my savior. And following you is the right choice." She nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with determination as she looked at Jiang Nai. Jiang Nai nodded back, turning slightly to smile at her. "Then let us journey together, Xiaoyang." A faint smile graced Xiaoyang's blood-streaked face as she wiped the corner of her mouth. And despite her clothes being stained with blood, the spark of hope in her eyes remained undiminished. Thus, the group had grown to four. Xiaoyang walked beside Fu Xiaoxiao, both trailing behind, though Fu Xiaoxiao occasionally cast glances at Xiaoyang, her gaze reflecting an inexplicable emotion. Her crimson eyes had grown increasingly profound, no longer portraying the timidity and fear from before. Jiang Nai, disregarding the two behind her, exchanged a few words with Fu Xiaoxiao, focusing on safeguarding Xiaoyang at critical moments. Meanwhile, she remained silent, lost in thought about the moment she had rescued Xiaoyang. She distinctly recalled being bitten by Xiaoyang, yet aside from a sense of discomfort, she felt no other effects and had not transformed into a zombie like her. What she could affirm was that at that time, Xiaoyang's eyes had indeed turned blood red, and her arm bore the unmistakable marks of a zombie's bite. This indicates that Xiaoyang bit her, yet she not only remained uninfected but also saved Xiaoyang. Does this suggest that her blood underwent a mutation alongside her body? Is there a glimmer of hope for those who have been transformed into zombies to once again behold the light? She fervently wished her hypothesis was accurate. The only way to ascertain this was to be bitten by a zombie once more. Chapter 48. Do you like me? Beneath the overcast sky, a faint glimmer of light emerged, with wisps of white mist floating in the air. To the west, the remnants of a sunset could be discerned, as the silhouettes of four figures gradually faded into the distance. Continuing northward, they traversed a vast road following a dense thicket. The roadside was overgrown with weeds, and in some areas, corpses lay scattered, emitting a pungent odor of decay that was both acrid and repulsive. As far as the eye could see, there was not a soul in sight, nor even the faintest trace of zombies. leaving Jiang Naixing uncertain whether this was a fortunate or unfortunate circumstance. As night fell, a few scattered stars twinkled in the sky, and it was rare for the night to be devoid of fog. Although the surroundings were engulfed in darkness, the eyes of the zombies shone vividly in the night. Due to her bodily mutation, Jiang Naixing could perceive her surroundings clearly even in the dark, whereas Xiao Yang, the sole normal individual among them, found the night distant and interminable. Fu Xiaoxiao had no choice but to support her along the way. They crossed the expanse of the plain, and ahead lay a rugged mountain path where they paused amidst a landscape strewn with rocks and trees. Jiang Yong seated her upon a cool stone, while Fu Xiaoxiao and Xiao Yang found a spot to settle behind them. She lifted her gaze and noticed a flicker of firelight not far off, resembling a campfire, with wisps of white smoke ascending into the air. The sight triggered involuntary thoughts of the military in her mind, recalling Xin Pei and their group. In this apocalyptic world, it seemed that only the military and mutated beings dared to light a fire without fear of zombies. Yet, after much contemplation, she realized the military was no longer relevant to her. She could not help but let out a soft click of her tongue, her body swaying slightly. Jiang Yong immediately tightened his embrace around her waist, drawing her closer, gently nibbling on her earlobe and exhaling a breath of cool air into her ear, urging her not to move. A tingling sensation enveloped her, rendering her soft and pliable as she leaned into his chest, resembling a delicate bird nestled against her mate. As darkness descended, the gentle sounds of breathing from Fu Xiaoxiao and Xiao Yang reached Jiang Naixing's ears. She peeked out from Jiang Yang's embrace, a cold sweat breaking out on her brow, prompting an involuntary shiver. Sleep eluded her the moment she closed her eyes. Her mind was inundated with gruesome imagery, from the onset of infection to the transformation of Ah Song and others into zombies. In the harrowing moment, she fell from the building only to be saved by Jiang Yong. These memories were indelible nightmares that haunted her eternally, accompanied by the torment of being forcibly vaccinated. Suddenly, she felt a weight in her chest, a sensation of suffocation creeping upon her, pushing her toward despair. A pair of cold, strong hands cupped her cheeks, and as she tilted her head, she met Jiang Yang's somber gaze. He extended a hand to her back, the chill extinguishing the flames of despair within her heart, allowing her to regain a semblance of tranquility. Jiang Yong gazed at her disheveled appearance, a sense of perplexity stirring within him. He softly murmured, his frigid tone devoid of any other sentiment. Jiang Naixing shook her head and suddenly threw herself into his embrace. She had merely experienced a nightmare and sought solace. Jiang Yong's arms provided her with an infinite sense of security. Yet, she could not fathom the nature of Jiang Yong's feelings toward her. Perhaps she simply clung to him for survival. "Jiang Yong, do you like me?" Her voice, as faint as a whisper, brushed against his ear, akin to a claw scratching at his heart. He pressed his lips together tightly, casting a cold gaze in her direction. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Naixing sighed internally, attempting to extricate herself from his hold, only for him to forcefully press her head down, resolutely pulling her back into his embrace. Unbeknownst to him, his desire was merely to possess her, to make her eternally his, deeming anyone who dared to challenge that as deserving of demise. Chapter 49. Encirclement. Jiang Naixing had not slept a wink throughout the night, haunted by Jiang Yong's silence from the previous evening. Had she ultimately misjudged her feelings? Instantly regaining her composure, she shook her head vigorously, contemplating her thoughts. What had prompted her to inquire about his affections? She had only wished to cling to him for support, nothing more. With a heavy sigh, she became aware of the gazes fixed upon her. Raising her head, she was met by the wide-eyed stares of Fu Xiaoxiao and Xiao Yang. The dark circles surrounding her eyes elicited gasps of shock from both. Fu Xiaoxiao leaned closer, scrutinizing her with awe. "Goodness, Naixing, what on earth happened to you last night? Those dark circles are severe, your eyelids look as if they've been in a brawl all night." Jiang Naixing was at a loss for words, instinctively leaning toward Jiang Yong. However, upon catching sight of his fierce glare, Fu Xiaoxiao quickly withdrew, pulling Xiao Yang away while whispering in her ear. Jiang Yong lowered his gaze. His icy eyes filled with an unsettling chill, causing Jiang Naixing to involuntarily shrink her neck. As the four of them resumed their journey, she glanced back at the distant glow of the fire from the previous night, now replaced by an expanse of desolate land. Ahead of them loomed the remnants of a long-abandoned city. Standing on the precipice, they surveyed the city below, from which black smoke billowed and anguished cries echoed. Once, It had been adorned with towering edifices, now reduced to mere ruins. Xiao Yang gazed intently at the city, tears welling in her eyes as memories flooded back of the time she had escaped with her boyfriend, only to stumble and fall, witnessing him flee without a backward glance as the zombies closed in. The image of his forsaken figure would forever haunt her, a source of profound anguish. As they approached the other side of the cliff, preparing to navigate into the city, Fu Xiaoxiao noticed Xiao Yang still lost in thought. Gently tugging at her, she inquired, "Xiao Yang, let's go." "Ah, right," Xiao Yang replied, snapping back to reality. Regaining her composure, Xiao Yang raised her hand to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes, forcing a smile before hastily pursuing. Upon entering the city, a sudden gust of chilling wind swept through, sending shivers down one's spine. Remarkably, Jiang Naixing sensed the presence of zombies and her kind, those like her who had undergone mutations. The intense feeling brooked no doubt. It was the military. Were they here as well? A sense of unease fluttered in her heart at the thought. If that were true, then the flame she had seen the previous night must have been real. But why? Having escaped the military, it seemed implausible for them to cross paths here. Shutting her eyes, she shook her head, instinctively clutching the hem of Jiang Yang's shirt. Noticing her anxiety, he merely glanced back at her, and in his calm gaze, she perceived an unsettling longing. Unsure if it was merely her imagination, she rubbed her eyes, but when she looked again, Jiang Yang had already turned away. The acrid scent of blood surged towards them, lingering in the air, the rich and pungent odor of fresh blood overwhelming. As they navigated through the area, they stumbled upon zombies sprawled in corners, their brains gruesomely exposed. The orange-yellow brain matter splattered across the ground, inducing nausea. Fu Xiaoxiao and Xiao Yang, supporting each other, emitted retching sounds, while the surroundings were littered with the remnants of flesh and blood. Though Jiang Naixing felt discomfort, she managed to maintain her composure. As they ventured deeper into the city, the stench intensified, yet curiously, the bodies seemed to dwindle. However, Jiang Naixing became increasingly convinced, just as Fu Xiaoxiao had asserted, that the military had commenced their extermination of the zombies. Chapter 50. The depths of the city were engulfed in the stench of blood when suddenly, the stillness was shattered by the sound of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots echoed in succession, accompanied by the rapid fire of machine guns, confirming Jiang Naixing's suspicions that the military was indeed present in the city. Upon hearing the gunfire, Fu Xiaoxiao appeared disoriented, abruptly covering her ears and curling up in a corner, shaking her head repeatedly, tears welling in her eyes. "Please, don't kill me," she cried out in a hoarse wail, emitting peculiar sounds, her crimson eyes becoming increasingly vibrant. Jiang Yang pulled Jiang Naixing behind him, while Xiao Yang looked on with concern. Was she triggered by the noise? Jiang Naixing couldn't help but murmur softly as she observed Fu Xiaoxiao's distress. She could easily envision how the military ruthlessly slaughtered lower-tier zombies, imagining the chaotic scene of blood and flesh flying through the air. Yet, she found herself at a loss as to how to comfort Fu Xiaoxiao. The cacophony weighed heavily upon her chest, akin to a breath caught within, and had it not been for Jiang Yang's icy presence calming her, she might have been utterly overwhelmed. Jiang Yang remained oblivious to her turmoil, his gaze fixed on the distance, even releasing her hand. "Let us go," he uttered coldly, the single word reverberating in her ears. Turning around, she found him several meters ahead. A wave of despondency washed over her, and with her gaze lowered, she silently followed. The aura surrounding Jiang Yang was markedly different from before. What Jiang Naixing failed to realize was that his eyes were gradually turning a deep crimson, and the fierce energy emanating from him left her breathless. The gunfire finally ceased. However, as Jiang Naixing continued onward, she was oblivious to the fact that Fu Xiaoxiao and Xiao Yang had not followed. Her silhouette gradually vanished around a corner, and by the time Xiao Yang regained her senses, Jiang Naixing was no longer in sight. Stunned, she looked around, finding that apart from herself and Fu Xiaoxiao, there was no one else present. Desperation filled her eyes with tears as she stamped her foot, only to feel her arms suddenly yanked backward. Jiang Yang was heading toward the source of the gunfire, and Jiang Naixing hurriedly pursued him, tugging at the hem of his clothing, breathlessly imploring, "Jiang Yang, where are you going?" The only response was a cold glare and an oppressive silence. He did not abandon her to forge ahead alone, but instead grasped her hand tightly. Jiang Naixing felt a sharp pain in her wrist and attempted to pull away, only to be met with a fierce stare from Jiang Yang that compelled her to remain still, albeit with her lips pressed tightly together. Confusion washed over her as she wondered what had transpired with Jiang Yong. Ever since he heard the gunfire, his countenance had soured, and his demeanor was a stark contrast to his former self, showing no tenderness toward her. Now, even her inquiries went unanswered. She sighed heavily and looked up, realizing that Jiang Yong had led her to the heart of the city, the very spot where the gunfire had erupted. The scene was one of utter devastation. Littered with the remains of bodies, a gruesome tableau with blood splattered everywhere, the metallic scent of death saturating the air. Jiang Yong pressed forward, exuding an aura of ferocity, wholly indifferent to Jiang Naixing's feelings as he led her over the fallen. With each step, the blood beneath her feet gushed forth anew. Just as they were about to traverse this grim expanse, a decayed hand suddenly grasped Jiang Naixing. Caught off guard, she stumbled backward, and when Jiang Yong finally turned around, she had already fallen. She lay amidst the blood-soaked ground, entangled with the corpses of the undead. As the dying zombie that had clutched her arms sank its teeth into her flesh, pain surged through her, and she instinctively bared her teeth. Jiang Yong narrowed his eyes, and with a mere glance, he caused the zombie that had bitten Jiang Naixing to explode into a gory mess. He swiftly waved his hand, and the corpse that had been beneath her was whisked away by the wind as he approached her with deliberate steps. Chapter 51. Escape again. The pain made Jiang Naixing squint her eyes. She turned her gaze toward the area where she had been bitten, only to be taken aback. The scar inflicted by the zombie glowed with a greenish luminescence, and her wound was rapidly healing, her blood taking on a slightly green hue. A sudden memory struck her. She recalled being bitten by Xiao Yang, which had similarly resulted in self-healing rather than infection. She confirmed her hypothesis. Her conjecture was indeed correct. Yet, the zombie that had bitten her remained lifeless, utterly devoid of any reaction, leaving her perplexed. However, the military's indiscriminate slaughter of zombies is the most unequivocal course of action. Perhaps she possesses the ability to restore those infected and transformed into zombies back to their normal state. She harbors a new conjecture. Her powers may only allow her to revert those who have only recently succumbed to the infection. For those who have been infected for an extended period, there may be no remedy, as it is all predestined. She fervently wishes to prevent the demise of more innocent lives, and the sole solution lies in thwarting the military. The military's most extreme measures are drenched in blood and violence, which would only result in further loss of life across the world. Yet, she must first navigate the obstacle posed by Jiang Yang. She needs to gain access to the military. Moreover, Jiang Yang's current demeanor towards her is inexplicably hostile. He is already angered, and she must not provoke him further. Upon seeing her unscathed and her wounds miraculously healing, Jiang Yang's fury gradually subsided. Yet his outstretched hand lingered in the air. Jiang Naixing felt a surge of fear and quickly extended her hand toward him. The icy touch sent a shiver through her. His distinctly articulated fingers grazed her cheek, roughly wiping away the traces of blood, admonishing her to keep herself clean. Beneath his deep, raspy voice lay a hint of coldness. As he encircled her delicate hand, lifting her effortlessly until they crossed the expanse of the zombie-infested area, he intended to set her down. But Jiang Naixing clung tightly to his neck, unwilling to part with him. Jiang Yang's expression darkened, and he regarded her with an icy stare, commanding her to dismount. His unequivocal tone sent chills down her spine. She could no longer endure the intensity of his gaze and reluctantly released her grip, standing firmly on the ground. However, he turned his back and continued forward, leaving Jiang Naixing seething with frustration as she stomped her foot in anger. Jiang Yang paused momentarily before resuming his stride. On the verge of collapse, she chose to walk in the opposite direction, not to flee, but to find solace in solitude. After a while, Jiang Yang noticed that Jiang Naixing had not followed him. In the suffocating silence, the only sound was the echo of his footsteps. He turned to survey the desolate surroundings. His lips pressed into a thin line, veins visibly throbbing on his forehead. Even as Jiang Naixing sensed the chill emanating from him, she remained reluctant to follow, uncertain of his intentions, and he was uncommunicative. She then became acutely aware of a grave issue. Fu Xiaoxiao and Xiao Yang were missing. Suddenly recalling that they had not accompanied them when she left with Jiang Yang, she panicked and began to run, scanning her surroundings. Yet, in this unfamiliar wasteland, her head throbbed. Although devoid of corpses, it was littered with collapsed buildings. While running, she surveyed her surroundings, but upon realizing she had no idea where she was, she came to a halt, her eyes filled with confusion and despair. She swallowed hard, intending to wipe the cold sweat from her forehead, when the thunderous crack of a gunshot shattered the stillness. The sound, akin to a clap of thunder, reverberated nearby, causing her to freeze in her tracks. After a moment, she stiffly turned around. Chapter 52. Notification. Behind her loomed a grotesque zombie, its head shattered and brain matter splattered. She stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear, for she had caught sight of Shenpei after the creature collapsed. Shenpei raised his weapon, aimed directly at her, having dispatched the very zombie that sought to attack her. Upon recognizing her as Jiang Naixing, a flicker of relief illuminated his otherwise grim visage, dispelling the clouds of worry that had settled there. He hurried towards her, grasping her hands and scrutinizing her form with urgency. Jiang Naixing, where have you been? Are you unharmed? Jiang Naixing remained ensnared in that fleeting moment of terror, contemplating the potential consequences had the bullet penetrated the zombie and struck her instead. The mere fact that she had encountered Shenpei in such a circumstance was beyond her expectations. Observing her silence, Shenpei, reassured by the sight of her minor healing scars, evidence of past injuries but no serious harm, exhaled a sigh of relief. He softened his gaze, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions, and relaxed his grip on her shoulders. Jiang Pingyi has accused you of treason. As it stands, you are branded a traitor to the army. Nevertheless, it is a comfort that you are safe. The weight of his words was palpable, and Jiang Naixing felt a surge of indignation. Why should she be bound to the whims of Jiang Pingyi? Yet, she acknowledged that she had not fully severed her ties with the military, and her unique abilities were indeed a gift from them, compelling her to express her gratitude. Surveying her surroundings, she realized that Shenpei was her sole companion. A hint of suspicion crept into her voice as she asked, "Is it just you here?" "Indeed, I followed that second-tier mutated zombie here and fortuitously encountered you," he replied, nodding towards the corpse of the decimated creature at their feet. Jiang Naixing released a breath of relief, gently patting her chest. But her demeanor swiftly turned serious as she fixed him with a stern gaze. "That is fortunate. I must convey something to you, and whether you believe it or not, I shall speak it." Her earnest tone sent a shiver down Shenpei's spine. He lowered his weapon, resting it on the ground as he urged, "Speak. I possess a peculiar ability. Even if bitten by a zombie, I would not succumb to infection. On the contrary, my blood resists the initial stages of the infection. If treated promptly, those afflicted need not turn into zombies." As her words unfolded, Shenpei's countenance revealed skepticism rather than astonishment. He appeared unconvinced. He regarded the merciless creatures that had forsaken their humanity, asserting that even if they were to regain their former selves, a chasm would remain between them and humankind, rendering reconciliation impossible. Jiang Naixing's dark, resolute eyes shone with determination as she clenched her fists, fervently hoping that Shenpei would embrace her words and relay them to the military. Perhaps then, the cycle of violence could cease. Yet, she underestimated Shenpei. He raised his weapon, aiming at the space behind her, and with a sense of shock washing over her, he spoke coldly, his words striking her like a slap. "I will not believe without evidence, much like that man, the formidable one among the zombies, who, despite possessing self-awareness, continues to kill. Survivors and zombies are irreconcilable." The man she spoke of was unmistakably clear to Jiang Naixing, and the familiar aura behind her left her breathless with a constriction in her chest. Jiang Yong. Jiang Yong had arrived. She suddenly felt as if she were caught in an act of infidelity, for she had departed without his consent. And now he witnessed her in solitude with Shenpei, causing a flicker of fear to surge within her. Two conflicting energies ignited around her, leaving her feeling suffocated in the middle. Ultimately, under the threat of these intense presences, she steeled herself and turned to approach Jiang Yong. Chapter 53. Departing from him as Shenpei watched her advance towards Jiang Yong, a sense of loss blossomed within him. He pondered the reason behind Jiang Naixing's inclination towards that man. The zombies were ferocious and violent, so why did she choose to approach him? Just as she neared Jiang Yong, Jiang Naixing abruptly turned and shouted towards Shenpei. Then, like a gust of wind, she swiftly ran to Jiang Yong's side. "Shenpei, I speak only the truth," she murmured, her gaze cast down, too afraid to meet Jiang Yong's eyes, likely clouded with stormy shadows. The cold glint of his countenance cast a chill upon her, rendering her breathless in his presence. At this juncture, she was acutely aware of the gravity of her situation. From a distance, Shenpei observed, his gaze oscillating between her and Jiang Yong, still perplexed. The oppressive aura emanating from Jiang Yong enveloped him, instilling a profound sense of suffocation. He feared that further entanglement would only lead to his own demise, yet he remained undeterred. Jiang Naixing, return, he bellowed, raising the firearm in his hand. Panic surged through her as she saw his gun aimed at Jiang Yong, and she hurriedly waved her hands in an attempt to intercept him, only to be halted by Jiang Yong. If you dare to move, I will kill him. His voice, cold and detached, reverberated in her ears, sending tremors through her being, leaving her frozen, unsure of her next step. Shen Pei, oblivious to the gravity of his actions, pressed the trigger without hesitation, the gunfire echoing through the air. Yet, none of the bullets struck Jiang Yong. They did not miss by chance, but rather, Jiang Yong deftly deflected them with a mere wave of his hand, redirecting the shots elsewhere. No matter how many bullets were fired, they all ended up diverted in that manner. He chose not to concede defeat. Instead, he unleashed his ability to manipulate his surroundings. He discarded the firearm onto the ground and commanded the nearby rubble with force, hurling it towards Jiang Yong. Jiang Naixing was propelled backward by an unseen force as massive stones cascaded towards Jiang Yong. Unable to contain herself, she screamed and dashed forward, calling out, Jiang Yong. Jiang Yong. She knelt upon the ground, tears brimming in her eyes, desperately wiping them away. Even though she knew Jiang Yong would not perish, fear gripped her heart, and she sensed his impending pain. She wished to avert her eyes from such a scene. Shen Pei watched as Jiang Yong lay motionless beneath the rubble, gradually exhaling a sigh of relief. Yet, his dusty visage suddenly bore fresh scratches, and with a thunderous explosion, the stones erupted, scattering in all directions. Overwhelmed, Jiang Yong gradually rose to his feet. Lowering his gaze, he cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Nai, who was kneeling on the ground, weeping and lamenting. A sense of satisfaction welled up within him before his attention shifted to Shen Pei. Filthy creature, how dare you? A chilling and unexpected remark reverberated through the air, transforming Shen Pei's previously relieved expression into one of astonishment and panic. How could this be? He was still able to move, to stand. The most agitated of all was Jiang Nai. As the stones exploded and were pushed aside, she beheld a familiar figure rising amidst the swirling dust. A black trench coat fluttering in the wind, emanating a fierce aura. She rushed toward him in tears. After uttering those words, Jiang Yong raised his hand, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips, instilling fear in those who beheld it, yet his hand lingered suspended in midair. Jiang Nai dashed into his embrace, crying out his name. In those fleeting seconds of his pause, Shen Pei once again seized control of the surrounding objects. The suspended projectiles drowned in the debris. Overwhelmed by Jiang Nai's voice, "Let's go, Jiang Yong, I'm scared." She wished to depart, to prevent further conflict. For it was Shen Pei who would ultimately suffer the consequences. He could not perish. Jiang Yong acquiesced to her pleas, encircling her slender waist with one arm, while the other hand viciously swung, casting a fierce glare at Shen Pei before he departed with her. Shen Pei watched their retreating figures, Jiang Nai never once glancing back. Resolutely unwilling to turn around, he suddenly collapsed, crashing to the ground. Chapter 54. Fury. Jiang Yong pressed Jiang Nai against the wall, his cold, imposing figure bearing down upon her, leaving her breathless. A significant smile graced his lips, sending a shiver down her spine. She turned her head away, brushing past his icy lips. Yet, it was evident he had no intention of letting her off lightly. He merely pressed his lips against her cheek. One hand encircled her waist, while the other gripped her chin tightly, his lips continuously grazing her face, the chill of his presence causing her to tremble. Her cheek became damp, and suddenly, a sharp pain surged as Jiang Yong bit down on her jaw, leaving 2 rows of glaring teeth marks. "Ah!" Jiang Nai gasped, turning her head to the side in shock. This action truly bewildered her. Why did he bite her? Before she could voice her confusion, Jiang Yong exhaled a chilling breath upon her face, each word eroding her resolve. "Escaping again? Do you truly wish to be with that filthy creature?" Jiang Nai bit her lip tightly, shaking her head vigorously. Shen Pei was not. The grip on her chin tightened further, pain radiating from her waist as Jiang Yong's fierce aura enveloped her, suffocating her. "What is this? Have you learned to retort? Who gave you the audacity?" His tone was harsh, and upon gazing at his fierce demeanor, she could not help but weep. Tears streamed down her cheeks as he cast a cold glance at the droplets collected on her chin. He leaned in, extending his tongue to taste her trembling face. Wiping away the few tears, their lips brushed together, and a chilling smile emerged on his face, his icy gaze settling upon her slender thighs. "I warned you," he said. "If you still entertain thoughts of escape, I would not hesitate to break your legs. Do you truly wish to part with these exquisite jade-like limbs?" With a sudden motion, he lifted the hem of her skirt, revealing her long, pale legs. His frigid hands caressed her repeatedly, and as he raised her leg, he seized her thigh with a brutal grip, leaving crimson marks upon her fair skin. Pain surged through her, overwhelming her with despair. She let out muffled cries, tears blurring her vision as she clung tightly to his waist, weeping unabashedly, incoherently lamenting, "You are so fierce, Wu." Jiang Yang's hand hung suspended in the air, a complex expression clouding his features. He could not bear to witness her in such distress. With a cold remark, he released her leg. "If I ever see you with that filthy creature again, I shall break it." Jiang Naisheng's cries intensified, and she threw herself into his embrace, smearing her tears and snot upon him. Her sobs gnawed at his insides, stirring a restless irritation within him. In a hoarse voice, he commanded, "Silence, do not cry." Jiang Naisheng ignored him, hiccuping through her tears, clutching him tighter. Jiang Yong, opting for silence, felt the atmosphere darken around him, as if clouds had gathered overhead. He pushed her against the wall, one hand gripping her chin while the other pinned her hands against the surface. Dominant, frigid kisses fell upon her delicate neck, forcefully prying open her lips to engage in a fervent entanglement, the salty taste of her tears flooding his mouth. She was overwhelmed, her heart racing, gradually losing her breath. "Jiang Naisheng, you shall never escape." Everything before her blurred as his cold, profound words echoed in her ears. Her thoughts spiraled, and she willingly succumbed to the chaos. Chapter 55. Imprisonment. When she awoke from her unconscious state, she found herself lying in a bed, staring up at the stark white ceiling. As she surveyed her surroundings, she realized she was in a sealed room, adorned in a modern minimalist style, with an aluminum floor and a plush carpet beside the bed. The bed was flush against the wall, and there were no windows or doors in the room. Looking up, she noticed a glass skylight at the center of the ceiling, sunlight filtering through, though it seemed distant from the floor below. Bewildered, she took in her surroundings, sitting up to find her clothing had been changed into a simple white nightgown. By the bedside lay a neatly arranged pair of clean slippers. Stumbling, she descended from the bed and leaned against the wall. "Jiang Yong, are you there? Where's this?" Jiang Yong's faint voice echoed in the room. Overwhelmed by panic and fear, she could not help but cry out hoarsely. Jiang Yong, collapsing against the wall, extended her nails and scraped fiercely at the white surface, producing a series of jarring sounds that pierced the air. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening startled her. She watched in disbelief as a seamless wall revealed an automatic door, through which only half of Jiang Yong's slender figure appeared. Without a moment's hesitation, she lunged forward and buried herself in Jiang Yong's embrace, sobbing loudly. "Where have you been? I'm scared." Yet, she remained oblivious to the ominous expression on Jiang Yong's face and the cryptic smile that graced his lips. His voice was cold and indifferent as he abruptly pushed her away and pinned her against the wall, commanding, "Stay put if you're afraid." The chilling aura radiating from him sent shivers down Jiang Naisheng's spine. Peering cautiously from his embrace, she questioned, "You want me to stay in this room? Why?" Jiang Yong swiftly interrupted her, placing his index finger on her lips in a silencing gesture. "Shoo, this is a secret room, accessible only to me." "A secret room?" Jiang Naisheng felt a chill run down her spine, realizing he intended to confine her, forbidding her from leaving. Why? She longed to confront him. But before she could voice her thoughts, Jiang Yong seemed to anticipate her unspoken questions. His smile grew increasingly sinister as he remarked, "Because you don't listen. This way, you will obediently remain by my side." He fell into a brooding silence, yet his increasing verbosity filled Jiang Naisheng with dread. Each word dripped with menace, and he seemed to revel in her distress. When had he become this way? Overwhelmed with fear and confusion, an impulsive surge of defiance coursed through her. She forcefully pushed him away and locked eyes with him. "Why? Let me go? I have nothing to do with Shen Pei. I only spoke to him a few words. Let me out. I need to find Fu Xiaoxiao and Xiao Yang." Her intense tone displeased Jiang Yong greatly. He despised her defiance. Had she simply been obedient, there would have been no issues. Why could she not remain calm? Gazing into his striking, deep red eyes, Jiang Naixing understood the futility of confronting him. Yet she could not help herself. She longed to argue and assert her innocence, even in her need to cling to him for support. She could not abandon her fundamental reason. However, the icy glare he cast upon her filled her with despair. Unable to meet his eyes any longer, she instead clung to him, tears brimming in her eyes. "I'm scared, Jiang Yong, I beg you." She appeared as fragile as a frightened rabbit, her demeanor contrasting sharply with her earlier defiance. She truly did not wish to be imprisoned. Jiang Yong disregarded her pleas entirely, embracing her tightly before violently kissing her pale lips, drawing blood. His long fingers brushed against the crimson stain at the corner of her mouth, and with a gentle swipe, he wiped it clean. He ruthlessly scooped her up and tossed her onto the soft bed, leaving behind a chilling remark before turning to depart. "Stay here quietly and wait for my return." Jiang Naixing watched him turn away as an invisible door slowly opened. She desperately sat up, stumbling towards the door while hoarsely shouting, "Don't go. Let me out, Jiang Yong." Yet, in the end, she lunged only at a void, meeting Jiang Yong's frigid gaze. Chapter 56. The revelation upon witnessing Jiang Yong embrace Jiang Naixing and depart. Shunpei's disheveled figure rose from the ground as their silhouettes gradually faded from view. The gun that had been flung a short distance away forgotten, dragging his injured body towards the camp. He recalled that Jiang Naixing's disappearance had prompted Jiang Pingyi to issue a new directive. All military personnel were to return along the same route. And under Shunpei's vehement accusations, the army commenced a massacre of the zombies, targeting only the lower-tier ones, slaughtering indiscriminately as they advanced northward. The path of carnage was rife with the stench of decay and blood until they had decimated the entire city. He suddenly remembered what Jiang Naixing had told him about her blood possessing extraordinary properties that might restore consciousness to those newly infected and on the verge of becoming zombies. How could he believe such baseless claims? Moreover, she was with that man, willingly walking away with him. Should he trust her? Upon returning to the camp, the soldiers who had been dispersed on various missions had already regrouped, with Shunpei being the last to arrive. His disheveled appearance sparked curiosity among the others, especially from Su Pingzhou, who arrived a bit late. Scratching the back of his head, he looked at Shunpei with a puzzled grin. "Sir, why are you only back now? What happened to you?" Shunpei waved his hand dismissively, shedding his filthy jacket and tossing it to him. "It's nothing. Just a minor issue." Su Pingzhou stared at him, still bewildered, and was about to press for more answers when a soldier approaching them blocked their path. The soldier, unfazed, raised a hand, signaling for Shunpei to follow him. "Commander Shen, Commander Jiang wishes to see you. Please come with me." Shunpei narrowed his eyes and shot him a cold glance before nodding slightly and following him, leaving Su Pingzhou standing there, perplexed, scratching his head as he watched their retreating figures. He recalled that the soldier seemed to be Jiang Pingyi's right-hand man, a direct subordinate of her unit. Shunpei departed without uttering a word, leaving Su Pingzhou in silent wonder. As he was escorted away, Shunpei hoped that Jiang Pingyi was not summoning him regarding Jiang Naixing's situation. Unfortunately, his apprehensions proved accurate. The right-hand man led him to the front of the tent and then stepped aside. Before Shunpei could even enter, the person inside had already lifted the green canvas, revealing a strikingly handsome face that seemed to have been waiting for him. "Shunpei, come in," she beckoned with a wave, her smile appearing somewhat forced and tinged with ulterior motives. Shunpei entered the tent, enveloped in unease. Jiang Pingyi sat on a stool before him, her legs crossed, gazing at him with keen interest. He regarded her with caution, instinctively stepping back, his tone unfriendly as he questioned why Commander Shen required a messenger. Jiang Pingyi's eyes sparkled with mischief as she rested her chin on one hand, her sharp gaze fixed on him. "Shunpei, are you genuinely oblivious, or merely pretending? Can you truly claim ignorance regarding Jiang Naixing?" Upon hearing the name Jiang Naixing, Shunpei froze, his unease darkening his expression, his pupils dilating in shock. How could Jiang Pingyi know? At that moment, it had only been him, Jiang Naixing, and that man. So how was it that she was aware? A surge of fear ignited within him. If Jiang Pingyi indeed knew Jiang Naixing's secret, she would certainly not let it slide. Chapter 57. Wanted he decided to feign ignorance. Lowering his head and maintaining an impassive facade. "I am unaware of any matters concerning Jiang Naixing. Since her disappearance, I have not seen her." Jiang Pingyi smiled enigmatically, shifting her crossed legs and inquiring, "Is that so? Then pray tell, why did you return so late and in such disarray?" Her final inquiry was emphasized, her smile faltering. Shin Pei remained composed, fists clenched, as he replied, I encountered a horde of second-tier mutated zombies. The numbers were overwhelming. She waited in vain for Shin Pei to confess, suspecting he believed she was entirely uninformed. Do you truly think I would accept your words at face value? She narrowed her eyes, a cold snort escaping her nostrils. Don't assume I am unaware. I know precisely what she said. Are you truly unwilling to speak the truth? Sweat beaded on his palms and trickled down his back. Yet he bit his lip defiantly, meeting her gaze with unwavering resolve. I have not seen her. I do not know. Shin Pei's obstinacy only fueled her ire. Anger simmered within her. Why should he protect Jiang Naixing so fiercely, even resorting to lies to shield her? Why was he so devoted? She, Jiang Pingyi, would not be easily swayed. Very well, Shin Pei. You are quite impressive, but I believe her words. She must contribute something to this world. With a cold laugh, she abruptly rose, her gaze fierce as it bore into him. In a fit of agitation, Shin Pei took several steps forward, his voice rising in intensity. His icy demeanor reflected his unwillingness to acknowledge Jiang Pingyi, dismissing her as merely an ordinary self-healing mutant, unworthy of such grand claims of contribution to the world. Shin Pei's protective stance only served to enrage her further. With a sudden slam of her palm on the table, she summoned the soldiers stationed outside the tent. Summon everyone. Issue a full-scale order to apprehend Jiang Naixing. No matter where she tries to hide, we must unearth her and bring her back to the military. The voice echoed relentlessly in Shin Pei's ears as he gazed in shock at the malevolent and triumphant smile of Jiang Pingyi. He was jostled by soldiers entering the tent, nearly losing his balance. In a sudden burst of uncontrolled anger, he shouted at her, Jiang Pingyi, how dare you lay a finger on her? Jiang Pingyi widened her eyes in disbelief at his fierce tone. It was the first time he had spoken to her with such ferocity. The once respectful Shin Pei had vanished, replaced by a man consumed by fury, his eyes burning with a murderous intent. Unable to bear it any longer, she commanded her soldiers to subdue him, imprisoning him for his perceived offenses. The military order to capture Jiang Naixing swiftly circulated throughout the ranks, citing treason and an attack on the commanding officer as justification for her apprehension. When Su Pingzhou received the news, disbelief washed over him. He could not fathom that Commander Shen would be imprisoned for such charges, nor could he accept that Jiang Pingyi had issued a capture order for Jiang Naixing. Previously, she was merely considered a defector to be captured and interrogated, but now it had escalated to an arrest. What exactly had transpired? It was not until he witnessed Shin Pei being imprisoned by Jiang Pingyi's direct military unit that he was forced to confront this harsh reality. Yet, before entering the cell, Shin Pei had left him with a single directive. No soldier under my command shall heed Jiang Pingyi's orders, inciting them to resist her authority. Chapter 58. The campaign. Meanwhile, Jiang Naixing remained blissfully unaware that she had become the target of a military manhunt. At that moment, she lay on the soft bed, her face ashen, devoid of any emotion, merely wishing for Jiang Yong to release her soon. Just as she pondered this, a loud noise startled her. She turned her gaze to the slowly opening automatic door. When that familiar face appeared before her, she instinctively recoiled. Jiang Yong's presence typically heralded trouble, and since she was already imprisoned, there was no need to curry favor with him. However, contrary to her expectations, Jiang Yong did not address her with commanding tones nor force her into actions she despised. Instead, he quietly sat on the edge of her bed, his cold gaze fixed upon her. She lifted her eyes to meet his, feeling discomfort wash over her as she turned away, expressing her dissatisfaction. Don't look at me like that. I won't escape. Being trapped here, I must resign myself to my fate. Jiang Yong remained silent at first, then reached out to firmly turn her back to face him, locking eyes with her. His lips parted slightly, and his chilling voice resonated repeatedly in her ears. The military is hunting for you. The military is hunting for her? She echoed in disbelief. Why? I have done nothing wrong. I have not provoked the military, nor committed any acts of betrayal. This charge of defection cannot possibly hold. Unless she harbored malevolent thoughts, she bit her lip tightly. Unless her secret was to be unveiled. Given Jiang Pingyi's temperament, she would never let her off easily. Shin Pei had also acknowledged this. Yet who besides Shin Pei could possibly expose her secret? He had clearly stated his disbelief in her words, only to turn around and inform Jiang Pingyi that her blood might indeed save the world. And Jiang Pingyi would undoubtedly seize such a splendid opportunity. Yet, those matters were of no concern to her. She had no desire to be captured by the military and turned into their test subject. A cold laugh escaped her lips, her face bearing an expression of relief. What connection did this have with me? They were pursuing her, and it was of little significance. Jiang Yong fell silent after her words, his fists clenched behind him. And eventually, he gazed at her with fervor, planting a merciless kiss upon her lips. I will take care of this. As he kissed her, she closed her eyes. And as he attempted to rise, she ensnared his neck, burying her face against his chest, her warm breath cascading over his face. Jiang Yong, ultimately, thank you. Jiang Yong embraced her, holding her waist tightly, greedily inhaling her essence. Until Jiang Naixing witnessed his departure, his tall and imposing figure etched in her memory. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Unconsciously, she reached up to touch her face, and when her fingers brushed against the tears, she was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at the crystalline droplets upon her fingertips. After Jiang Yong left the confines of the base where Jiang Naixing was imprisoned, he arranged for Fu Xiaoxiao and Xiao Yang to stay near the base, instructing them to watch over Jiang Naixing while he bravely charged forward. Behind him trailed a horde of staggering zombies, no longer moving sluggishly, but racing across the ruins, obeying Jiang Yong's commands to seek out the military's presence. Standing atop a high vantage point, he gazed coldly into the distance, where the military encampment lay starkly visible. Although reaching there would take some time, it was more than sufficient for him. Chapter 59. Acquaintances. Unbeknownst to him, what awaited him ahead was his eternal nightmare. A mere 10 kilometers in front of the zombie legion he commanded, another horde awaited him, and a great battle was imminent, causing unrest among the ranks of the military. The alarm blared throughout the skies, and in her cell, Shenpei pressed her lips together in a thin line as she listened to the cacophony. She waited silently, when suddenly, a beam of light pierced the dim confines of the cell. Su Pingzhou rushed in, only to be halted by the soldiers guarding outside. With no other choice, he dispatched the 2 men and hurried into the cell, where he found Shenpei standing unwavering, her presence exuding an aura of dignity that startled him. After a brief moment of astonishment, he slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling the gravity of the situation, fumbling with the cell key while speaking hastily. Commander, the military is under attack. You must leave at once. Upon hearing his frantic words, Shenpei's face was filled with alarm. She furrowed her brow and coldly inquired. Clarify your words. What exactly is happening? Su Pingzhou gasped heavily, realizing that zombies had surrounded the base, with a radius of several miles teeming with the undead. How many soldiers were deployed? Shen Peiqiang pressed his trembling throat, his eyelids flickering. Bowing his head in distress, he hesitated, but under Shen Peiqiang's piercing gaze, he steeled himself to respond. Aside from General Jiang and your subordinates, everyone else has been sent out. Shen Peiqiang inhaled sharply, astonished by Jiang Pinyi's recklessness. Yet, to be fair, she had indeed retained a modicum of cunning. Otherwise, she would not have left only her direct subordinate troops behind while allowing those of other commanders to risk their lives at the front. Surprisingly, his own men had obeyed his orders, resisting Jiang Pinyi's command as instructed. However, the pressing concern was to address the imminent crisis at hand. On the way, Su Pingzhou relayed the current situation. A sudden assault by a horde of zombies had occurred in the absence of heavy military defenses. It was reported that the leader wore a black trench coat and a striking red shirt, an ensemble he could effortlessly deduce belonged to a certain individual. It must be the man who had taken Jiang Naixing. He orchestrated the zombie horde's attack on the army, and being a high-level mutated zombie, it indicated that this man was indeed the veritable zombie king. Exhaling a heavy breath, he accepted the firearm Su Pingzhou handed him and strapped 2 more guns to his legs. His subordinates awaited him at the training ground. As the sky turned a crimson hue, black smoke billowing into the air, the surroundings reverberated with anguished wails and the growls of zombies, while the soldiers, armed and valiant, charged forward amid a hail of bullets. By the time Shen Peiqiang arrived with reinforcements, the soldiers had suffered numerous casualties, and the zombie horde rampaged, with that very man leading them at the forefront. Jiang Pinyi was nowhere to be seen, compelling Shen Peiqiang to advance with his more capable subordinates. Yet, facing the overwhelming tide of zombies, they found themselves struggling to retaliate. Jiang Yong observed coldly, a disdainful smile gracing his world-weary face. Both sides were transformed beings. How ironic. Just as he contemplated raising his hand to command the zombies to strike again, an eerie new wail pierced the air, a sound that resonated like thunder, instilling an involuntary sense of dread. Jiang Yong abruptly lifted his head to see a new swarm of zombies approaching from behind the army, these creatures unresponsive to his control, veering past the existing horde and charging directly at him. His gaze fell upon a familiar face ensnared in the center of the zombies. Even though the man's visage had become grotesque, he would recognize him even in ashes. The man who had tormented him for the better part of his life had not perished after all. Chapter 60. The Dean. That man, the one who had transformed him into a zombie, the true architect of his misery. Jiang Yong's eyes darkened to an even deeper shade of crimson, as if filled with blood, threatening to spill over. He clenched his fists tightly, his face contorted with hatred. A wave of animosity surged within him, and he lost control, commanding the zombie horde behind him to charge forward. A horde of zombies surged forth, bypassing the army and advancing directly towards its rear. Shenpei, perplexed, held his gun suspended in midair. As he slowly turned around, he witnessed the undead engaged in a brutal conflict amongst themselves, with one faction clearly at a disadvantage. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized the scene, utterly baffled as to why these zombies would turn on one another. It appeared that two individuals were leading them. His suspicions were soon confirmed. Jiang Yang's figure stood out conspicuously among the throng of zombies, his trench coat billowing in the wind, his eyes glowing crimson as he charged forward. Before him loomed another mutated zombie, aged and possessing a semblance of sentience. More crucially, the zombies under its control were evidently all second-tier mutants. A fierce clash ensued, with the soldiers of their army sustaining injuries. However, Jiang Yang quickly found himself at a disadvantage. He pressed forward relentlessly, yet each time he was encircled by the zombies flanking the man, unable to draw near. His fury ignited, his blood-red eyes radiated a fierce malevolence, exuding a predatory aura. Even without uttering a word, his gaze betrayed a profound loathing directed at the man. In his moment of rage, he failed to notice the man thrusting a blade into his back. The man's hand penetrated Jiang Yang's body, a gaping wound blossoming in his chest. He staggered back, blood cascading down the hem of his clothing. The man smirked coldly, his voice a raspy whisper. Streaks of white threading through his hair. Is this how quickly you succumb? You were quite formidable in the research facility, weren't you? Did you not stab me first? Now, it's your turn. His rough, cracked hand rested on Jiang Yang's shoulder. Jiang Yang clenched his eyes tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, yet words eluded him. The director observed Jiang Yang's reaction with satisfaction, never anticipating that the blood serum he had administered, imported from abroad, would transform him into a powerful zombie king. Even contemplating an escape from the research facility, he had ultimately plunged a knife into the director. Yet, thanks to that very act, the director himself had successfully mutated, his abilities now rivaling Jiang Yang's. The director's laughter grew increasingly audacious, his mind conjuring images of Jiang Yang prostrate beneath him. However, to his astonishment, Jiang Yang did not fall. He pressed a hand to his chest and slowly straightened up. Despite blood continuing to drip, he seemed untouched. A sinister smile creeping across his face, accompanied by an eerie laugh. His visage twisted into a grotesque mask, his trench coat splattered with blood. He raised a hand, an invisible gust of force striking the director with ferocity, sending him crashing to the ground unprepared. Jiang Yang regarded him with cold indifference, his greedy gaze suggesting a desire to inflict torment upon him. Do you even deserve this? The frigid words were devoid of emotion. He feared no one, save for the haunting nightmares of his past, all rendered null upon his transformation into a zombie. Ultimately, he ought to express gratitude to the director, otherwise, he would never have had the opportunity to become so formidable. His laughter was piercing and terrifying, and suddenly he spat out a copious amount of fresh blood. Countless hands of the undead penetrated through his back, and as he lowered his head, his wide eyes beheld several hands reaching from behind. The soldiers of the army, witnessing this gruesome and horrifying scene, were utterly paralyzed with fear. The mutual slaughter among the zombies was far more terrifying than battling them, especially the malevolence radiating from the undead that made everyone tremble. Chapter 61. Underground. Shenpei was determined not to let the army become casualties of this war. He directed those around him to evacuate in an orderly and swift manner, leaving the battlefield to the two hordes of zombies. Despite his frantic commands, several still succumbed to their demise amidst the chaos. In the tumult, he vaguely spotted Jiang Pingyi's figure, but that silhouette was heading toward the zombie horde. He dismissed it as a misperception. After retreating with the army, He dared not look back, but pressed forward with all his might, their destination being the northern base. Jiang Yong, grievously wounded with a gaping hole in his chest that refused to heal, suddenly sank to one knee. The headmaster cackled maniacally, relishing the sight of Jiang Yong's plight. "You cannot escape my grasp." Jiang Yong raised an eyebrow coolly, dismissing him with a scoff. After spitting another mouthful of blood, his black coat billowed in the air, and his figure vanished into the surroundings. The headmaster surveyed the area and, finding no trace of the familiar figure, laughed unabashedly. In this apocalyptic world, he was the true king, the genuine powerhouse. Jiang Yong staggered forward, his battered body struggling to maintain balance. His red shirt was slashed with several wounds, and the blood from his chest wound gradually congealed, leaving a trail on the ground. Facing that man, his chances of victory seemed negligible. Why, when his mutated serum was the purest, was he at such a disadvantage? Unable to comprehend, he momentarily set the thought aside, his mind consumed with thoughts of Jiang Naixing. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Naixing had already fled the area, as he led the zombie legion toward the army. Fu Xiaoxiao and Xiao Yang, stationed outside, had already established contact with Jiang Naixing. Naixing, are you in there?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Jiang Naixing was momentarily stunned. After a moment's contemplation, she recognized it as Fu Xiaoxiao's voice. Following the sound, she pressed against the wall, repeatedly calling out her name. "Xiaoxiao, I'm here. Are you outside?" Fu Xiaoxiao, elated to hear Jiang Naixing's voice, responded with fervor, Yes, Xiao Yang and I are outside. It was Jiang Yong who instructed us to keep watch over you." The mention of that name visibly deflated Jiang Naixing. Her weary body gradually slumped down. Her voice tinged with agitation. "Did he leave?" Fu Xiaoxiao hesitated, her gaze dropping. "He is gone. But what? What happened to him?" Jiang Naixing's tone grew increasingly frantic. She was unaware of her own emotional state. Every time she heard news of Jiang Yong, she lost control of herself. As he departed, numerous zombies trailed behind, presumably in search of the army. Although Fu Xiaoxiao had no intention of voicing this concern, the gentle tug on her arm from Xiao Yang prompted her to reveal the unsettling truth. "Are they seeking to attack the military?" Jiang Naixing, her face ashen and her demeanor crumbling, collapsed onto the ground in shock. "Do not fear, Naixing. We shall rescue you shortly. He's delayed, and we have an opportunity to escape." Fu Xiaoxiao reassured her, though doubt lingered in her heart. There were matters she struggled to comprehend. Nonetheless, her foremost priority was to flee this place. Regaining her composure, she stood and leaned against the wall, taking a moment to catch her breath. "Do you know what lies beyond?" "The door is outside. I cannot exit from within." "Can you locate the door?" "You are in an underground base. We are outside and must ascend the stairs to escape." "Xiao Yang and I are stationed by the door," came Fu Xiaoxiao's prompt reply. Nodding in understanding and calming her mind, Jiang Naixing continued, "All right, can you devise a way to open the door?" This time, Fu Xiaoxiao did not respond immediately. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. "We shall give it a try." Jiang Naixing closed her eyes, quietly awaiting the sunlight from outside, knowing that her only allies were Fu Xiaoxiao and Xiao Yang. Chapter 62. The Escape in Truth. Even without Jiang Naixing's words, Fu Xiaoxiao had already devised a plan to extricate her. From the moment Jiang Yang had brought her and Xiao Yang to this place, she had formulated a strategy. While she was uncertain about the situation on Jiang Yang's side, she surmised it could not be any better. It was imperative that she bring Jiang Naixing to safety. They had located the door outside the underground base, yet opening it proved to be a daunting task. Xiao Yang, possessing little strength, could not assist much. However, the fear that had once defined her was now tempered by her transformation into a zombie, which had inexplicably endowed her with great strength. After a moment's contemplation, she exhaled deeply, instructing Xiao Yang to stand back. With resolve, she raised her arm and crashed against the door. The resounding crash echoed, and the door, taking significant damage, suddenly burst open, causing the surrounding walls to collapse with a thunderous roar. Jiang Naixing looked up at the shattered ceiling, hastily positioning herself by the door, her gaze fixed intently on the outside. She could discern the silhouettes of Fu Xiaoxiao and Xiao Yang, and without hesitation, she squeezed through the opening. As her body emerged, the underground base crumbled, debris tumbling from above, and just as stones threatened to crush her legs, Xiao Yang swiftly dashed forward, shoving her aside. Fortunately, the falling rocks landed harmlessly beside Xiao Yang's feet, and the trio remained unscathed. Still shaken, Jiang Naixing barely registered the moment before Fu Xiaoxiao pulled her to her feet and urged her to move. The collapsed underground base left a vast pit in its wake. Glancing back, Jiang Naixing had no time to reflect as Fu Xiaoxiao dragged her away. The three figures gradually faded into the distance, racing forward with fervor, unaware of what awaited them in the depths of the forest. When Jiang Yong arrived, he was met with utter devastation. He stumbled forward, dragging his battered body. The once pristine underground base now completely vanished, leaving only ruins in its wake. His chest wound had fully healed, yet the myriad of injuries on his body required time to mend, but the sight before him ignited a fury within. How dare she escape? Had he not warned her? Did she truly consider his words mere whispers in the wind? Disobedience would surely lead to punishment. A sinister smile slowly crept across his lips. His mind filled with visions of Jiang Naixing's terror. He had already devised a plan to torment her. His blood-red eyes gradually darkened to a deep black as he raised his hand. Observing the crimson patterns etched in his palm, his lips pressed into a thin line. The blood-stained sky remained shrouded in a layer of gray dust, countless zombie corpses littering the ground, some dismembered by explosions, remnants of bodies scattered everywhere. Alongside several soldiers in military attire, a heavy gloom enveloped the battlefield, thick with resentment. Emerging from a pile of grass was Shen Pei, who gazed at the now silent battlefield ahead. Suddenly, he raised his hand, signaling those behind him to follow his lead. The only survivors were himself, Su Pingzhou, and two elderly commanders. Their forces had dwindled to fewer than 100 men, down from a formidable 400. Yet, surveying the battlefield strewn with the fallen, it was evident there were not that many. His thoughts drifted back to the fleeting image of Jiang Pingyi. Fortunately, the surroundings were eerily silent as they moved cautiously forward. Su Pingzhou walked beside Shen Pei, surveying the area, then leaned closer to whisper, "Commander, I heard they say Jiang Chang. Jiang Pingyi has escaped." Shen Pei narrowed his eyes, coldly inquiring, "Escaped? What do you mean?" Su Pingzhou clicked his tongue and glanced back, adding, She left with that old zombie. Some soldiers saw it, and she took quite a few people with her." Shen Pei pursed his lips, gesturing for Su Pingzhou to refrain from elaborating. He had anticipated this. He simply didn't understand why she would do such a thing, what her motives were. Chapter 63. The empty village. Jiang Naixing, Fu Xiaoxiao, and Xiao Yang aimlessly ran forward, having circumvented the battlefield, specifically due to Fu Xiaoxiao preventing Jiang Naixing from taking that path. The scent of blood hung heavily in the air, mingled with smoke and dust, creating an oppressive atmosphere that was difficult to endure. Jiang Naixing halted, panting as she surveyed her surroundings, squinting at Fu Xiaoxiao with a look of confusion. "Where are we going?" she asked. Fu Xiaoxiao cracked a smile, yet did not respond immediately. Instead, she leaned closer, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Of course, we are heading north. Are you not afraid of zombies? How can you be so unafraid so soon?" Jiang Naixing's skepticism grew, sensing something was amiss with Fu Xiaoxiao's demeanor. Fu Xiaoxiao waved her hand, deliberately drawing Xiao Yang closer to her side. Although fear lingered, the absence of that person made her feel somewhat at ease. "With you here, I am not afraid. Both Xiao Yang and I trust you." Xiao Yang glanced at Fu Xiaoxiao and then at her, nodding in agreement. Jiang Naixing pondered for a moment. Indeed, Jiang Yang's cold and distant demeanor was suffocating. Yet now, she was about to leave him behind, and if he discovered her absence, she genuinely feared he might break her legs. The thought sent a chill down her spine, causing her to shiver involuntarily. They all spoke of trust. But what power did she possess to protect them? Previously, they had solely relied on Jiang Yang. She could not help but exhale a heavy sigh, closing her eyes momentarily. When she reopened them, her gaze was resolutely determined. "Let us move. Stay close to me. We cannot afford to get separated." The other two nodded in unison, and the trio proceeded together, their figures gradually fading into the distance. As they traversed treacherous terrain, they soon encountered a desolate village. A sign at the entrance was broken in half, spattered with blood. The dimming sky cast an eerie shadow over the pitch-black village, sending chills through Xiao Yang, whose skin prickled with goosebumps. She edged closer to Fu Xiaoxiao, murmuring, "I'm scared." Fu Xiaoxiao trembled slightly, supporting each other as they clung to Jiang Naixing's arms, nearly lifting her off the ground. Fu Xiaoxiao swallowed hard, squinting in fear of what lay ahead. "I'm scared too. Ghosts are far more terrifying than zombies." Jiang Naixing, having endured numerous trials, regarded the two with a resigned expression. She had ceased to fear much. Even the thought of ghosts did not frighten her, as they lacked the bloodthirsty brutality of zombies. The village was enveloped in an ominous silence, shrouded in darkness where nothing was discernible. Only by the light of the moon could they barely make out the path. The houses were arranged in orderly rows. Yet the haunting reality was that it was a ghost town. She sensed no trace of life, only a faint whiff of the undead nearby. But they posed no immediate threat. They could still escape, if necessary. Like the city, the village bore the scars of destruction. Some houses stood intact amidst the ruins, while the ground was stained with blood, and the air carried a nauseating scent of decay. Jiang Naixing surveyed her surroundings, but could not discern much. She reached for Fu Xiaoxiao's arm, gently pulling her closer and whispering, "Xiao Xiao, see if there is a place where we can rest. We'll set out again tomorrow." "All right. Let me look," Fu Xiaoxiao replied, nodding as she slowly lifted her gaze to the surroundings. Her blood-red eyes appeared particularly fearsome in the night, yet paradoxically, they saw more clearly in the dark than in the daylight. She spotted a corner nearby where a house had collapsed, but the beams had remained intact, shielded from the wind by surrounding partitions, providing a semblance of shelter. Although the ground was concrete, it would suffice for resting. She pointed in that direction and spoke softly. "There's a place over there where we can rest." Jiang Naixing did not hesitate, immediately proceeding in the direction indicated by her finger. "All right, let us go." Their foremost priority was to rest and regroup, so they could muster the strength to continue their journey. The matters that lay ahead would be addressed tomorrow. Chapter 64. The Zombies in the Dead of Night. Jiang Naixing was roused by a piercing scream. Rubbing her bleary eyes, she groaned softly, still struggling to comprehend what had transpired. The source of the chilling cry was Fu Xiaoxiao, who shrieked in terror, suddenly lunging into Jiang Naixing's embrace. Once she grasped the situation, her eyes widened in alarm, and she instantly became alert. Xiaoyang, however, remained sound asleep, impervious to their calls. With gritted teeth, Jiang Naixing grasped her arm and forcibly dragged her along. As Xiaoyang's legs scraped against the ground, she furrowed her brow and let out a pained yelp. "Ouch. It hurts." Unable to contain herself, Jiang Naixing slapped her lightly on the face, leaving a distinct red mark on her fair skin. She shook Xiaoyang vigorously, urging her to awaken. "Xiaoyang, wake up." After enduring such torment, Xiaoyang finally regained her senses, but faced Jiang Naixing and Fu Xiaoxiao. Utterly oblivious to the danger lurking behind her, she tilted her head in confusion, scratching the back of her head. "What is going on?" Fu Xiaoxiao, her eyes tightly shut, dared not look, shrinking further behind Jiang Naixing. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Jiang Naixing pointed toward the ominous shadows looming behind Xiaoyang, signaling her to turn around. The terror etched on their faces was unmistakable. Xiaoyang's spine chilled as she swallowed hard and slowly turned to face the source of her dread. What met her gaze was a horde of zombies with blood-red eyes, their menacing forms poised to pounce. Though they stood still, the sheer horror made Xiaoyang acutely aware of the blood dripping from their mouths. She was petrified, wanting to scream, but Jiang Naixing swiftly covered her mouth, shaking her head to indicate silence. "Shu, do not speak or move. They are watching us, and we cannot predict when they will charge. You two must listen to me closely." Sweat beaded on her forehead, and her throat trembled. She could not ascertain the number of zombies, but since they were of a lower class, yet she could not guarantee their complete eradication. She had managed to escape from the military with a gun, though the ammunition was limited and currently useless. Thus, the only course of action was to draw the zombies away while they fled. She swallowed hard, inhaling sharply, and began to pull Fu Xiaoxiao and Xiaoyang toward a corner. "I will go out and divert them. You two must run amidst the chaos. When we enter the village, there is a narrow alley at the entrance. Stay there until dawn and do not emerge." Xiaoyang clutched the hem of her clothing, tears welling in her eyes as she bit her lip, gazing at Jiang Naixing with reluctance. "What about you?" Jiang Naixing turned back, offering a reassuring smile as she patted their shoulders. "Do not worry, they cannot kill me, and I will not turn into a zombie. Just take care of yourselves." Fu Xiaoxiao remained silent, her crimson eyes fixed intently on her, yet she did not oppose the plan. She abruptly grasped Xiaoyang's hand and retreated to the corner. "Naixing, we shall meet again in this life." Jiang Naixing squinted her eyes, intently observing them, and suddenly nodded. After her acknowledgement, she abruptly tilted her head back, her gaze fierce as it locked onto the horde of zombies before her. Countless blood-red eyes fixated on her, yet she met their stares without a hint of fear. After casting a final glance at the two behind her, she leaped to her feet and charged forward. A faint green glow emanated from her skin as she ran, her footsteps ringing out clearly in the stillness of the night, pursued by a throng of mindless, decaying corpses that swayed perilously as they moved. Upon witnessing Fu Xiaoxiao lead Xiao Yang away from that cramped space, she finally exhaled in relief, her pace gradually slowing. Chapter 65, Discovery. With her speed diminished, the zombies quickly caught up. The sky remained overcast, obscuring her view of the horde, yet they expertly tracked her position. She gazed at the unfamiliar surroundings, uncertain of where she had fled, only aware of her legs growing numb. She could scarcely continue. Her legs throbbed with pain, and she couldn't help but grit her teeth. As her pace slackened, the zombies closed in, some of their claws brushing against her shoulder, their gaping maws emitting eerie, unsettling cries. The sound echoed in her ears, instilling a profound fear within her, rendering her unable to turn back. Yet, the zombies had already encircled her. Several lunged at her, mouths wide open, eager to bite. She fought desperately, managing to wrest one zombie off of her. However, an overwhelming wave of zombies surged forth, and she could hardly fathom why there were so many. Before entering the village, she had sensed no trace of their presence, having believed it to be a safe haven. How wrong she was, like lambs led to slaughter. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, a few zombies sank their teeth into her flesh, shoulders and arms alike, pain surging through her as she let out an anguished cry. Yet, aside from the pain, she felt nothing else. Although the zombies had no lasting effect on her, and her wounds would gradually heal, the sensation of being bitten was undeniably distressing. Blood trickled forth, a large gash marring her neck, and her body froze as blood seeped from the corners of her mouth. She might very well bleed to death. The zombies showed no signs of relenting. They bit and bit again, one after another converging upon her, her life force spilling out. Exhausted, she soon collapsed to the ground, yet the relentless horde had no intention of sparing her. They swarmed over her, one after another, as she cried out in pain. Utterly powerless, lying in a pool of her own blood, she slowly raised a hand, a faint green glow flickering in her palm before extinguishing in an instant. She violently expelled a mouthful of blood, despair enveloping her as she closed her eyes. In her moment of despair, she felt herself falter, yet unexpectedly. The horde of zombies dispersed, showing no further interest in her. They staggered away in small clusters, their unsteady movements gradually fading into the surroundings. Merging seamlessly with the encroaching darkness, Jiang Naixing gazed up at the dim, shadowy moon hanging in the sky, her heavy eyelids gradually succumbing to fatigue, and she slowly closed her eyes. In her dazed state, a voice called her name, distant and detached, devoid of any discernible emotion, yet strikingly familiar. A smile unexpectedly crept across her bloodied face, for she instinctively recognized the owner of that voice. "I have found you." The deep, resonant timbre of the man echoed in her ear, laced with a hint of anger, as he curled his lips into a knowing smile. As she opened her eyes, she was met with Jiang Yang's enlarged visage. He gradually leaned down to embrace her, his clothes soaked in blood, their forms seemingly merging into one. Jiang Yang hovered over her, his bony fingers caressing her cheek repeatedly, finally resting at the center of her lips, stained crimson with blood. This sight ignited a fervor within him, and he eagerly extended his tongue to lick the blood from her face, relishing the taste of Jiang Naixing's essence. Chapter 66. Delicate. You appear increasingly delicate, utterly captivating. The man's icy tongue soon cleansed her face of blood, while he sucked at her wounds. The sensation of blood flowing freely constricted her breath, her heavy eyelids refusing to close. She did not wish to die, nor could she afford to. Jiang Yang gazed at her with intense affection, his lips curling as he supported her back, gently lifting her into a sitting position, leaning against his cold chest. She felt the hardness of his form pressing painfully against her back, yet her fatigue began to dissipate, and her awareness sharpened. As clarity returned, she found herself staring blankly at Jiang Yang, her eyes intentionally avoiding his gaze. His cold, indifferent eyes fixed upon her as he suddenly grasped her chin, compelling her to look at him. "Look at me." His undeniable voice left her momentarily stunned, rendering her unable to retort. She bit her lip tightly, tears welling in her reddened eyes, her soft demeanor captivating Jiang Yang, who became enraptured by the desire to possess her. Unable to contain his final vestiges of restraint, he gently captured her lips, unexpectedly biting down fiercely, the metallic taste of blood flooding their mouths. Jiang Naixing glared at him, her teeth bared in resentment. The wounds on her body had ceased bleeding, beginning to scab over. Despite their number, her innate healing abilities rendered them inconsequential. Had Jiang Yong not acted as he did moments ago, she might have truly succumbed to her injuries. She exhaled slowly, her hands resting on his arms. Her head bowed in averted gaze, her voice barely above a whisper, "Thank you." Jiang Yong lowered his brow and let out a cold laugh. Resting his chin atop her head, his tone laced with a hint of menace. What shall we do if you refuse to heed my words?" Jiang Naixing closed her eyes, steeling herself as she stammered, I understand I was wrong." For her, the only path forward was to admit her fault. Any rebuttal would undoubtedly lead to her demise, for it was, after all, her fault. After a prolonged silence without a response, she furrowed her brow in confusion. When she dared to look up, she was met with his deep, crimson eyes, resembling a ravenous wolf surveying its prey in the dark. A shiver coursed through her, her body trembling with fear. Yet, despite her instinct to look away, she found herself gazing up at him once more. To her dismay, she noticed fresh bloodstains on his face, contrasting sharply with the crimson of his neck, revealing unmistakable new wounds. Moreover, a strong metallic scent of blood clung to him. His shirt bore a large tear, and despite its red hue, it was evident that it was stained with blood. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her eyes widened in alarm as she finally managed to voice her concern. "Why did you go seek the army? Are you injured?" As her words progressed, her voice grew heavier with emotion, and an inexplicable sorrow filled her heart. However, Jiang Yong's gaze remained icy, leaving her uncertain about the true nature of his relentless pursuit. "No," he denied without hesitation, his refusal so decisive that even the act of lying seemed effortless. Jiang Naixing clearly did not believe him, letting out a quiet sigh. The pain had mostly subsided, with only a few scars slowly healing. She felt strong enough to stand. Jiang Yong reached out, intending to grasp her hand, but she abruptly withdrew, stepping back several paces. Upon witnessing her rejection, a flicker of change crossed his typically stoic features, as anger seeped into his expression. He nearly ground his teeth as he called her name, Jiang Naixing. Chapter 67. Undying without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Naixing turned away, dragging her battered body forward with a limp, entirely disregarding Jiang Yong behind her. He narrowed his gaze, quickening his pace to catch up, seizing her arm and pulling her into his embrace, his chin pressing firmly against her head, causing her discomfort. In response, she mimicked his earlier demeanor, her voice rising in an uncontrolled shout, "Jiang Yong." The sharpness of her reprimand startled him, his brows knitted in displeasure as he tightened his grip on her arm. "Well, very good," he seethed, each word striking deep into Jiang Naixing's heart. She hadn't intended to shout so loudly. Her voice had betrayed her in its fervor. The growing terror in his expression sent a wave of fear through her. She merely wished to indulge in a petty quarrel, yearning for his coaxing. As she watched his crimson eyes, resembling thick, fresh blood, nearly overflow from their sockets, she grew frantic, instinctively wrapping her arms around his waist, weeping uncontrollably. "I was wrong. I truly did not mean to shout at you." Her cries resonated loudly, completely drowning out Jiang Yong's fury, echoing through the oppressive silence. The light gradually ascended into the sky, a faint glow blanketing the dawn, while she, disheveled and with ashen cheeks, clung to Jiang Yong in tears. Jiang Yong curled his lips into a cold smirk, repositioning her body, brushing his nose against her cheek, and once again caressing her face. He leaned closer, exhaling a chilling breath into her ear. "Is that so?" Jiang Naixing felt her legs weaken at the sound of his voice, especially as his hand lifted her thigh and gripped it forcefully. Her fair leg, marred with scratches, bore the agony as she fought back tears, enduring the torment. He exerted pressure on her leg, and with a sickening crack, it dislocated in an instant. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she desperately flailed her hands against him, crying out in struggle, yet he only tightened his hold further. Jiang Yong gazed down at her, transformed into a pitiful sight, and a flicker of pity ignited within him. He tenderly caressed her cheek, his gaze lingering on her dislocated leg, reveling in the unfolding spectacle. Yet, this dark desire within him was swiftly extinguished as he heard another sickening crack. He forcefully reset her dislocated leg, leaving her utterly unprepared for the pain. "This is the consequence of disobedience. Next time, I shall break both your legs," he warned. Jiang Naixing, still engulfed in sorrow, could no longer support herself and collapsed to the ground, burying her face in her hands, leaning against Jiang Yang's tall, straight legs. Her woeful visage was etched deeply in his mind as he knelt, cradling her face, and gently pressed a kiss upon her pallid lips. Naixing had always believed he would never truly harm her. The threats of breaking her legs were mere bluster, a way to frighten her. Even if he were to act, she thought he could never bring himself to do it. But just moments ago, he had nearly rendered her leg useless, leaving her on the brink of disability. The lingering dread consumed her as she struggled to regain her composure, entirely reliant on Jiang Yang to lift her. However, as she attempted to walk, she limped noticeably, her gait betraying the injury. This left her with a heavy shadow looming over her heart. She leaned against his chest, a single crystalline tear glistening at the corner of her eye. Fear gripped her, fear of becoming addicted to torment, yet she found herself unwilling to leave him. Just as her thoughts drifted in uncertainty, Jiang Yang suddenly halted, unexpectedly cradling her face and gazing deeply into her eyes. Jiang Naixing, you will not die. I will ensure you live forever. His heartfelt words seemed laced with a threat, leaving her utterly bewildered. Chapter 68. Reunion. The morning sky was dark and oppressive, reminiscent of the foreboding atmosphere before a storm, instilling a sense of unease that rendered conversation superfluous. Jiang Yang carried Jiang Naixing through the village, guided by her directions toward the location of Fu Xiaoxiao and Xiao Yang. She felt utterly helpless. After all, having Jiang Yang accompany her made the journey feel somewhat safer. She remained uncertain whether the two of them had heeded her advice to hide well. Doubt lingered in her heart, for her recently healed injuries seemed to have rendered her abilities ineffectual. She could sense neither the presence of zombies nor that of living beings, save for the cold, intimidating aura that Jiang Yang possessed inherently. The location she had mentioned was a narrow alleyway at the village entrance. While it was difficult to navigate, it should have been accessible. She believed that even if they were discovered by zombies, the horde would be unable to penetrate the alley, allowing them to wait patiently until dawn. As they approached that very place, the ground at the village entrance was splattered with blood, its stench far more pungent than what she had encountered the previous night, as if it had been freshly spilled. Alarm surged within her, prompting her to struggle free from Jiang Yang's back. Concern etched across her face. She failed to notice the anger etched on his features and hurried ahead, halting at the mouth of the alley, instinctively covering her mouth and nose. Within the dimly lit alley stood Fu Xiaoxiao and Xiao Yang, tightly wedged together, their bodies contorted. As she drew closer, both of them lifted their heads, their gazes piercing. The terror in Xiao Yang's eyes could not mask her fear of the zombies. While Fu Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, letting out a terrified scream, Jiang Naixing rushed over to pull them out. They were so frightened that they could only manage to speak in whispers. Jiang Naixing enveloped them in her arms. It's all right, it's all right. We are safe now. She reassured them, though her words seemed to have little effect. Xiao Yang collapsed into her embrace, weeping uncontrollably, smearing tears and snot onto her. Naixing, Naixing. Jiang Naixing could only comfort her while gently patting her back. Fu Xiaoxiao, however, was not at all like her former self. She remained silent, casting a deep glance at Jiang Yang behind them before also throwing herself into Jiang Naixing's arms. The three of them, having narrowly escaped death, consoled one another, completely disregarding Jiang Yang's presence. Had it not been for the palpable hostility emanating from him, they would not have been frightened once more. Upon seeing Jiang Yang, Fu Xiaoxiao and Xiao Yang instinctively recoiled several steps, their eyes collectively resting on Jiang Naixing. She could only chuckle awkwardly, scratching the back of her head as she stumbled toward Jiang Yang's side. He has to continue walking with us. We cannot manage without him on the road. Her smile was forced, and Xiao Yang noticed that she limped as she approached Jiang Yang, her left leg seemingly injured. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, Naixing, what happened to your leg? Hearing this, Jiang Naixing's lips twitched involuntarily. She managed a stiff smile and fabricated a casual excuse. It's nothing. I fell while being chased by zombies. It will heal in a couple of days. After speaking, she instinctively positioned herself beside Jiang Yang, tightly grasping his arm. Yet, he paid her no mind, not even glancing at the other two, as he took her hand and strode forward. As they watched the departing figures, Fu Xiaoxiao and Xiao Yang exchanged glances before summoning their courage to follow. However, after a night of intense focus, they were utterly exhausted, yawning after every few steps. Chapter 69. Seeking shelter from the rain as they left the desolate village, a fierce wind suddenly whipped up, accompanied by a few drops of rain that fell directly onto Jiang Naixing's face. She instinctively covered her cheeks and, upon wiping them, realized it was rainwater. When she looked up at the sky, a gentle drizzle had begun to fall. Urgently, she turned to shout at Fu Xiaoxiao and Xiaoyang, shaking Jiang Yang's arm in her haste, urging them to find shelter as a downpour was imminent. The two, startled by her cries, finally reacted and began to run after her. Just as she sought refuge, Jiang Yong unexpectedly raised his hand to shield her face and pulled her forward with great determination. Confused, she wondered why he would bother to shield her from the rain when it was merely a drizzle, and he seemed to be running faster than anyone else. It was only when she heard the frantic shouts of Xiao Yang and Fu Xiaoxiao behind her that she realized they were in distress, scrambling towards a relatively intact house ahead. The echoes of their screams still resonated in her ears as she furrowed her brow, glancing at the two in front of her. Suddenly, a burnt scent wafted towards her, and before she could inquire, Jiang Yong dragged her into the house. Fu Xiaoxiao and Xiao Yang collapsed onto the ground, crying out in despair. Jiang Naixing noticed the signs of corrosion on their bodies. Even their hair appeared singed. Bending closer for a better look, she abruptly fell back, struck by a realization. It was acid rain. The marks on their bodies were the effects of the corrosive rain, their skin charred and decayed. Accompanied by a pungent odor that elicited her sympathy, they must have been in excruciating pain. She could now comprehend why Jiang Yong had shielded her from the rain. Perhaps he had sensed the danger early on. Yet, when the rain first fell, it had indeed touched her face. Why was she unharmed? Perplexed, she turned her gaze towards Jiang Yong, staring at him as if seeking an explanation. However, he merely cast her a cold glance, his lips pressed into a thin line, offering no words, silently pulling her away from the others. Sitting on the ground, she tilted her head back to observe Fu Xiaoxiao and Xiao Yang in the distance. The two, suffering from the effects of the acid rain, writhed in pain, yet she felt a glimmer of hope knowing she had attempted to treat them earlier. It was not a dire situation. Even the rain had mutated. Lost in thought, her contemplation was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Yong's chilling remark. Turning to face him, she opened her mouth, wanting to speak, but hesitated. His deep-set eyes remained fixed ahead, seemingly scrutinizing the acid rain falling from the sky. The gentle drizzle quickly escalated into a torrential downpour. Despite the wind, the rain fell straight down, unyielding and relentless, showing no concern for the shelter they had sought. She imitated Jiang Yong, gazing at the rain, yet after a prolonged moment, she could not discern any difference from the usual downpour. Lowering his eyes, a chill emanating from him, Jiang Yong spoke to her with indifference. This rain only affects the living. Inanimate objects remain unharmed. Understanding dawned upon her. It meant that their refuge here posed no threat, as the house, being lifeless, would not succumb to the acid rain. Contemplating this, she nodded thoughtfully, almost instinctively blurting out, "Jiang Yong, how do you know this so well?" The moment the question escaped her lips, she was taken aback, realizing that it was somewhat superfluous. "I am not normal," he replied, a response that caught her off guard. Yet, his assertion held truth. He was neither an ordinary individual nor a mere lowly zombie, but rather a formidable zombie king, with perceptive abilities vastly superior to those of ordinary mutated beings. The thought sent a shiver down her spine, prompting her to bite her lip and subtly shift away. Chapter 70 concluded. The acid rain fell peculiarly, continuing for an extended duration without respite, the ominous sky growing darker. Jiang Naixing squinted, scrutinizing the scene, yet still could not uncover any mystery. In contrast, Jiang Yong had closed his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. She yearned to know what occupied his mind, but the words eluded her. Clutching her clothing tightly, she inched closer to him, noticing that upon hearing her movements, he merely twitched his eyebrows, displaying no further reaction. His fierce aura remained as always, something she had grown accustomed to. Pouting, she directed her gaze to her left leg, injured by him and still unhealed, causing her to limp. Abruptly, she found herself speaking without forethought. "To be honest, your injury to my leg hasn't troubled me. I never truly contemplated leaving your side. There's a sense of safety in your presence. Just hope you don't actually break my leg, for I fear I might come to resent you. After all, enduring a leg fracture from someone I care about would be agonizing." Her murmurs reached Jiang Yong's ears distinctly. Gradually, he opened his eyes, his deep crimson gaze piercing, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he seized her chin, pressing his face closely to hers. Caught off guard, she widened her eyes, puffing out her cheeks, her innocent expression rendering her delicate and endearing. The purity in her gaze stirred something within Jiang Yong, prompting a soft click of his tongue before he leaned in, whispering coldly into her ear. "Oh, so you wish to stay by my side? Why not learn to please me, The chill of his breath trailed down her neck, and instinctively, she shut her eyes, belatedly reflecting on his prior words. Stunned into silence, she remained mute, her lips pressed together, her clear and innocent doe-like eyes fixed upon him. The flicker of desire ignited within Jiang Yong flared into a blaze, and suddenly, he lunged forward, pinning her beneath him, his icy chest pressed firmly against hers. Their bodies intertwined, he kissed her with reckless abandon, her petite lips ensnared within his, uttering indistinct words. In a moment of tumultuous emotions, Jiang Naixing breathed softly, wrapping her arms around his neck. After he bestowed upon her a final kiss, his cool lips parted, and an unyielding voice penetrated her ears. "You are mine, and will forever remain so." The formidable aura rendered her immobile, as she bit her lower lip, burying herself against his chest, lost in a tender embrace. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the acidic rain outside finally ceased. Yet, the sky remained overcast and gloomy, with the ground still marred by the remnants of the corrosive rain, leaving many plants ravaged in its wake. Fu Xiaoxiao and Xiao Yang, their injuries unlikely to worsen, dragged their weary bodies, lamenting their plight. Jiang Yong's coat bore the scars of the acid rain, with several tears marking its fabric. As they gazed at Jiang Naixing, relief washed over them upon seeing her unscathed. "Naixing, it hurts so much," Xiao Yang cried out, stretching her arm toward her in search of comfort. However, before she could reach her, Jiang Yong swiftly intercepted, shielding her behind him. A fierce glance directed at Xiao Yang startled her, causing her to stumble and almost fall. Heart racing, she approached Fu Xiaoxiao, feeling aggrieved. "Xiaoxiao," she began, tilting her head to share her grievances, but before she could finish, Fu Xiaoxiao interrupted. "It's fine, let's go." Her words were uttered with an air of nonchalance, as though nothing had transpired, despite the visible marks of acid rain on her face and body. Curious yet unable to voice her thoughts, Xiao Yang tilted her head in confusion, trailing after them while calling out, "Wait for me." Chapter 71. Threat. Jiang Yong fulfilled his earlier promise, having agreed to escort Jiang Naixing to the northern base to find her relatives. This delay had stretched into 10 days or more. The apocalypse had persisted for so long, and she could only wonder what the northern region had become. Unbeknownst to Jiang Naixing, since their last confrontation, the zombies in the south had been claimed by the director, while the survivor army led by Shen Pei had fled toward the northern base, still journeying on the perilous path. The northern base was soon to be engulfed in chaos. The weather was oppressively hot. Ever since Jiang Yong rescued them from that village, they had not encountered any other zombies on their journey. Any they did encounter were either evaded or eradicated by Jiang Yong. They traversed the abandoned train tunnel, with a mountain yet to be crossed, treading upon the blood-soaked ground. The long-forgotten scent of blood returned to envelop them, and Jiang Naixing's perceptive abilities gradually normalized. As soon as they emerged from the train tunnel, she sensed a strong presence of zombies nearby. Though the scent was close, nothing appeared in sight. She had even inquired with Jiang Yong about the possibility of a gathering of zombies, but he merely shook his head in silence. However, the ominous feeling sent a shiver down her spine. Yet, reflecting on the situation, she reassured herself that with Jiang Yong by her side, everything would ultimately be safe and sound. She took a deep breath, comforted by her own success. Along the way, Fu Xiaoxiao spoke scarcely a word, while Xiao Yang chattered incessantly in her ear, which she found increasingly bothersome, even urging Xiao Yang to quiet down. Xiao Yang sensed a subtle change in Fu Xiaoxiao, an indescribable difference from her previous self. Yet, she attributed this transformation to Fu Xiaoxiao's newfound maturity born from her experiences, and thus dismissed it from her mind. Trailing quietly behind Jiang Naixing, at the foot of the mountain lay a vast plain, dotted with several desolate villages and numerous wilting plants. Alongside the road, one could still see the bloodied remains of small animals, their blood having dried into a dark crimson, mingling with the faint scent of iron in the air. Crossing this area, they soon beheld an endless cliff in the distance. Jiang Naixing felt an inkling that they were not far from the northern base. As they continued onward, they eventually paused to gaze into the distance, where a towering structure loomed, clearly man-made rather than a product of nature. She suddenly recalled that survivors must have constructed it to ward off the zombies, and her assumption proved correct when Jiang Yong, without hesitation, took her hand and led her in that direction. The shadows on Jiang Naixing's face finally lifted, a genuine smile blossoming on her previously tense features. As she realized she would soon reach the northern base and reunite with her family. Filled with anticipation, her spirits lifted. Trailing behind, Xiaoyang kept her head down. Initially walking alongside Fu Xiaoxiao, she soon lagged behind, lifting her gaze only to let it fall again, pondering whether to speak up, but ultimately remaining silent. Sighing repeatedly along the way. That towering structure seemed both distant and near, when suddenly a deafening sound caused everyone to shudder. Jiang Naixing turned abruptly, her pupils dilating in shock. Behind them lay a dark mass, the earth trembling beneath them, an unprecedented sense of oppression enveloping her. Far more agonizing than any discomfort Jiang Yong had ever caused her. They exchanged bewildered glances, but only Jiang Yong remained serious, fixated on that direction. Suddenly, he released Jiang Naixing's hand, his crimson eyes intensely scrutinizing her. Chapter 72. Hurry up! Jiang Naixing turned abruptly, momentarily stunned before stepping forward to cradle Jiang Yong's hands. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she asked, "What's wrong?" "Run!" Jiang Yong commanded without looking back, positioning himself firmly in front of her, forcefully shaking off her hands. She stood there, biting her lip in a mix of bewilderment and hurt. Though she could not fathom why he was acting this way, it left her feeling quite unsettled. Yet, if he insisted she should run, they ought to do so together. After calming her emotions, she refrained from reaching out to him, clutching the hem of her clothing instead, saying, "Then let us go together." Jiang Naixing remained rooted to the spot, unyielding. Jiang Yong, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively before turning to glare at her fiercely. "You go first, don't mind me." He suppressed the tumult within his heart, refraining from shouting, while she, witnessing his demeanor, felt a flicker of uncertainty. She took a few steps back, glancing at the encroaching shadows, and gritted her teeth to utter another plea. "Why? We are so close. Why won't you go with me?" Jiang Yong chose to ignore her, disregarding her expression entirely, positioning himself as a barrier before her. His black trench coat billowed in the wind as he abruptly waved his hand, and a fierce gust swept up dust, striking her, along with Fu Xiaoxiao and Xiaoyang. The three of them were caught in that eerie wind, and when they landed, they found themselves 100 meters away from Jiang Yong. Jiang Naixing gazed at him from a distance, her face etched with worry. She had hoped he would accompany her, but suddenly a hand reached from behind, halting her. Fu Xiaoxiao gripped her arm tightly, her expression grave as she shook her head at Jiang Naixing. "Naixing, don't go, let's leave." Xiaoyang, unable to restrain herself, poked her head forward and added, "Yes, he said so himself. Even if you return, he will only drive you away." Jiang Naixing understood the rationale. Yet she could not fathom why, despite his refusal to allow her to escape, he would now let her go. Were those shadows approaching him? Did he wish to spare her the burden? She was bewildered and unwilling to see him venture into danger. However, her legs felt as if weighed down by lead, immobilizing her despite her desire to move forward. An invisible force held her back, and she recognized it as Jiang Yong. Xiaoyang, frantic, could no longer contain herself and pulled Jiang Naixing towards safety. At last, she could move, but in the opposite direction of Jiang Yong. She extended her hand, watching in a daze as his figure receded, despair washing over her as she closed her eyes, tears slipping from the corners. Her heart feeling as though pierced by 1,000 needles, aching profoundly. Fu Xiaoxiao led the way, while Xiaoyang wrapped her arm around Jiang Naixing's waist, guiding her onward, their silhouettes gradually disappearing into the distance. Jiang Yong, observing their retreating forms, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He raised his hand, fingers poised in the air, his blood-red eyes glinting with intensity, a fierce aura radiating from him as he stood resolutely, his lips pressed into a thin line, slowly curling into a sinister smile. The towering barrier loomed before him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it resembled the walls erected by the military to thwart the undead, albeit far more fortified. Composed of stacked shipping containers by the sea, Jiang Naixing, having momentarily calmed her tumultuous emotions, wore a pallid expression devoid of vitality, aimlessly trailing behind her companions. As they approached the containers, Xiaoyang's hand barely grazed the surface when a red light suddenly illuminated her. Having spent time with the military, Jiang Naixing instantly recognized the threat. She swiftly pulled Xiao Yang into her embrace, shielding her tightly, and quietly signaled Fu Xiaoxiao to take cover. It's a gun. Fu Xiaoxiao. Hide. Do not expose yourselves. Chapter 73. The base. As her hoarse voice echoed, Fu Xiaoxiao had yet to react and was about to respond when a gunshot rang out. A bullet grazed Jiang Naixing's shoulder, piercing directly through to Fu Xiaoxiao's forehead behind her. Stunned by the impact, Fu Xiaoxiao, despite being a second-level mutated zombie, experienced a moment of shock due to her unpreparedness, allowing Jiang Naixing to turn momentarily without seeing Fu Xiaoxiao's silhouette before being forcibly pulled away by another individual. She watched helplessly as Fu Xiaoxiao tilted backward, blood soaking her clothes, lying in a pool of crimson, beautiful yet devoid of life. Xiao Yang was also being dragged away, suddenly seized by two individuals, one of whom produced a walkie-talkie and called out to the other end. Report, target hit, 2 normal survivors detected, no anomalies. Requesting to bring them into the base. A low, gravelly voice crackled through the walkie-talkie, granting approval. The man broke into a grin, instructing another to hoist Jiang Naixing and Xiao Yang over his shoulder. Xiao Yang, startled, waved her arms frantically, calling out for Fu Xiaoxiao. Xiao, let me go, Xiao. Throughout this ordeal, Jiang Naixing remained silent, her gaze fixated on the fallen Fu Xiaoxiao, her eyelids twitching, offering no resistance or words, simply allowing herself and Xiao Yang to be carried past the massive shipping container. Once they landed safely, the door in the middle of the container slammed shut. The man in loose clothing wiped the sweat from his brow, gasping for breath. Thank goodness we spotted that zombie. Otherwise, we couldn't have saved you too. Xiao Yang, weeping uncontrollably, wiped her tears and was about to retort when Jiang Naixing swiftly restrained her, shaking her head with narrowed eyes, signaling her to remain still. She could still sense Fu Xiaoxiao's breath, indicating she was unharmed, and she merely hoped that Fu Xiaoxiao could escape unnoticed. Noticing their silence, the man, with his head bowed, continued, "Why are you two so quiet? Are you mute?" Jiang Naixing lifted her gaze and shot him a cold glance, her lips pressed tightly together. The man beside him, clad in camouflage, elbowed him, saying, "How can you speak like that?" The young lady might still be in shock. After all, the zombie was right behind her. She could be utterly terrified. Engrossed in their own conversation, they failed to notice Jiang Naixing and Xiao Yang preparing to leave. The man in camouflage caught sight of them attempting to depart and hurriedly blocked their path. "Hold on, the base is vast and chaotic. Let me guide you to a safe place." Jiang Naixing lifted her gaze, her expression cool, and softly uttered 2 words, "Thank you." She shielded Xiao Yang behind her, unwilling to allow the man in camouflage to approach. He merely scratched the back of his head and smiled, turning to shout at another man before leading them onward. "Hey, Zhuang, keep an eye out. I'll take them to find a place to settle." The man referred to as Zhuang raised his weapon in a disdainful gesture towards the man in camouflage, calling out to their retreating figures, "Come back soon." As they walked, the man attempted to strike up a conversation with Jiang Naixing, but the cold aura emanating from her made him abandon the notion. However, upon her initiating a query, he spoke at length about the base. Following the outbreak of zombies, although the northern base was affected later, the absence of military protection meant that the survivors who endured relied on their own abilities to form a community, establishing this northern base, which housed the last remaining individuals from the north. Yet, due to water contamination, potable sources were dwindling, leading many to choose suicide. The northern base lacked regulations. Only a few took turns to guard, rendering it chaotic with all sorts of people present. Jiang Naixing was filled with renewed hope. She had endured countless hardships to reach the north in search of her surviving family. Jiang Yong had abandoned her, and Fu Xiaoxiao had been forced to leave. She did not wish for her family to be taken from her again. Chapter 74. The shed. The man in camouflage grinned, scratching the back of his head, while Jiang Naixing and Xiao Yang followed behind him. She looked up at him, and an image of Su Pingzhou unconsciously surfaced in her mind. If this man donned a military uniform, they would bear a striking resemblance. Just as she was lost in thought, the man halted, turned to face her, and said, "We've arrived, it's just ahead. I cannot accompany you, but there will be someone to assist you there." Following the direction of his finger, Jiang Naixing noticed what appeared to be a makeshift shed, likely offering little more than shade, hardly sufficient to shield against the wind. Nevertheless, she lowered her gaze and smiled gently, expressing her gratitude before he bid them farewell and hurried back the way he had come. Jiang Naixing took Xiaoyang by the arm, gently patting her shoulder. The light in her eyes had dimmed. "Xiaoyang, stay close to me and don't wander off." Xiaoyang looked up at her with tear-filled eyes, nodding blankly. "Okay." They proceeded towards the dilapidated shed, where they were met with the gaze of several ragged individuals, their eyes betraying a palpable greed. Jiang Naixing scrutinized them closely. They were filthy and disheveled, mere remnants of humanity struggling to survive in a post-apocalyptic world. This base, in essence, could only provide shelter from zombie attacks, but could not meet all their needs. It was merely a place to exist. She felt a profound sorrow for them. As they approached the shed, the group of onlookers, who had watched them like wolves, dispersed awkwardly. Jiang Naixing noticed that they seemed to fear someone within the shed. She quickly scanned her surroundings. Upon entering the shed, it became apparent that aside from some medical equipment and individuals resting, there was little else to be found. The ground was strewn with numerous bamboo mats, where some, overcome by fatigue, lay down to recuperate, while others sat before medical apparatus awaiting examination. A scant few doctors and nurses attended to them. As she and Xiaoyang stepped inside, a gust of wind tousled their hair, and a swirl of dust obscured her vision. Just as Jiang Naixing raised her hand to rub her eyes, a familiar voice echoed beside her. "Jiang Naixing?" The voice called her name gently, imbued with a chill yet tinged with surprise. Recognizing the voice, she turned, her eyes reflecting the silhouette of a figure shrouded in shadow. "Shenpei, is that you?" she exclaimed in astonishment, staring at the man before her clad in a black shirt. His face bore numerous lacerations, his body marked by several wounds, and a bandage was wrapped around his arm. Despite his disheveled appearance, an air of resolute dignity enveloped him. Confusion washed over her. Why was Shenpei here? Or had the military arrived at the northern base ahead of schedule? Yet the absence of any military presence was palpable, and Shenpei was not in uniform, merely wearing military work trousers. Her brow furrowed in suspicion as she opened her mouth to inquire further. But Shenpei interrupted her with a sigh. "It's a long story. What about that zombie beside you?" She instinctively glanced to her side, where only Xiaoyang remained. A faint smile graced her lips, concealing the true expression on her face. "He has gone," she replied. Shenpei exhaled, expressing relief. "It's good he has gone. I didn't see you at the time and feared the worst. Thankfully, it was just a false alarm." Jiang Naixing immediately lifted her head, her expression one of bewilderment as she urgently questioned, "At that time? When was this?" Memories flooded back of when Fu Xiaoxiao had mentioned Jiang Yang seeking the military. Could it have been then? The man could control other zombies and attack the military base. However, another man capable of commanding zombies emerged, leading to a clash between two zombie hordes. "I seized the chaos to escape with the remaining soldiers," Shenpei recounted, veins visibly throbbing on his forehead as he clenched his fists and cast his gaze aside. Anxiety washed over Jiang Naixing as she pressed on. What about him? They all understood who he referred to, yet Shenpei felt a pang of discomfort, irritably scratching the back of his head. "He is gravely injured. Beyond that, I cannot say." As they conversed, Xiaoyang intermittently glanced at Jiang Naixing, instinctively loosening her grip on her clothing. She knew Jiang Naixing was concerned for Jiang Yang. However, in such dire circumstances, why not consider a way out for herself first? Fu Xiaoxiao's fate remained uncertain. Jiang Naixing's brow furrowed deeply, and with a heavy sigh, she turned to cast a glance at Xiaoyang, striving to quell her racing heart. Now, whenever she hears anything concerning Jiang Yang, an insatiable curiosity stirs within her. Yet rationality holds her back. The paramount concern at present is not to dwell on him, but rather to contemplate how to proceed. Shenpei, observing her gaze, turned away. Seemingly lost in thought, closed her eyes and resumed her repose. When Jiang Naixing regained her senses, she leaned closer, fixing her dim eyes upon him. "Since you brought the troops here, why are you the only one present?" Shenpei, eyes still shut, parted her lips slightly. A hint of resignation cloaked in her indifferent tone, replied, "Su Pingzhou is leading some on patrol. The others are in civilian clothes recuperating." Jiang Naixing, unable to contain herself, suddenly let out a derisive laugh, a cold snort escaping her nostrils. It struck her as ironic. Were there not many anomalies within the military? How had they now diminished to hiding in this place? The forceful imposition of vaccinations had been so overwhelming that resistance seemed futile. It appeared she had struck a nerve. For Shenpei's expression darkened, her eyes snapping open to meet Jiang Naixing's with an icy glare. "Jiang Naixing, you were once part of the military. With a scoff, Jiang Naixing abruptly rose, casting a cold, disdainful look upon him. That was under duress. I have never claimed allegiance to the military. As Xun Pei scrutinized her eyes, she noted the significant transformation since their first encounter. Initially, Jiang Naixing's eyes sparkled with vitality, undeterred even by the forced vaccination. Her resilience rendered her remarkable. Yet now, she perpetually wore a mask of coldness, her eyes reflecting a profound despair towards the world. Xun Pei closed her eyes, and after a moment of silence, inquired, "Then why do you associate with that man?" "He is unlike you," Jiang Naixing answered without hesitation, her mind flooded with images of Jiang Yang. Despite the pain he had inflicted upon her, even his imprisonment, she remained indifferent. What eluded her was Jiang Yang's true feelings towards her. The complexity of their relationship left her confounded, yet at times, it seemed of little consequence. Being together felt sufficient. Yet now, even that final thought had vanished. "He is a zombie." Xun Pei's voice emerged, feeble and faint. With a deep exhale, he wearily departed. Jiang Naixing watched his retreating figure, her expression still frosty. She seized Xiao Yang's wrist, forcefully pulling her away. "We must leave." Chapter 76. The youth she tugged at Xiao Yang's hand with such intensity that it pained her, causing Xiao Yang to grimace, clutching her reddened arm. With a puzzled look, she inquired, "Naixing, do you know that man well?" Earlier, their conversation seemed quite amicable, yet inexplicably, sparks had ignited between them, as though they were on the verge of confrontation. In her confusion, she scratched her head, relieved when the man departed without incident. Avoiding a potentially bloody altercation, Jiang Naixing tilted her head and cast a fleeting glance at her, then promptly released her grip. Their acquaintance was superficial, and the indifference in her tone evoked a sense of chill. Xiaoyang nodded in understanding. There was no need to delve further into conversation since they were not well acquainted. She lifted her gaze forward, only to find that the figure of the man had completely vanished, leaving no trace behind. With a silent sigh, she hurried to catch up with the rapidly advancing Jiang Naixing. The brisk pace compelled her to jog alongside, fearful that a moment's inattention would cause her to lose sight of her. In truth, Jiang Naixing was uncertain of their destination, as she was unfamiliar with the area. The wary and fearful glances of those around them suggested that no one was inclined to engage with them. She narrowed her eyes, surveying her surroundings, where makeshift tents dotted the landscape. The ground beneath her feet was soft and muddy, and clusters of people huddled together, whispering, while others stared at them with trepidation. They seemed profoundly timid. Jiang Naixing deemed all of them as pitiable souls, yet in this post-apocalyptic world, she felt inadequate to judge others. She chuckled self-deprecatingly when suddenly a shadow darted past her. She instinctively turned and reached out with her hand. Upon making contact with something soft, she grasped a slender, dark arm reminiscent of a bamboo pole. "Ouch, that hurts," cried the dark-skinned boy, baring his teeth as he struggled to free himself from her grip. Jiang Naixing lowered her gaze, scrutinizing him closely. He was a gaunt youth, skin darkened and bones protruding, with a strikingly white smile that stood out against his face, marred by numerous cuts. His wide eyes were fixed on her in a mix of fear and surprise. Their gazes locked, and the coldness in her eyes startled him, making him tremble. Without releasing her hold, she coldly inquired, "What do you want?" Xiaoyang, who had been momentarily stunned, took a step back, recalling how narrowly she had avoided colliding with the boy. However, upon seeing his appearance, a wave of sorrow surged within her. The boy's cracked lips parted, and with evident embarrassment, he looked at Jiang Naixing. "I just wanted to see if you had any food. The base isn't distributing rations?" The boy's appearance suggested he had been hungry for a long time, parched, and in poor condition. Did the base neglect them? Jiang Naixing recalled the man who had escorted them in, mentioning that the base housed all kinds of people. Perhaps that explained the boy's pitiful state. A sigh escaped the boy, tinged with sadness, as he lowered his head. When he mentioned his sister, an unmistakable pain flickered across his face. "But it's not enough. My sister and I are too young to compete with them, and there's nothing left for us." Xiaoyang was the first to be moved by his plight. Before Jiang Naixing could react, she gently tugged at the hem of her garment, sniffling. "Naixing, he is so pitiful, let us help him." Jiang Naixing disregarded her plea and instead gave her a reassuring pat on the back of her hand. Her attention shifted back to the boy, and she loosened her grip on his arm, then seized his collar, pulling him forward slightly. "We have food. Take us to meet your sister." Upon hearing those words, the youth's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement, but he soon turned his head, regarding them with suspicion. He asked Jiang Naixing, "Is that really true?" Jiang Naixing shot him a glance, stating, "Of course, whether you go or not is your decision." In truth, she wasn't particularly inclined to go. Meddling in others' affairs rarely yields benefits. However, upon hearing her words, the boy became exuberant once more, seizing her hand as if fearful she might change her mind. Urging her along, "Come on, this way, then lead the way," she replied. Observing his hurried demeanor, Jiang Naixing couldn't help but add, "Don't rush, take your time." The boy, holding her hand, led her forward, frequently glancing back to ensure they were following. "Sisters, this way. Be careful of those people on the road. They can be quite wicked." He occasionally looked to the sides, pointing out a group gathered together and whispering to Jiang Naixing. Following the boy's gaze, she noticed that group casting predatory glances in her direction, as if poised to pounce at any moment. Despite their shabby attire, the insatiable greed emanating from them was unmistakable. She couldn't help but smile mischievously, deciding to tease the boy. "Oh really? Are they perhaps trying to scare us just like you?" Xiaoyang caught the underlying meaning in Jiang Naixing's words and couldn't help but chuckle in agreement. The boy, seeing them jest, waved his hands in urgency, his expression turning serious. He explained, "No, sister, I'm not like them. I just happened to run past you to see if you had any food or drink. They would forcibly tie you up, and with two beautiful sisters like you, it's better to be cautious." As he spoke, he tightened his grip on her hand. "If that person sees you, it would be disastrous." Jiang Naixing sensed the gravity in his words and recognized the deeper implications. She couldn't help but inquire, "Is there no one to oversee this? Is there no order or rules here? This is supposed to be a base. Can that group do whatever they please without anyone intervening?" It seemed her words struck a nerve, as the boy let out a heavy sigh, lowering his head in resignation. "The capable ones have gone to patrol the container fences and eliminate zombies, leaving behind people like me, old men and women, and a few troublemakers. No one looks after us." Jiang Naixing perceived that the boy's situation was rare. This place resembled a slum, impoverished to the core, where the ruffians acted like local tyrants. Even those with abilities lacked professional training, leaving no one to lead them. She suddenly recalled her initial entry into the base when several individuals had been watching them furtively. By the time they reached the shelter, those people had dispersed, perhaps deterred by Shun Pei's innate aura that instilled fear and repulsion. Yet, if they distanced themselves from him, that group might become audacious once more. She shook her head, restraining herself from dwelling on Shun Pei. Her mind was in disarray, tormenting her to the point of exhaustion. Chapter 77. "Brother, he's just ahead. Let's hurry," the young boy urged, his eyes filled with alarm. He grasped Jiang Naixing's wrist tightly and directly pulled along Xiaoyang, the two of them being forcibly led forward. After turning into a narrow alley and crossing a muddy path, they encountered a makeshift tent constructed from tattered cloth, riddled with numerous holes. As Jiang Naixing glanced back, she noticed a group of people trailing them. However, when the boy guided them into the alley, the group exchanged looks and shook their heads, ultimately dispersing with reluctance. The faces of some bore signs of panic, reminiscent of the fear she had seen when near Shun Pei. It seemed there were individuals behind that tattered tent whom they dared not provoke. The boy released their hands and dashed ahead, a genuine smile illuminating his face. "Xiaoru, Naihe, I have returned." "Brother," a soft, delicate voice emerged from the tent. As a petite girl peeked out, her face was grimy, and she wore ragged clothing. Upon seeing the boy, her eyes sparkled with light, but they quickly shifted to the figures behind him. Jiang Naixing recognized her instantly, and as she recalled the name Nai he called out, her heart trembled. Rising to her throat, she leaned forward, about to speak, when another young boy clad in a black hoodie slowly approached from the opposite end of the alley. His garment bore several tears, and scars adorned his face, yet he exuded an undeniable vigor. His handsome features bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Naixing. She froze in place, unable to suppress a staggered step forward. Her previously indifferent expression shifted, tears welling in her eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. This was her younger brother, Jiang Naihe. As Jiang Naihe lifted his gaze toward Xiaogang, he also caught sight of the two individuals behind him. When his eyes landed on one of the girls, they brimmed with tears, and he rubbed his eyes vigorously, seemingly in disbelief. "Naihe, it's me. I have returned," Jiang Naixing called out, her voice tinged with emotion as she extended her hand towards him. Only then did he dare to believe that the person before him was indeed his beloved sister. "Sister," he cried, rushing toward her, and the siblings embraced tightly, their tears conveying the depth of their emotions. The others, witnessing their reunion, affectionately called out to one another. Xiao Gang, the dark-skinned boy, looked at them with confusion, glancing over at Xiao Yang, who mirrored his bewilderment and shrugged in uncertainty. In contrast, Xiaoru simply smiled at them, standing alongside her brother Xiao Gang. For Xiaoru, being with her brother was all that mattered, overshadowing everything else. The reunion of the siblings was marked by heartfelt tears. Jiang Naixing wept uncontrollably, having endured countless hardships to arrive in the north and find her family. Now, upon seeing her brother, she felt that all the suffering she had endured paled in comparison. However, she was perplexed by the fact that she had only encountered her brother. The makeshift tent barely accommodated a few children. Where were their parents? She finally looked up, wiping the tears from her face with determination, and, amidst her sobs, she inquired of Jiang Naiha, "Naiha, where are mom and dad? Why are you the only one here?" At the mention of their parents, Jiang Naiha struggled to contain his own tears, hastily brushing them away while biting his lip. Choking with emotion, he responded, "When mom and dad established the base and lowered the containers, zombies blocked the entrance. They sacrificed themselves so we could survive. They sacrificed themselves." This news struck Jiang Naixing like a bolt from the blue, extinguishing the flickering hope within her. She plummeted into despair, tears streaming uncontrollably as she cried out for her parents, her hoarse voice casting a heavy pall over the atmosphere. Witnessing his sister's utter hopelessness, Jiang Naiha quickly steadied himself and embraced her tightly, breathing heavily. "Sister, before they died, Mom and Dad's greatest wish was for us to live well, which is why I have persevered until now." He closed his eyes, tears still flowing uncontrollably. "I thought you were gone too. I was afraid of being alone. But now that you are back, I am no longer alone." Upon hearing his words, Jiang Naixing felt a glimmer of light amidst the abyss, guiding her out of darkness. Gradually, her sobs subsided, though her body trembled. Yes, her parents were gone, but she still had her brother. She still had family, and life retained its meaning. At the very least, she had her brother. She embraced him tighter, whispering his name, Naiha. Jiang Naiha understood what was required of him. Now 16, he had matured into a steadfast young man, determined to protect his sister. "Sister, I am here," he firmly declared, comforting Jiang Naixing. She realized that her brother had truly grown up. Yet, the relentless blows of fate left her gasping for breath. The mere thought of their parents, Jiang Yong and Fu Xiaoxiao, caused her heart to ache. She managed to force a smile, wiping away her tears before returning Jiang Naiha's gaze with a faint grin. After a while, Xiaoyang took a breath, observing the two siblings as they reminisced. She couldn't help but swallow hard, tugging at Jiang Naixing's sleeve and asking, "Naixing, are you two biological siblings?" Jiang Naixing turned to her with a smile. "Yes, this is my brother, Jiang Naiha." At that moment, Xiao Gang finally understood everything. He realized why they had been so emotional upon meeting, crying, and embracing each other. It turned out they were biological siblings. He scratched the back of his head, grinning widely. "Now it makes sense. I heard Naiha mention he had a beautiful sister. I didn't know it was you. Thank goodness, you are both alive." After calming her emotions, Jiang Naixing retracted the smile from her face. Although she still wore a serious expression, she no longer seemed unapproachable. She took Jiang Naiha's hand and pointed to Xiao Jiang, inquiring, "How did you two meet?" Jiang Naiha turned her head to glance at Xiao Jiang and Xiaoru, smiling slightly as she replied, "I met Xiao Jiang and Xiaoru while we were fleeing together. I noticed they were often bullied, so I decided to stay with them and protect them." Suddenly, she recalled that the group they had been with before arriving here had scattered, seemingly out of fear. She wondered if it was because of her brother. Furrowing her brow, she continued, "Are the people here quite afraid of you?" Jiang Naiha instinctively stiffened, retreating slightly as her arms slowly fell behind her back, losing their previous confidence. She wore a forced smile, and Jiang Naixing likely sensed the underlying tension. Xiao Jiang, ever candid, blurted out without hesitation, Yes. Naiha is incredibly skilled at fighting. Whenever someone bullies Xiaoru, he jumps in without a second thought and ends up making them kneel and beg for mercy." Before he could finish, Jiang Naiha shot him a glare, signaling him to cease his words. Realizing he had misspoken, Xiao Jiang quickly covered his mouth. Understanding the unspoken implications, Jiang Naixing sighed heavily but chose not to comment, instead gently stroking Jiang Naiha's head. Tears welled in her eyes once more, and her words were laced with sorrow. "You've worked hard." Chapter 79. Fu Jiang Naiha smiled calmly, enjoying the comforting touch of Jiang Naixing. At only 16 years of age, he had already grown half a head taller than her. With his gaze lowered and a smile gracing his eyes, he felt a renewed sense of support and purpose in life. "Sister," he said, hastily wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes, calling out to her through his sniffles. Responding, Jiang Naixing felt her heart finally ease. It was truly wonderful to be reunited as siblings. Xiaoyang, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia watching them. She was suddenly reminded of her ex-boyfriend, who had abandoned her to leave alone. A wave of sadness washing over her. She sighed silently and shifted her gaze elsewhere. Xiao Jiang and Xiaoru, the sibling duo, were equally excited, and after some time, Xiao Jing shyly scratched the back of his head and gently took Xiaoru's frail hand, inching closer. After a long pause, he finally mustered the courage to ask, "Big sister, what about the promised food?" Hearing his voice, Jiang Naixing paused, wiping her tears before settling Jiang Naiha and turning to Xiao Jing with a gentle smile. "Don't worry, there is food," she assured him. With that, she immediately plunged her hands into her pockets, rummaging around before pulling out a box of compressed biscuits, which she then handed to Xiao Jing. "This is all I have. We've been relying on these to stave off hunger on our journey." Xiao Jing caught the box of compressed biscuits with both hands, examining it closely before glancing back at Xiaoru with a cheerful smile. "Thank you," he said, as he handed the biscuits to her, gently patting her shoulder and nudging her forward. "Xiaoru, quickly thank your sister." Xiaoru's gaunt face bore a dull yellow hue. Yet when she smiled, shallow dimples appeared on her cheeks. With a sweet yet bashful expression, she managed to say, "Thank you, sister." Jiang Naixing returned her smile, replying, "You're welcome." The box of compressed biscuits was soon devoured, with Xiao Jiang offering several pieces to Jiang Naiha as well. They occasionally choked while eating, and as she observed the cracked lips and emaciated bodies of the three children, Jiang Naixing felt a wave of compassion wash over her. She waved her hand toward the distant Xiaoyang, signaling her to come over. "Xiaoyang, bring that to them as well." The dazed Xiaoyang, startled by her call, approached slowly, her expression somewhat awkward as she muttered, "Really?" Jiang Naixing nodded decisively, encouraging her to proceed. Given Jiang Naixing's insistence, Xiaoyang felt there was no longer a need to withhold, especially since the three children appeared so wretched. Sighing, she rummaged through her backpack and retrieved several bottles of saline solution. These were their last rations, as there was no food or water left in her bag. However, Jiang Naixing remained undeterred. She accepted the 3 bottles, distributing them among the children with a tone of resignation, saying, "It's all expired, but it's better than contaminated water. Make do with it." The 3 children accepted it without complaint. Jiang Naiha hesitated momentarily, but upon seeing Jiang Naixing nod, he eagerly gulped it down, and the other 2 followed suit, drinking heartily. Xiaoyang continued to sigh, silently tucking her empty backpack into her arms, casting lingering glances at it before ultimately tossing it aside. This tender scene persisted until a sharp ringing pierced the tranquility, echoing incessantly like an alarm. Xiao Jing was startled, choking on his food, while Jiang Naiha set down the water bottle, his brow furrowed in concentration, betraying no sign of panic, only a deepening crease in his forehead. Chapter 80. The ringing. Jiang Naixing and Xiaoyang were unaware of the significance of the ringing, but it likely heralded some important news. Before they could inquire further, Jiang Naiha spoke in a low tone, indicating that those who had ventured outside had returned, and it was rumored that some military personnel were among them. Jiang Naixing froze upon hearing this, her thoughts immediately drifting to Shunpei. Thus, if military personnel were involved, it meant Shunpei's associates were among them. She began to grasp the implications of Shunpei's previous words. Waving her hand dismissively, she wore an expression of resignation, saying, "It's nothing." However, after she spoke, Jiang Naiha turned to her, gazing intently, his narrowed eyes betraying his thoughts. "Sister, let us venture outside. I am curious about the world beyond," Jiang Naixing sighed, knowing well that it would likely bring no good tidings, especially with the prospect of encountering Shunpei again. Yet, as Jiang Naiha expressed her desire to go, she felt no need to dissuade her. Thus, she softly replied, "Very well, I shall accompany you. Xiaoyang, you remain here to watch over Xiaogang and Xiaoru." With that, her gaze shifted to the quiet Xiaoyang behind her. Xiaoyang, feeling somewhat dazed, swallowed nervously, glancing at the 2 frail children, whose emaciated forms stirred unease within her. However, she mustered her patience and nodded. Then, "Naixing, please return swiftly." Jiang Naixing responded in a low tone. And together they began their journey towards the distant horizon. As they departed, Xiaoyang fell into deep contemplation. The thought of being solely responsible for Xiaogang and Xiaoru filled her with trepidation, yet, being two children, she felt an obligation to protect them. Noticing the unease etched on Xiaoyang's face, Xiaogang puffed his cheeks and turned to glance at Xiaoru. He stepped in front of Xiaoyang, thumped his chest with determination, grasped Xiaoru's hand, and then took Xiaoyang's hand as well, proclaiming, "Sister Xiaoyang, do not fear. I shall protect you and Xiaoru." His heartwarming declaration brought tears to Xiaoyang's eyes, and she smiled in response. "All right." The tolling of the bell echoed for several minutes as they hurried towards the gate that sealed off the area. They were not alone. A diverse throng accompanied them, including several children. Jiang Naixing maintained a stoic expression, her eyes narrowed, revealing a complex mix of emotions as she pressed her lips tightly together. Jiang Naiha ran swiftly. Had he not waited for Jiang Naixing, he might have already reached the gate. As they approached, they beheld a horde of bloodthirsty zombies, their eyes glowing with a ravenous light, poised to pounce. The moment the last person entered the base, the gate slammed shut with a resounding thud. Jiang Naixing had grown accustomed to such scenes. Her demeanor remained unperturbed. In contrast, Jiang Naiha was different. This was only the second time he had encountered zombies. And although they were still some distance away, the shadow of that first encounter lingered in his mind. The initial sighting had cost him his beloved parents, instilling within him a profound loathing and fear of the undead. He would rather succumb to infection by water than face the torment of being devoured and assimilated by zombies. Noticing Jiang Naiha's increasingly troubled expression, Jiang Naixing quickly pulled him closer, securing his arm in her grip. With a heavy sigh, she patted his shoulder. "Naiha, if you wish to know what lies beyond, you may inquire of me, for I have journeyed from the outside to arrive here." Jiang Naiha lowered his gaze, biting his lip, instinctively clenching his fists. "Sister." Chapter 81. No? Quick, hurry and notify the commander. A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Jiang Naixing abruptly lifted her head to see a familiar figure in the center, about to turn. She shivered, swiftly turning away and pulling Jiang Naiha aside. The familiar figure gazed resolutely ahead, passing them by without a hint of awareness of their presence in the corner. It was only when he completely brushed past Jiang Naixing that she slowly lifted her downcast head. Jiang Naiha had been keenly observing her expressions. Puzzled by the evident unease that overcame her in the presence of soldiers, it seemed she wished to avoid any interaction with them. He bit his lip and gently tugged at the hem of Jiang Naixing's garment, his expression a blend of complexity. "Sister, do you not like the military?" Jiang Naixing tilted her head to meet his gaze, squinting at the familiar silhouette in the distance before stating resolutely, "No, I do not." How could she possibly harbor any fondness for the military? She loathed them instead. Jiang Naiha exhaled softly, releasing his grasp on her clothing, internally debating whether to voice his thoughts. He admired those in the military. Since their arrival, the entire base had become significantly more secure, especially with the commanding officer's imposing presence, which deterred any potential troublemakers. Though they had only been there for 2 days, each time they returned from missions, they brought back an array of positive news. The zombies surrounding the base had been eradicated, and they returned with ample supplies. While he had never managed to seize any of the goods, he yearned to join the military, aspiring to emulate their valor. He longed to escape the confines of the barricaded base and glimpse the transformed world beyond. Although Jiang Naixing could not fathom her brother's thoughts at that moment, she was determined to keep him distanced from the military. The figure that had just walked past her was Su Pingzhou, whom she had not seen in ages. Unchanged in the slightest. She could only hope that he had not recognized her. They could merely observe one another. She wished to remain uninvolved. The crowd around them gradually dispersed, and she too wished to retreat. However, upon taking a few steps, she noticed that Jiang Naiha had not moved an inch. Furrowing her brow, she fixed her gaze upon him and inquired, "Why aren't you leaving? Is something wrong?" He averted his gaze, feeling slightly embarrassed. And after a moment's hesitation, he murmured, "Sister, I want to tell you something." Jiang Naixing's expression immediately stiffened. She turned her back to him, thinking that if it pertained to the military, it was unnecessary, and she did not wish to hear it. Her words pierced Jiang Naiha's heart deeply, and he clenched his fists, taking a tentative step forward, his resolute face betraying his determination. "But sister, I truly want to join the military." Jiang Naixing trembled, momentarily believing she had misheard him, She gasped in disbelief. What did you say? Join the military? As the realization settled in, her expression darkened, and she shouted his name with fervor, Jiang Naihe. Her voice turned cold. You are not to engage with the military, nor entertain thoughts of joining them. Can you not simply stay put? He understood that when she addressed him by his full name in such a serious tone, it signified her anger was rising, ready to erupt at any moment. Yet, he could not comprehend why his sister held such disdain for the military when they were undeniably formidable, continuously safeguarding survivors like him. Chapter 82. An incident. Jiang Naihe could not comprehend why his first instinct was to inquire, why, sister? The military had always aimed to eradicate the zombies and safeguard the survivors. Why did she harbor such disdain for them? She cast a cold gaze upon him, her expression stern and displeased, and vehemently shook her hand, declaring, because the military nearly caused my demise. Initially, when she was forcibly vaccinated, she thought little of it. At least she had survived. However, as she gradually came to realize the military's callous disregard for humanity in their relentless pursuit of their own agenda, despair consumed her. And Shunpei felt the same. It was hard to imagine what might have transpired had she not persevered through that ordeal. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Naihe was momentarily stunned, the phrase reverberating in his mind. The military is the one that nearly killed her. What did that mean? Confounded. He furrowed his brow and gazed at her in disbelief. Sister, before he could finish, Jiang Naixing abruptly interrupted him, turning away in frustration and snapping, Be quiet, Jiang Naihe. Listen to your sister and do not follow. She cast a chilling glance back at him, and when she noticed he remained rooted in place, she coldly urged, Why are you still here? Leave at once. Her authoritative tone compelled Jiang Naihe to relent, and he followed her, fists clenched in dissatisfaction. He was determined to uncover the true reason behind his sister's aversion to the military. A sharp pain pierced his chest, akin to a knife's edge, as Jiang Naixing suddenly clutched her chest, trembling violently. Observing this, Jiang Naihe rushed to support her before she could collapse. Leaning against him, she gritted her teeth, pressing her hand against her chest, which felt as though it had been pricked by needles. Her immediate thought was of Jiang Yong. Something must have happened to him. Regaining her composure, she grasped Jiang Naihe's arm urgently, imploring, Hurry, take me to the military's temporary camp. Jiang Naihe, overwhelmed, grasped her hand, his palms clammy with anxiety. Sister, are you all right? What is happening? The fact that she was actively seeking out the military only deepened his confusion. No time for questions. Hurry, Jiang Naixing insisted, urging him forward as she leaned on him to locate the military's temporary encampment. Deciding against further inquiries, Jiang Naihe bit his lip, supporting her as he relied on his memory to navigate toward the military's makeshift site. Earlier, Su Pingzhou had urgently called out that he needed to inform the commander, surely referring to Shunpei, who had just returned from outside. He likely possessed crucial information about the unfolding events. Furthermore, the sudden departure of Jiang Yong suggested he may have encountered something significant. Though this was mere speculation, she felt an inexplicable connection to Jiang Yong, a faint yet undeniable presence. In Jiang Naihe's recollection, on the day the military arrived, many at the base had rushed to greet them, with those capable of managing affairs assigning them quarters. He had observed from a distance, standing in a corner not far from the main entrance. Their tents, though hastily erected, were far superior to the makeshift shelters he shared with Xiao Gang and Xiao Ru. As they approached nearby, a regiment of soldiers stood in an orderly formation, each armed with a rifle, guarding the exterior of a tent where Su Pingzhou and Shunpei were engaged in conversation. From a distance, Shunpei spotted Jiang Naixing, who was being supported by someone, slowly making her way toward them. He gestured for Su Pingzhou to pause, stepping out of the tent with squinted eyes to scrutinize them closely. She clutched her chest, her expression pained, as though something dire had occurred. He couldn't help but murmur her name, Jiang Naixing. Su Pingzhou remained oblivious to Shunpei's unease, peering around him and asking, Commander, what should we do about the large number of zombies near the base? Shunpei was lost in thought, his gaze fixated on Jiang Naixing as she approached. And he found himself asking in a daze, Why is she here? A faint hint of joy broke through his typically cold demeanor, prompting Su Pingzhou to follow his gaze just in time to see Jiang Naixing approaching. Realizing the situation, he nodded in understanding. But then his expression shifted as though a troubling thought had crossed his mind. Commander, it seems she has been accused of treason, he stated reluctantly, the weight of his words revealing his inner conflict. Yet, Shunpei offered only a terse response. The rules of Jiangpingyi do not apply here. Chapter 83. Admi Jiang Naixing, gradually moving closer, felt a surge of confusion as both Shunpei and Su Pingzhou exited the tent, their unwavering gazes fixed upon her, making her feel increasingly uncomfortable. She pressed her hand to her chest, suppressing her feelings as she softly called out his name. Shunpei. Shunpei lowered his gaze and acknowledged her with a brief response before asking, "What is it?" She let out a sigh. The intense pain in her chest had somewhat subsided, and her voice emerged weak and feeble. "I wish to ask Su Pingzhou some questions." Upon hearing his name, Su Pingzhou stepped forward, and Shunpei signaled him with a glance. He replied, "Ask away. I will tell you everything I know. What did you encounter outside the base when you left?" She stared intently at him, as if trying to see through him. Jiang Naixing stood there, astonished, watching their exchange. When Jiang Naixing called out Shunpei's name, he was rendered speechless, bewildered that his sister even knew someone from the military, particularly the highest-ranking officer. Their familiarity suggested a deeper connection, yet he remained puzzled. Why did she prevent him from engaging with the military? Su Pingzhou hesitated, uncertain whether to disclose that matter to her. He turned to Shunpei, who merely nodded, granting him permission to speak freely, and so he divulged everything without reservation. "We encountered countless hordes of zombies outside, encircling the base. Strangely, the formidable zombie that had previously attacked the army stood at the forefront. However, it seemed he could not hold out much longer." Before she could finish her thought, Jiang Naixing stumbled backward, unable to maintain her balance. Jiang Naiha, quick to react, steadied her. Her heart ached, her eyes filled with sorrow. It was Jiang Ying, it had to be him. Shunpei lowered her gaze, lost in thought, and suddenly let out a self-deprecating laugh. It was indeed him. This was the very reason you chose to follow him, was it not? He stood outside, confronting the horde of zombies to protect you, who remained within the base. Jiang Naixing finally understood why Jiang Ying had urged her to leave first, repeatedly pressing her to go. It was all to ensure her safe escape. He had long been aware that those zombies were beyond his control, their target being the northern base. Yet, in a rare act of selflessness, he had let her go. Her heart ached even more, and she yearned to go find him. Su Pingzhou had just mentioned that he was holding out against the onslaught and could not endure much longer. Even someone as powerful as he had adversaries he struggled against. She took a gentle breath, releasing her grip on Jiang Nai's clothing, and softly asked, "Shunpei, will you arrange for a team to investigate further?" Before Shunpei could respond, she added, "If you go, count me in. I want to go as well." Shunpei remained silent. His lips pressed together as he quietly regarded her. After a moment, his lips parted slightly, his indifferent tone sending a chill through her. "This time, I shall go as well." Jiang Naixing felt a surge of joy. His words implied he had tacitly accepted her decision, agreeing to let her join the team. Yet, she had overlooked Jiang Naiha, who stood behind her. He observed the animated conversation among the group, his clenched fists loosening. From their discussion, he could surmise the peril outside the base. Zombies were approaching, and they posed a significant challenge. It was during such a moment that his sister insisted on going. He felt compelled to follow her. "Then, sister, may I?" He bit his lip tightly, fearful of Jiang Naixing's rejection. Chapter 84. The reason his concerns materialized into reality as Jiang Naixing cast him a cold glance, her voice sharp with reprimand. "No, Jiang Naiha. You stay here and wait for my return." Though her words were fierce, and he had anticipated such a response, he was unwilling to remain sheltered under her wing any longer. He wished to accompany her. "Sister, you know how dangerous it is outside, yet you still insist on going. I don't understand your reasons for needing to leave, but you cannot abandon me. Sister, you are all I have left. Please don't leave me behind." His tear-filled eyes gazed deeply into hers. Despite Jiang Naixing's heart being stirred, she still wished for him to stay. With a heavy sigh, she cupped his face in her hands, wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes. Shutting her eyes, she shook her head. "Naiha, I have no choice. I truly do not wish for you to be involved. I promise I will return safely, and you must wait for me. Wait until I bring him back too." Jiang Naiha could not help but cry out. He paid no heed to her mention of him, only knowing that his heart felt unbearably heavy. Jiang Naixing did not allow him to speak. Instead, her hand slid down from his cheek as she turned to Shunpei. "Shunpei, could you kindly arrange for someone from the military to keep an eye on him for the time being?" Shunpei nodded in response. "Certainly, I can make arrangements immediately." He noticed the complexity of her expression as she spoke, yet she masked it well. He instructed Su Pingzhou to ensure that Jiang Naixing's brother, Jiang Naiha, was watched over before the team set out. Upon receiving the order, Su Pingzhou swiftly began to take action. Jiang Naixing watched him depart. And once his figure was completely out of sight, she exhaled, her expression stiffening. Faced with Shen Pei, she had no desire to grant him any courtesy unless she had something to request. Shen Pei, well aware of her sentiments, refrained from breaking the silence. After Su Pingzhou left with Jiang Naiha, only the two of them remained. He turned his head slightly, stealing a glance at her, unable to restrain himself from speaking. You seem to detest me at present? Jiang Naixing raised an eyebrow, her pale lips moving slightly, her expression impassive. Is that so? Perhaps it's not your issue. But mine. Shen Pei pressed his lips together, inquiring, what is the reason? Why? She seemed to have made a firm decision to leave the military. And he could surmise part of the reason, yet he wished to hear it directly from her. Jiang Naixing's gray eyes fixed on him, and after a prolonged silence, she coldly replied, if you insist on asking, I can only say that your indifference instinctively compels me to distance myself. I never intended to provoke you. It was you who approached me first. Is that so? He nodded thoughtfully, still maintaining a cold demeanor, though a hint of fatigue was evident on his face. It was curious that someone as imposing and intimidating as he could also be disliked. He could not recall when he had become so invested in her. Had it not been for the powerful latent energy he sensed within her, he would not have paid her so much heed. Nor would they have arrived at this current predicament. He clasped his hands behind his back, ceasing further conversation, instead directing his profound gaze towards the horizon, lost in contemplation. Jiang Naixing, on the other hand, gazed towards the base S gates, yearning to leave as soon as possible to find Jiang Yong, the one she held dear in her heart. Her worries extended beyond Jiang Yong. She was also concerned for Fu Xiaoxiao, who lay perilously close to death. Since entering the base, Fu Xiaoxiao's presence had grown faint, and now she could no longer sense her at all. However, the imminent threat lurking nearby was unmistakably palpable, sending a chill to her core. Chapter 85. Unauthorized actions. The squad, led by Su Pingzhou, comprised only about 20 individuals. As Shen Pei was acutely aware that this mission would be fraught with peril, the capable soldiers left behind represented the last line of defense for the base. Jiang Naixing accepted the mandatory gear handed to her by Su Pingzhou, nodding in gratitude, to which he responded with a toothy grin. It was a rare opportunity to fight side by side. Before leaving the base, several individuals turned back for one last glance, and then the heavy door creaked open. They charged forward, fearless and resolute. Jiang Naixing was unaware that Jiang Naiha, left behind, had initially observed his soldiers standing guard outside. However, by a stroke of fate, Shen Pei had ordered him to be confined within the makeshift medical tent erected by the army, where remnants of vaccine vials lay. Upon hearing the silence outside, he rose to his feet. The tent was empty save for himself, and his attention was immediately drawn to a box before him. He stepped forward, his expression tinged with displeasure. Yet, as his furrowed brow transformed into confusion, he slowly approached the box. It was wrapped in a layer of white cloth, devoid of any writing, pristine and unadorned. He extended his hand to rest on the box, utterly perplexed by its contents. Driven by curiosity, he could not resist tearing the seal, his heart racing in anticipation before he opened it. Inside, he was greeted by a neat row of vials filled with a dark liquid. Just as his mind began to wander, he noticed some words inscribed on the inside of the lid. After reading, he grasped the nature of this black serum. It was the so-called vaccine to resist zombies. Upon injection, the body would undergo significant changes, resulting in one of two outcomes: successful mutation or death. At last, he comprehended why the soldiers appeared so formidable. They had all been vaccinated with this serum. Yet, the grim reality remained that a portion of recipients would perish. Could it be that his sister was aware of this and thus wished to prevent him from joining the military? He sighed heavily, yet could not refrain from picking up one vial, scrutinizing it closely. Setting aside thoughts of death, he considered that if he succeeded, he would no longer be an ordinary person. He could protect his sister, Xiao Ru, and Xiao Gang. But what if he died? In a whirl of conflicting emotions, he hesitated, his hand trembling around the vial. After a long silence, he resolved to follow the instructions and plunged the needle into his chest. There was no other choice. Survival felt devoid of meaning. As the needle pierced his skin, a sharp pain coursed through him, but it soon dissipated. However, as the liquid gradually entered his body, he could no longer contain his screams, his wails echoing through the air. The soldiers stationed outside were startled and rushed in, only to find the youth collapsed on the ground, the vaccine syringe embedded in his chest, and the box of sealed vaccines opened. They stood frozen in shock, exchanging alarmed glances, panic swiftly enveloping them. One of the men was the first to react. After calming his emotions, he endeavored to suppress his anxiety. He abruptly slapped the man beside him, urging him to swiftly notify the commander. When the man remained motionless, wide-eyed and bewildered, he struck him again, exclaiming, "He has been vaccinated. If anything goes awry, we are all doomed." The man finally snapped to attention, frantically gesturing. "Yes, yes, the commander. I will inform the commander." His hands trembled with nervousness, and as he turned, his hand instinctively reached for the weapon at his back, but in a flurry, he swallowed hard and extended his hand. The other man, growing impatient with his indecision, urged him, "I'll stay here. You hurry." Enlightenment dawned upon him as he nodded repeatedly, before he hurriedly departed, his silhouette retreating in a flurry. In Chapter 86, Separation, the remaining individual paced anxiously within the tent, his gaze fixed on Jiang Naiha, fervently wishing for him to awaken soon. Yet, witnessing the boy's contorted face glistening with sweat, his heart raced with trepidation. Meanwhile, a group had already departed the base, heading towards the location of Jiang Yong, as mentioned by Su Pingzhou. Outside the base, wild grass grew abundantly, bearing clear signs of trampling. Traversing through the thicket led to muddy ground, and they could sense the increasingly potent aura of nearby zombies, looming ever closer. Jiang Nai was perpetually on edge. Acutely aware that Jiang Yong was drawing nearer, she gradually clenched her fists, biting her lip as she gazed into the distance. "Jiang Yong, wait for me." Shen Pei trailed behind her, his expression complicated as he observed her silhouette. When she turned her head, he caught a glimpse of the light flickering in her eyes, as if she were anticipating something. He understood perfectly, his expression darkening. Beneath the leaden sky, the atmosphere was oppressive, mirroring the irritable mood of the group. Su Pingzhou, leading the way, scratched his head in confusion, muttering, "Something feels off. Why is there nothing here? We have ventured far from the base, yet not even a trace of zombies is in sight." The man beside him also scratched his head, equally puzzled. "Indeed. I recall that they were close by when we arrived." Shen Pei surveyed the surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Coldly, he remarked, "True, we can sense their presence. Yet their figures remain elusive. Stay vigilant and avoid making excessive noise." The others nodded in agreement, but Jiang Nai remained indifferent, forging ahead on her own. She could feel Jiang Yong drawing closer, the essence of his presence intensifying. Following that elusive aura, she soon deviated from the group's path. When Shen Pei realized her direction differed from theirs, while they moved to the right, she headed left. He furrowed his brows, narrowing his eyes at her. He hastened to catch up, grasping her arm firmly. Jiang Nai was taken aback, halting in her tracks. She looked up, casting a cold glance at him, offering no warmth in her demeanor. "Let go." Her indifferent words carried no emotion, and the chill emanating from her sent shivers down one's spine. Shen Pei understood that she had come for that individual, and she too sought to find him, yet everything was perilous. "Do not venture alone. It is dangerous." As soon as the words left his lips, Jiang Naixing's expression darkened and she interrupted him. "Do not concern yourself with me. I am not a soldier. Now that we have left the base, we shall each go our own way." She broke free from his grasp, forcefully distancing herself. Observing her defiance, Shen Pei felt there was little left to say. He pressed his lips together, uttering a cold two-word dismissal before turning away. "As you wish." Jiang Naixing continued forward without looking back, and Su Pingzhou, watching her retreating figure, could not suppress his concern. He pointed at her silhouette and asked Shen Pei, "Are we truly abandoning her?" Shen Pei replied softly, patting his shoulder to signal him to lead the group to the right. "Yes, let us proceed." Thus, they parted ways, while an unseen observer began to stir in the shadows, watching their every move. Jiang Naixing walked slowly into the distance, but as the ominous presence drew nearer, she broke into a run, almost calling out Jiang Xiong's name. Chapter 87, Salvation. In the shadows, Jiang Xiong strained to peer out, yet the pain from his wounds rendered him nearly immobile. He thought he heard her calling. Even in his final moments. He could not help but indulge in such fantasies. He chuckled bitterly, his hands resting on the ground, exhausted against a tree, his expression dim. Memories of Jiang Naixing flooding his mind. He truly missed her. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Naixing had been searching for him and was now en route. As she parted the last of the underbrush, sweat beaded on her forehead, and her body bore several lacerations from thorns. At last, she sensed his faint presence. Jiang Xiong. She whispered his name, tears brimming in her eyes, biting her lip as she gazed at the feeble figure collapsed on the ground, struggling to rise. Sensing her approach, he narrowed his eyes, a fierce aura emanating from him, an invisible blade of wind poised to strike her. Upon recognizing her, he hastily retracted the wind blade, but the backlash caused him to spit a mouthful of blood. His lips stained crimson. He collapsed once more, his once sturdy frame succumbing to weakness. And Jiang Naixing cried out as she rushed towards him. Jiang Xiong, she screamed, her voice breaking with anguish. Witnessing his grievous wounds, her heart felt as if it had been cruelly wrenched. She threw herself into his embrace, wailing in despair. What has happened to you, Jiang Xiong? The force of her sudden arrival caused his body to crumble, the blood that had pooled in his chest surging forth in a horrifying spectacle that left Jiang Naixing wide-eyed in shock. Jiang Yong had exhausted all his strength, barely managing to utter two feeble words, "Don't move." Despite their frailty, his words carried an icy chill that sent shivers down Jiang Naixing's spine. She cautiously emerged from his embrace, stealthily wiping away her tears, afraid to make any sudden movements, and slowly distanced herself from him. Her vision blurred with tears as the near-unconscious Jiang Yong gazed at her with drooping eyes, yearning to caress her cheek. Yet his hand hung in the air before falling back down, devoid of energy. Indeed, he had succumbed to that man. Jiang Naixing, wiping her tears, trembled as she beheld the despair in his eyes, a pang of sorrow striking her heart. She gently placed her hand upon his chest, and a green light began to coalesce in her palm. Jiang Yong's gaze fixated on her glowing hand, and suddenly, he clasped her wrist, shaking his head with great effort. As if to say it was futile, his indifferent tone pierced her heart deeply, causing her hand to tremble. No, why give up? Regardless of what has transpired, I can save you in this state. Uncertain yet determined, she resolved to try. His injuries were severe, his body was marred with wounds, lying in a pool of blood, possibly harboring internal injuries as well. Nonetheless, she firmly believed that her blood possessed extraordinary power. With tears welling in her eyes, she pressed her hand firmly against his chest. Do you trust me? Her low, hoarse voice reached his ears, and he nodded, choosing to believe her. After all, at such a moment, what did it matter? Seeing her one last time before death was worth it. As he slowly closed his eyes, leaning back with an expressionless face, a faint smile graced his lips. Noticing his eyelids gradually drooping, Jiang Naixing grew anxious. She hastily shook his shoulder, her voice tinged with desperation. Don't sleep. You mustn't sleep. If I cannot save you, I will leave, so as not to burden you. Jiang Yong remained silent for a moment, finally releasing a deep sigh. Jiang Naixing froze, her grip tightening. She was determined to prove to him that she could save him. Chapter 88. With her Jiang Yong, you must live. She bit her lower lip as the pale green light intensified. Closing her eyes, she swiftly drew a dagger from her calf, slicing her palm deeply. Blood gushed forth, and without hesitation, she extended her hand toward him, letting her blood drip onto his pale lips. He squinted, feeling a sweet metallic taste blossom in his mouth. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a bloodied palm and instinctively swallowed hard. As Jiang Naixing's blood trickled down his throat, a wondrous sensation enveloped him. The wounds on his body began to mend slowly. Seeing him awaken, Jiang Naixing finally exhaled in relief, but having lost too much blood, she leaned back and collapsed onto the ground. She tilted her head upwards, gazing at Jiang Yong, who could finally rise to his feet, and suddenly felt that everything she had done was worthwhile. Indeed, her blood proved to be useful, albeit at a considerable cost. A faint smile graced her lips, though it appeared somewhat strained. Jiang Yong, with a solemn expression, fixated on her as if he intended to see through her very soul. She smiled calmly, waving her hand at him. How wonderful. Look, I saved you. Fortunately, it was merely excessive blood loss. With timely intervention, there was no cause for concern. She was still able to sit up, facing him directly. His gaze, heavy with unspoken thoughts, remained fixed on her, and suppressing his pain, he enveloped her in his embrace. Though he uttered not a word, Jiang Naixing felt that a single hug conveyed everything he wished to express. Her body, endowed with the ability to heal itself, quickly staunched the bleeding, and Jiang Yong's condition was no longer as dire as before. He could move freely, unrestrained. Although his injuries had not fully healed, They no longer posed a significant threat. Ultimately, he should be grateful to her, but there were personal matters he needed to resolve. He had to eliminate that man. With lowered eyes, he cast a glance at her, gently pushing her away. I have matters to attend to. You should leave. The coldness of his tone left her feeling chilled. Jiang Naixing's eyes widened in fury, her complexion paling. How can you send me away at a time like this? Whatever your business is, I will accompany you. He pressed his lips together, his voice indifferent. My affairs are to be handled alone. Observing his demeanor, so markedly different from his earlier frailty, her heart swelled with unwarranted anger. Jiang Yong, do you truly care for me? If you do, then allow me to join you. Jiang Yong shot her a frigid glance, remaining silent as he pushed her aside, leaving her with a chilling remark before striding away. I do not need you. Watching his retreating figure, a pain surged in her chest, and despite her anger, she found herself trailing behind him. Even though he was aware of her following, he chose not to acknowledge it, tacitly permitting her presence. Yet, he could not ensure her safety in the face of potential peril. All he knew was that the man was heading towards the northern base, targeting survivors while using zombies as mere tools. There was a woman beside him, also being exploited. But that was of no concern to him. His sole aim was to eliminate the threat. His fists clenched slowly, and Jiang Naixing, weakened from blood loss, struggled to keep pace. After only a few steps, she began gasping for breath. The wound on her palm had scabbed over, but the blood remained stubbornly trapped. As she lifted her gaze to the distant Jiang Yong, he seemed to pause, waiting for her as he sensed her slowing pace. Once the distance between them was sufficiently bridged, he resumed walking. Jiang Naixing, observing his steadfast silhouette, could not help but smile with a hint of triumph. Indeed, he still harbored feelings for her. Chapter 89. Control. Jiang Yong felt the presence of that man ahead. The severe injury he had sustained was inflicted by him, showing no mercy and striking with lethal intent. Ultimately, he had underestimated his opponent, failing to unleash his full strength. He halted in his tracks, standing still as he spread his palm, fixating intently upon it. His abilities had not waned. The innate ferocity within him remained intact. Yet the power characteristic of high-level zombies only intensified. It was, after all, thanks to Jiang Naixing that he found himself in this state. Suddenly, he turned his head, his cold gaze sweeping over her, startling her enough that she stumbled back a few paces, inadvertently tripping and landing on the ground. She bared her teeth in determination as she rose, intending to brush off the dust from her clothes, only to discover that Jiang Yong's figure had vanished. She looked up, scanning her surroundings, yet saw nothing, her attention drawn instead to the approaching group of Shun Pei and others in the distance. Her expression shifted from panic to a chilling indifference. Her lips pressed together as she let out a heavy sigh. Thoughts of Jiang Yong lingered in her mind. He truly did not wish for her to accompany him, leaving her with a tinge of disappointment. She lowered her dimmed gaze and proceeded in the direction Jiang Yong had taken, convinced that she would eventually find him. Meanwhile, Jiang Yong's form flickered as he closed in on the man, and just as they were about to collide, he concealed himself once more, this time exercising patience rather than acting recklessly. To his surprise, the one leading the way was not the man he anticipated, but rather a woman from the military. Her uniform stained with blood. Although she bore no trace of a zombie's scent, her eyes were vacant, fixated straight ahead. It was evident that she had been controlled. He did not recognize her, but was aware that Jiang Naixing held a disdain for her. So he chose to disregard her presence and continued searching behind this legion of zombies. Outside, Shun Pei and his companions had searched for a considerable time without sight of any zombies, until Su Pingzhou, with keen eyes, spotted Jiang Naixing. Without consulting Shun Pei, he leaned forward and called out to her. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Naixing found herself momentarily frozen, reluctantly turning to face Shun Pei and Su Pingzhou. Shun Pei, puzzled by Su Pingzhou's sudden shout, felt a jolt in his heart when their gazes met. He stared at her, his expression complex and elusive. Jiang Naixing cast a brief glance in their direction, nodding quietly in acknowledgement. Su Pingzhou scratched the back of his head, glancing at Shun Pei, and seeing no significant reaction from him, he jogged over to Jiang Naixing, exclaiming, "Hey, where did you go? I didn't expect to run into you here." Jiang Naixing regarded him with a forced smile, and after a moment of silence, replied slowly, "I haven't gone anywhere, just wandering around this area." She was reluctant to engage with them. Had Su Pingzhou not called out first, she would have simply walked past them without a second thought. Yet now, she had no choice but to endure their company. Shun Pei still had not uttered a word, and in a low voice, he called Su Pingzhou back. Su Pingzhou raised his hand, flashing a quick smile, when suddenly the ground beneath them erupted with a violent tremor. The 20-odd individuals present were taken aback by the tremors, and those unable to steady themselves fell to the ground. Jiang Naixing, caught off guard, collapsed as well, shaking her head vigorously to clear her mind. She found that once the vibrations subsided, a shadowy hand materialized before her. In a daze, she instinctively extended her hand towards it. The owner of the hand, Shen Pei, yanked her up abruptly. As she regained her balance, the previously blurred surroundings sharpened into focus, revealing that the hand belonged to Shen Pei. A shiver ran through her, and she quickly withdrew her hand, stepping back to maintain a distance from him, observing her every movement and the unmistakable aversion in her eyes. Shen Pei felt an inexplicable annoyance and abruptly let his hand fall. Chapter 90. Attack Look. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, prompting everyone to unconsciously lean forward to gaze into the distance. They soon realized that the source of the earlier tremors was a massive horde of zombies directly ahead. The sight of the densely packed, shadowy figures was suffocating, and their cacophonous groans filled the air, sending shivers down their spines. The sheer number of zombies was staggering. Yet, curiously, they seemed oblivious to the presence of the onlookers, marching with singular purpose toward a specific direction. Jiang Naixing squinted at that direction, suddenly struck by a grave realization that made her gasp in alarm. The direction of the base. Trembling with fear, thoughts of her brother and others flooded her mind, sending a chill down her spine. She swallowed hard and turned to Shen Pei, exclaiming, "We must hurry back. Their target is the base." Shen Pei nodded in agreement, displaying a newfound rapport between them as they momentarily set aside their differences. He raised his hand to signal the soldiers to follow their lead. At once, everyone obeyed, swiftly returning to the base. However, a sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Naixing. Clenching her fists tightly, she dared not envision the consequences. The zombie horde advanced rapidly, soon charging towards the base. They collided against the container walls, trampling over their fallen kin, which resulted in a gruesome scene as blood stained the ground. They formed a veritable tower of bodies, quickly approaching a breaking point. Meanwhile, Shen Pei and his group, upon his command, unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Individuals with various abilities unleashed their powers, fiercely attacking the zombies. Jiang Naixing, possessing self-healing capabilities, found herself largely ineffective in the chaos, and Shen Pei, fully aware of this, kept her closely protected behind him. While he manipulated any available objects around him, he sought to determine the source of the zombie horde. However, the outcome was unexpectedly startling. Amidst the throng of zombies, he spotted a familiar figure, Jiang Pingyi, who had deserted the army. At that moment, she was ensnared in the center of the horde, her vacant gaze seemingly commanding the zombies to surge forward. Responding to her directives, they collided with fervor, charging with reckless abandon. A thunderous impact reverberated through the heavens, casting a pall of anxiety over the base, where those stationed felt their hearts race with trepidation. Meanwhile, the unconscious Jiang Naiha stirred ever so slightly, yearning to inform Shen Pei of the unfolding chaos. Yet, as he emerged from the base, he was momentarily entranced by the breathtaking scene before him. It was then that he realized he was being pursued by a horde of zombies. Lacking the strength to defend himself, he was swiftly bitten and assimilated by the undead. Jiang Naiha collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat, while the man who remained behind fixated on him, fearful for his well-being. He swallowed nervously, his eyes wide as he witnessed Jiang Naiha convulse violently, froth spilling from his lips, his face contorted in agony, and his cries echoing with heart-wrenching despair. It was over. He despairingly closed his eyes, unable to bear the horrifying sight before him. Blood seeped from Jiang Naiha's features, his limbs twisted grotesquely, and the veins on his contorted face bulged ominously. The man's heart raced in panic as he bit down on his lip. Jiang Naiha watched helplessly as the horde of zombies crashed into the container, shattering the once impenetrable barricade. Amidst the chaos, she finally recognized Jiang Pingyi among the throng, observing as the woman staggered forward, pursued by the relentless undead. Was that person General Jiang? Other soldiers, too, made the same realization, their voices rising in a cacophony of alarm, anger, and confusion upon spotting Jiang Pingyi. Jiang Naiha remained silent, lips pressed together, instinctively directing her gaze toward Shen Pei. After a fleeting moment, he turned to meet her eyes, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. It was evident that Jiang Pingyi was under some form of control. Chapter 91. A desperate stand. Follow me, Xun Pei commanded, prompting the others to advance. Jiang Naiha clenched her fists, her gaze fixated on the restless horde of zombies. The mass surged past the container into the heart of the base, an overwhelming force that they could scarcely contend with. Their firepower dwindled, and Xun Pei shook his hand vigorously, his deep-set eyes scanning the horizon. Realizing the gravity of their situation, he raised his hand once more, signaling a retreat to safeguard the survivors of the base. The others finally grasped the urgency, clutching their weapons as they maneuvered deeper into the base. However, Jiang Naiha remained rooted in place, hesitating. She staggered forward a few steps, on the brink of being engulfed by the zombies when Xun Pei seized her and pulled her back. "What are you doing? Hurry and move." His stern reprimand jolted her from her stupor, her dim gaze flickering with life. She hastily wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and fell in line behind Xun Pei. Xun Pei glanced back at the group, noting that aside from those who had tragically perished in the earlier gunfire, only a little more than 10 remained. He exhaled deeply, gathering his resolve, and sprinted forward, never looking back. Inside the base, chaos reigned supreme, with collapsed tents and shelters strewn about. Many lay trampled upon the ground, as the relentless horde pursued them. Xun Pei and his group arrived too late. The soldiers left behind at the front lines fought valiantly, while others facilitated the retreat of survivors. The base was on the brink of collapse, all within a matter of minutes. Jiang Naixing was suddenly reminded of others. Ignoring Xun Pei's shouts and the attempts of those around her to restrain her, she dashed forward into the clearing. She peered anxiously around. Yet all that surrounded her were ruins and the slowly advancing zombies. Her brother, Xiaoyang, Xiaogang, and Xiaoru were nowhere to be found. The air was filled with wails of despair and heart-wrenching cries, while the eerie sounds of the undead echoed in her ears. Abruptly, she turned around, only to be confronted by several zombies with gaping maws dripping with blood. In an instant, a figure darted past her. It was Xun Pei, who seized her and lifted her off the ground, racing towards safety. She stood there in a daze, gazing at the horde of zombies surging forth. They were drenched in blood, their decaying flesh peeling away in chunks, mindlessly advancing without a shred of awareness. The swirling dust obscured her vision, tears welling in the corners of her eyes as she stared ahead, where amidst the chaotic mob, she spotted a familiar silhouette, Jiang Yong. He was casting a malevolent gaze in her direction, his piercing eyes seemingly intent on devouring her whole. Instinctively, she struggled, frantically waving her arms and striking Xun Pei, causing both of them to lose their balance and tumble to the ground. Like a spellbound being, she repeatedly murmured that name, Jiang Yong, Jiang Yong. She had seen him, truly seen him. He was within reach, and she desperately wanted to find him. As she struggled to rise from the ground, confusion clouding her gaze, Xun Pei noticed her distress and urgently called for Su Pingzhou and the others to stop her, to pull her away. In a flurry of activity, a frantic man grasped Jiang Naixing's arm, dragging her forward. Su Pingzhou hurriedly rushed to help Xun Pei up, and they supported each other as they continued to retreat towards the innermost sanctum of the base, where the survivors had been sent. Beyond the thicket lay the final escape route of the base, with everyone crammed into the narrow confines of the building. Xun Pei looked up at the barren forest ahead, exhaling a deep breath as he tightened his grip on the gun at his waist. The end was near. The other survivors should be inside. We cannot venture further. Silence enveloped them, and though no words pierced the stillness, an unspoken understanding prevailed among them. If the horde breached the last line of defense, all would perish, and the apocalypse would consume the world. They resolutely decided to hold their ground, protecting the last remnants of humanity. Chapter 92. The retreat. Jiang Naixing was supported by two individuals, her head drooping, her eyes devoid of life, her faint sobs tugging at the hearts of those around her. It would take the zombies some time to breach the base ahead, and in this moment of eerie calm, those hiding in the shadows strained their nerves, hearts heavy. A few discreetly wiped away tears, the atmosphere thick with sorrow and indignation. What they failed to realize was that within the horde lurked numerous second-tier, mutated zombies. They were not mindless. They possessed an understanding of coordination and self-preservation, yet their singular focus remained on slaughter. Under the control of Jiang Pingyi, a group of second-level mutated zombies trailed behind Xun Pei and the others. Upon hearing a rustling sound, the group immediately became alert. Su Pingzhou was the first to peek around. When he spotted several zombies closing in, He was suddenly taken aback, his body plummeting down as he muttered incessantly. "They are coming. They have caught up." His words sent a shiver through the group, but fortunately, Shunpei coldly reprimanded them, signaling not to panic, and directed them to form a proper formation, ready to strike at any moment. Just as they were fully prepared and waiting to charge, a sound from a distance startled them all. The zombies, too, were drawn to the noise. A group of armed individuals, wielding guns and various weapons, rushed forward, undeterred by the fewer than 20 zombies they faced. Unbeknownst to them, these particular zombies had undergone second-level mutations. Their attacks proved utterly ineffective against the zombies, who remained oblivious to Shunpei and the others concealed in the shadows. Jiang Naixing noticed that among those individuals were Xiao Gang, Xiao Yang, and her brother. The rest were merely the guards stationed at the base's gate and a few soldiers in military attire. They bravely confronted the zombies, but soon found themselves at a disadvantage. Jiang Naixing was astonished to see Jiang Na. He was no longer the same as before. He could manipulate objects from a distance to attack the zombies. She shuddered involuntarily, realizing her brother had also received the so-called vaccine and successfully mutated. Yet, it was clear they were no match for the zombies, despite their numerical superiority. They quickly began to fall, leaving only a handful of survivors. Amid the chaos, Jiang Naixing could no longer contain herself, gripping Shunpei's garment tightly. Tears brimmed in her eyes, reflecting in his gaze. He issued another command, and the group charged out. The cries of anguish echoed, gunfire thundered, and blood splattered everywhere. Those who fell in pools of blood convulsed violently. Controlled by the zombies, Jiang Pingyi joined the fray, her eyes entirely white as she raised her gun and fired at Shunpei. With a resounding bang, the bullet struck Shunpei precisely, and blood quickly oozed from the wound. Jiang Naixing caught him as he nearly collapsed, pressing her hand against his injury in an attempt to staunch the bleeding. But before she could act, more bullets whizzed through the air. Silver bullets were about to pierce through flesh when a swift red shadow dashed past. A tall and imposing figure shielding Jiang Naixing. She instinctively looked up, staring in astonishment at the person before her. Jiang Yong. He shot her a cold, menacing glance before turning his attention to Shunpei, who lay in her arms. His brows knitted tightly, an aura of fury radiating from him as he unleashed his wrath upon the surrounding shadows. Jiang Naixing opened her mouth to call out to him, but before she could utter a sound, he surged forward, leaving her hand suspended in the air. Biting her lip, she suppressed her heartache and continued to apply pressure to Shunpei's wound, striving to heal him. They arrived just in time, skillfully blocking the zombies for Jiang Naiha and his companions. He and she exchanged distant glances, though less than 10 meters apart. It felt infinitely far. When he noticed the green glow emanating from her palm, he understood the gravity of the situation. Instinctively, he glanced at his own hand, revealing blue patterns etched upon it. Everyone was paralyzed by the sudden, malevolent aura that enveloped them. They barely had time to comprehend their surroundings. A chilling wind swept through, carrying the scent of blood, as several second-tier mutated zombies fell into the crimson pool. Yet, only a few remained standing, among them Jiang Pingyi. Chapter 93. Death. Jiang Yong pursued Jiang Pingyi, the pervasive stench of blood assaulting his senses. Each person bore splatters of crimson, and Shunpei's wound had ceased to bleed, bringing Jiang Naixing a moment of relief. As she released Shunpei's hand, she intended to rise and follow Jiang Yong, but Jiang Naiha suddenly called out to her. "Sister, don't go." She turned abruptly, staring blankly at Jiang Naiha, who gazed at her with reddened eyes, harshly wiping away the tears at the corners. In a grave tone, he implored, "Don't go. It will be fatal." Jiang Naixing cried out in desperation, her voice hoarse, but he is right there. Having lost her rationality, all she yearned for was to catch up with Jiang Yong. Yet, as she scrutinized Jiang Naiha and recalled everything she had witnessed moments before, a sudden realization struck her. Halting her tears, she reached out to touch his palm, but then her emotions overwhelmed her once more. "Why? I told you not to get involved with the military. Why didn't you listen?" He had actually received the vaccine. Jiang Naiha bit his lip, his gaze lowered, appearing somewhat guilty, but he quickly straightened his posture and declared, "But sister, I succeeded. I am still alive. I had to become this way to protect you better." His words and actions pierced Jiang Naixing deeply. She closed her eyes and struck his chest repeatedly. "Jiang Naiha, have you ever considered what if you don't survive this?" Jiang Naiha staggered back from her blows, then suddenly seized her wrist, locking his gaze onto hers. I'm not afraid, sister. I am fine now. She realized that further words would be futile. He had already been vaccinated, and now they belonged to the same category of beings. Yet, she despised this reality. However, there was no turning back. Since Jiang Naihe was unharmed, her primary concern was Jiang Yong. She abruptly wrenched her hand free. Do not stop me. I must go. Sister. Jiang Naihe could not restrain her, and as she struggled to break free, he called out to her once more. Jiang Naisheng paused momentarily, but resisted the urge to look back. Yet, a sudden scream from a woman caused her to halt. Ah! A piercing cry rang out, followed by a chorus of frantic shouts. Jiang Naisheng instinctively turned around, only to behold Xiao Yang, who had been stabbed through the chest. She stood just a short distance away, facing her directly. However, behind Xiao Yang loomed a blood-soaked zombie, missing an arm, with its other arm piercing through Xiao Yang's body. Its withered claws exposed. She was engulfed in agony, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth. The first to react was Xiao Jing, who was closest to Xiao Yang. He rushed forward and shoved the zombie aside. Blood splattered onto his cheek as Xiao Yang stared wide-eyed at everyone, letting out a choked sound before her body leaned backward. Xiao Jing dashed toward her but failed to catch her, helplessly witnessing her collapse before him. Stricken with shock, he cried out in anguish, repeatedly calling her name, Sister Xiao Yang. In a state of panic, Jiang Naisheng hurried over, crying out Xiao Yang's name. She abruptly knelt before her, her trembling hands unsure of where to rest. She looked at Xiao Yang, whose face was contorted in pain, utterly distraught as large tears streamed down her cheeks. Xiao Yang coughed up blood, the crimson liquid gushing from her chest and pooling beneath her, transforming the ground into a crimson puddle. She raised her bloodied hand, attempting to reach for Jiang Naisheng, pleading, Naisheng, I don't want to become a zombie. If I mutate, you must kill me. No, Xiao Yang, hold on. I can save you. Jiang Naisheng vehemently shook her head, gripping Xiao Yang's blood-soaked hand tightly, desperately channeling her energy in an attempt to rescue her. Xiao Yang emitted agonizing sounds, her pupils dilating suddenly, her eyes becoming bloodshot. She struggled to contain herself as blood continued to pour forth. You must find Jiang, before she could finish. Her once normal eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, her demeanor shifting to one of bloodthirsty rage as she thrashed about. Jiang Naisheng was caught off guard as Jiang Naihe abruptly yanked her away. With a resounding bang, a bullet struck Xiao Yang's forehead, leaving a mark. Jiang Naisheng turned in shock to face the man who had fired the gun, unable to restrain herself as she charged toward him, her voice filled with fury. What have you done? Why did you shoot? The man, unwilling to yield, raised his gun towards her, casting a fierce glance at the now zombified Xiao Yang. She had succumbed to the undead, necessitating her elimination. Jiang Naisheng appeared to be jolted into a frenzied state, clutching her head and shaking it vehemently. The haunting image of Xiao Yang's body being pierced by the zombie replayed incessantly in her mind, and she wept bitterly, consumed by guilt. Xiao Yang, I could have saved you. I truly could have. In disbelief, she lunged again, kneeling beside Xiao Yang, timidly extending her trembling hand to rest upon her. There was no trace of the zombie's menacing aura. Her body was gradually growing cold, an unmistakable sign of her complete demise. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she stared vacantly at her hands, feeling utterly useless. If only she possessed greater strength, how could she have failed to save her? She had managed to rescue Jiang Yang, so why not Xiao Yang? Jiang Na, suppressing her tears, staggered forward, attempting to lift her sister. Sister, please awaken. It's not your fault. None of this is on you. While this was indeed the truth, Jiang Na did not believe it. Her dim gaze was devoid of life as she murmured repeatedly, but I couldn't save her. Closing her eyes tightly, she cried out in anguish, Sister. The others, apart from Xiao Gang, could hardly empathize with her pain. They had not plunged into the depths of despair, but instead spat contempt at the lifeless zombie on the ground. The man who had shot at Xiao Yang raised his chin, signaling to Jiang Naisheng and Jiang Na, are you leaving or not? The few zombies that escaped are unlikely to return, and those hiding deep within the base are waiting for us. Jiang Na took a deep breath, crouched down, and patted Jiang Naisheng's shoulder, attempting to lift her. Sister, let us go. However, Jiang Naisheng remained motionless, leaving him no choice but to turn his attention to Xiao Gang, who was silently weeping nearby. Xiao Gang, help me. Xiao Gang, just realizing the situation, responded softly and came over. Together, they supported Jiang Naisheng, while Jiang Na assisted her, with Xiao Gang trailing silently behind them. At the last moment, Xiao Gang looked back longingly, his lips quivering as he wiped away tears, utterly distraught. Seeing his sister in such a despondent state, Jiang Na squeezed his eyes shut, his tone growing increasingly forceful. Sister, please don't give up. You still have me, and there are those who care for you. Jiang Naixing closed her eyes, her throat quivering. His voice trembled with suppressed sobs, fighting to contain the anguish within, for he understood that now more than ever, he needed to be strong. Tears flowed from Jiang Naixing, her breath hitching as images of Fu Xiaoxiao and Xiao Yang in peril flashed through her mind, culminating in the sight of Jiang Yong's retreating figure. She could not afford to lose Jiang Yong again, absolutely not. Resolute, she finally quelled her emotions, her body trembling as she slowly lifted her head from Jiang Nahe's embrace, gazing at him in a daze before suddenly breaking into a smile. I must go find him, she murmured softly, her words reaching Jiang Nahe's ears, prompting him to furrow his brow, curious about the identity of the person she so fervently sought. Yet, before he could inquire, she pushed him aside and staggered forward, continually whispering, Jiang Yong, wait for me. Older sister. Jiang Nahe called after her. But Jiang Naixing paid him no heed, resolutely moving in the direction where Jiang Yong had vanished. He glanced back at Xiao Gang and the others, ultimately deciding he must follow his sister, determined to shield her from danger. Xiao Gang, stay with them and don't wander off. I'm going after my sister, he declared, wiping away his tears before turning to Xiao Gang. Xiao Gang, trembling and sniffling, nodded earnestly, okay, be careful. As they watched Jiang Naixing and Jiang Nahe disappear into the distance, the others felt little but concern, perceiving the two as reckless souls bent on self-destruction. Their only desire was to return swiftly to the depths of their base. The final line of defense must not be breached. Chasing after her sister, Jiang Nahe found himself unable to catch sight of Jiang Naixing, having lost her in mere seconds of distraction. Panic enveloped him as he surveyed his surroundings. Unable to locate her, in desperation, he chose a random direction and ran. Meanwhile, Jiang Naixing ran aimlessly, still sensing Jiang Yong's presence nearby. Yet the stench of the surrounding zombies grew increasingly overwhelming. She was convinced that others could feel it too. Unconsciously, her fists clenched tighter, beads of sweat forming on her forehead and her palms growing clammy. Jiang Yong, where are you? She chanted his name repeatedly, as if they shared a telepathic connection, her distant voice echoing in his mind. Suddenly, Jiang Yong halted, taken aback, and turned to see a familiar figure not far off, filling the void in his heart. He felt moisture on his cheeks, raising a trembling hand to touch his face in disbelief. Is this tears? He thought, astonished to find himself crying. Upon finally spotting him, Jiang Naixing was overwhelmed with joy, sprinting towards him without restraint. She could hardly believe she had truly found him. A smile crept onto her lips, but it faltered in an instant. The joy on Jiang Yong's face faded, replaced by a somber expression as they stood separated by a distance. Behind him, numerous zombie hands clawed at his body, and he lowered his gaze, coldly observing each reaching hand, the malice within him dissipating in an instant. Jiang Naixing stood in shock, her mouth agape, utterly at a loss for words. Her heart suffered a tremendous blow, and as pain gripped her chest, her face contorted in agony, she suddenly collapsed to her knees, clutching her heart. Tears blurred her vision once more as she witnessed Jiang Yong being overwhelmed by the horde of zombies, gradually being devoured. Jiang Yong, she screamed, her voice hoarse. He was so near, yet why did it come to this? Realizing the gravity of the situation, she abruptly sprang to her feet, biting her lip, her heart heavy as ashes, and charged forward without hesitation. Yet, a pair of strong hands restrained her, and before she could discern the figure that had stopped her, she felt a violent blow to her shoulder and lost consciousness. Sister, sister. Jiang Nahe rushed over in a flurry, waving her hands in panic. Even in her unconscious state, tears continued to stream down her face as she fell into Shun Pei's embrace. Shun Pei looked down at her with an inexplicable pang of sorrow, holding her tightly as he hurried away, instructing Jiang Nahe to swiftly retreat to the last base. As they fled the bloody scene towards safety, Shun Pei exhaled a breath of murky air. Panic marred his usually composed countenance. Jiang Nahe, quickly go to the last base and inform Su Pingzhou to lead the survivors away. The zombies will soon overrun this place. Jiang Nahe trembled with sobs. Yet reason prevailed above all. She wiped away her tears with a resolute expression. I understand. Please take care of my sister. After casting one last glance at Jiang Naisheng, she ran forward without looking back. When Shen Pei awoke, it was Su Pingzhou who informed him, expressing gratitude that Jiang Naisheng had saved him. Yet, she was determined to seek out that man. Shen Pei understood full well that she would encounter danger, and as soon as he regained consciousness, he set out to find her. Fortunately, he arrived in time. Putting aside whether that man was alive or dead, his priority was to bring Jiang Naisheng to safety. He cast his eyes downward, fixating on the weeping Jiang Naisheng in his arms, her body trembling, tears quickly soaking through his shirt. He tightened his embrace and quickened his pace. As the zombies lunged at Jiang Yang, he even closed his eyes, savoring the final torment. However, it seemed that fate had other plans. Bloodied and battered, he slowly rose from the pile of fallen zombies. His crimson shirt was thoroughly soaked in deep red, his face marred with wounds. He struggled to stand, his cold gaze fixed fiercely on a certain spot. The figure lurking in the shadows could no longer contain himself and decided to reveal himself, maniacal laughter echoing through the air accompanied by fervent applause. Ha ha ha, splendid. You are even more resilient than I imagined, and have grown even stronger. So, this time, will you be able to defeat me? Jiang Yang's blood-red eyes locked onto a direction, filled with seething rage. The malice that had just been unleashed was instantly suppressed. He gritted his teeth in fury. His tongue pressed against the roof of his mouth, veins bulging in his anger. The director possessed the same crimson eyes as him, resembling blood in their vividness, and exuded a similar aura of malice. He circled around Jiang Yang, a smile of increasing audacity gracing his lips. Were it not for your reckless rampage, I would not have succumbed to this dismal state. In truth, I owe you quite a bit. Once you are dealt with, I doubt anyone shall pose a challenge to me. That little girl foolishly believes I would rescue those pitiful humans. Do you think I would expend my efforts for them? Yet, that woman by your side, she possesses a certain capability, having managed to save you, and it appears you hold her in some regard. His laughter was wild, each sharp word piercing Jiang Yang's ears, causing him to clench his fists tightly until his nails dug into his flesh. If he dared to harm Jiang Naisheng, he would not hesitate to bring them both to ruin. Chapter 95. The Battle. Jiang Yang, have you won me over? The director lowered his gaze, a sardonic smile gracing his features as he looked upon Jiang Yang from a distance, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. Jiang Yang ignored him, tightening his fists in silence, a cold snort escaping his nostrils as he glared back with fierce intensity. Why not test the waters? You may act against me, but touch Jiang Naisheng, and you shall meet your end. Shen Pei's face was a mask of panic, trembling as she clutched Jiang Naisheng's arm, fully aware of her desires. In this precarious situation, should he attempt to whisk her away, she would resent him for eternity. Thus, his immediate task was to locate that man for her. Gently, he placed her on the ground, reassured by the absence of any threatening presence nearby. Once he ensured her safety, he sighed deeply, resolute in his decision to seek out Jiang Yang. The aura emanating from Jiang Yang was both potent and suffocating, easily detectable. However, what perplexed him was the presence of not one, but two opposing currents of malice. Following the trail of that energy, he finally reached a familiar figure. The director squinted, his laughter becoming increasingly unhinged. You've come to accompany me to the grave. Let that girl handle you. He spotted Shen Pei, fully aware that both she and Jiang Pinyi were military personnel, making it prudent to have Jiang Pinyi confront him. No sooner had he spoken than a shadow darted past him, lunging directly toward Shen Pei. Reacting swiftly, he evaded the oncoming shadow, but upon recognizing its face, he froze in place. It was Jiang Pinyi once again. Teeth grinding together, a hissing sound escaped as he raised his fists in preparation. Jiang Pinyi, a powerhouse, unleashed her punches with full force. Shen Pei narrowly dodged, but the impact of Jiang Pinyi's blow created a massive crater in the ground, signaling the seriousness of their confrontation. He met her head-on. Despite his own manipulation abilities, sometimes evading the powerful punches was not feasible. Fortunately, he could command the surrounding sand and stones to serve as a barrier. Jiang Yang paid no heed to Shen Pei. Her fate was of no concern to him. His singular focus remained on vanquishing the director and safeguarding Jiang Naisheng. He cast a cold glance at the duo engaged in battle, then turned his malevolent gaze upon the director. He uttered not a word and charged forward, his blood-red eyes gleaming with intensity. The director's eyes flickered momentarily before curling into a sinister smile. To him, Jiang Yang's assault was merely moderate, coupled with his injuries. He was unable to unleash his full strength. In his mind, the director had already begun to envision himself as the ultimate victor. Yet, he gravely underestimated Jiang Yang, who was now resolutely prepared to fight to the death. The pain he had endured would be repaid tenfold, for after tormenting him for over a decade, he intended to make the director relish a taste of his own misery. With astonishing speed, he materialized behind the director, extending his hand with ferocity. However, just before making contact with the director's back, he was seized and hurled away with tremendous force, only to face another wave of relentless attacks. His eyes widened in fury as he glared at the director, blood seeping from the corners of his eyes, which he disregarded entirely. The intensity of his assaults escalated until he finally discovered an opening, thrusting his hands into the director's body repeatedly until his entire arm was engulfed. The director retaliated with a surge of dark, fierce wind that propelled him several meters away. The director gazed down at the numerous gaping wounds upon his body. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, as crimson liquid continually dripped from his exposed flesh, gradually darkening to a deep crimson hue. He had not anticipated Jiang Yang to be so formidable, nearly invincible. Yet in this apocalypse, the strongest must be he. He was resolute in his intention to eliminate Jiang Yang. Chapter 96. Awakening, he threw back his head and let out a resounding howl. A thunderous roar that echoed through the air. The scattered zombies nearby slowly began to converge upon him, encircling him. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yang, he had no choice but to retreat step by step. The zombies lunged at him, and he muttered a dire thought. However, it was too late. He had discerned the director's true intent. The mass of zombies, piled like a mountain, was gradually devoured, the sound of gnashing teeth filling the air. Before long, the director consumed those zombies, leaving a pool of blood in his wake. Jiang Yang turned to flee, but he was a moment too late. With his face smeared in blood, the director had sprouted black fur all over his body. His mouth, gaping wide, dripped with blood incessantly, transforming him into a towering figure nearly 3 meters tall, with bulging veins on his muscular arms. He let out a bone-chilling roar that even Shun Pei found disorienting. Lost in his stupor, he was knocked to the ground by Jiang Pinyi, who hesitated just as her hand was about to plunge into his heart. Her face contorted with rage as she struggled to suppress her desire to strike him. However, despite being restrained, she could not reclaim her mind. The director, witnessing this scene, imposed further anguish upon her, pushing Jiang Pinyi to the brink of collapse as she screamed, arms outstretched, her piercing voice echoing into the heavens, leaving Shun Pei unsettled. She did not wish to harm Shun Pei. She did not want this. The sound of grinding teeth grew increasingly loud as she abruptly withdrew her hand, retreating hastily. Her face twisted in anguish. "No, I don't want you to get hurt. Go." Her desperate demeanor reflected in Shun Pei's eyes, filling him with a sense of suffocation. How could Jiang Pinyi, once so lofty and imperious, have fallen to such depths? Once proud, she has vanished, leaving only the tormented figure before them. Clutching her head in agony, Shun Pei found it difficult to strike her, but the ensnared Jiang Pinyi was beyond assurance. Jiang Yang sensed that the moment to act had arrived. He took the initiative to thrust toward the dean, only to be met with an overwhelming force that sent him crashing to the ground, where he coughed up a copious amount of blood, his bones seemingly shattered. Yet, through sheer determination, he rose to his feet. The dean, having recently consumed a zombie, had become incredibly formidable, and even Jiang Yang began to doubt his chances. Breathing heavily, bloodied throughout, his refined visage marred by crimson fissures, he pressed on. Meanwhile, Shun Pei observed the frenzied Jiang Pinyi collapsing to her knees. The sight stirred a deep sorrow within him, prompting him to close his eyes momentarily and softly murmur, "Jiang Pinyi, awaken." To his astonishment, his words reached her. Jiang Pinyi clearly heard his voice. Clutching her head, she knelt down, weeping uncontrollably. Shun Pei. In her despair, she finally broke free from her confinement. Blood flowed from her ears and the corners of her eyes, her face a gruesome sight of carnage. Uncertain of her regained consciousness, Shun Pei gazed at her with suspicion. Just as he moved closer, Jiang Pinyi suddenly collapsed, unconscious. Her liberation from control inflicted a backlash upon the dean. Observing him momentarily stunned, Jiang Yang seized the opportunity to charge once more, only to find himself outpaced once again. When Jiang Naixing arrived, she witnessed a pair of hands plunging into Jiang Yang's body, extracting a vivid crimson heart. From a distance, She watched in horror as the grotesque figure devoured Jiang Yong's heart, chewing it with grim delight. Gasping in terror, she fell into despair, her legs weakening, unable to move. Her cries tearing at the fabric of her soul. Jiang Yong stared blankly at his chest, where his heart had been nearly consumed. In his daze, he heard Jiang Naixing's voice. Instinctively, he turned his head to see her, heartbroken and kneeling at a distance, gazing at him with hollow eyes. Her appearance was truly tragic. Chapter 97. Failure. The shattered Jiang Naixing, overwhelmed, unleashed chaotic energy that radiated a green glow. The dean, instantly drawn to her, released Jiang Yong with a fierce throw to the ground before advancing ominously toward Jiang Naixing. Jiang Yong, eyes wide with defiance, watched as the dean drew near her. For one who had become a zombie, the loss of his heart, indeed, any organ, held no consequence. He struggled to his feet, dragging his battered form toward her. Noticing the dean's approach, Jiang Naixing, despite her tears, steeled herself, biting her lip to suppress the flood of emotions. She lifted her gaze, staring deeply at him. Uncertain of the identity of this hideous monster, she knew for certain that he was no ally. He had harmed Jiang Yong, thus marking him as her enemy. Run, run. Jiang Yong rasped, clutching his chest in pain. Jiang Naixing lifted her gaze to him, her eyes brimming with tears and devoid of light. This time, she would not abandon him. If worst came to worst, they would face death together. She bit her lip in fury, casting a fierce glare at the monstrous figure before her. The dean, noticing her resentful expression, felt a twisted satisfaction within. This was precisely what he desired. How could that worthless Jiang Yong ever be worthy of love? He did not deserve to exist in this world. As for this girl, she would be subjected to relentless torment, ensuring Jiang Yong lived forever in guilt and anguish. His smile morphed into a chilling grin, his sharp laughter piercing the air. Just as he reached out, his gnarled, withered hand almost touching Jiang Naixing, Jiang Yong lunged forward, and they were locked in combat once more. The dean struck down with a heavy hand, cursing vehemently. Worthless fool, do you need to be ground to dust to be satisfied? He gripped Jiang Yong's chin tightly, his nails digging into flesh, glaring at him as if intending to devour him alive. Unable to contain herself any longer, Jiang Naixing clenched her fists, ready to charge. Jiang Yong turned his cold gaze upon her, veins bulging on his forehead, rage coursing through him. I told you to leave. His roar startled her into trembling. And as she gazed at his contorted face, she burst into tears, crying out his name, Jiang Yong. She did not wish to go, did not want to abandon him. Jiang Yong grappled with the dean, striving to buy time for Jiang Naixing, yet she remained rooted in place, paralyzed by fear. Nearby, Shen Pei, having witnessed the standoff, felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest as he saw her standing there, clearly in danger, yet motionless. Casting a glance at the unconscious Jiang Pinyi, he resolutely approached Jiang Naixing. You must go, hurry, he urged through gritted teeth, but she remained dazed. Left with no choice, he scooped her up in his arms. But just as he attempted to escape, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, enveloping them, and they fell to the ground with a thud. The pain coursed through their bodies as the dean unleashed the tempest. He seized Jiang Yong's chin with one hand while summoning the gale to drag Jiang Naixing to his side. He glared at her with malevolence, a horrifying smile spreading across his face. During your time at the research institute, this girl was the only one willing to draw near you. Who would have thought you could end up together? He mocked. Jiang Yong, in your final moments of suffering, she has added a touch of joy to your existence. You should feel grateful. As for you, little girl, since you wish for death, I shall accommodate your desires. His laughter was frenzied, exuding an aura of darkness as he tightened his grip around Jiang Yong and Jiang Naixing's throats. The suffocating sensation made it difficult for her to keep her eyes open. Turning her head, she caught a glimpse of Jiang Yong, his face etched with agony, blood soaking his body, the crimson fissures on his skin threatening to burst, revealing dark red flesh beneath. The surge of pain in her heart brought forth more tears as she slowly closed her eyes, her mind flooded with images of those around her. Is this how it ends? Chapter 98. I think I love you. No, there is still hope. A voice within her heart beckoned, and she suddenly recalled that the grotesque creature before her was also a zombie. Her blood had the potential to restore those newly infected to normalcy, yet it proved ineffective for those who had long succumbed to zombification. Nevertheless, she yearned to attempt it once more. If her blood was indeed extraordinary, there must be other uses for it, perhaps ultimately aiding them. Resolute, she turned her head, biting her lower lip as she gazed at Jiang Yao's menacing profile, her eyes brimming with tears. After a brief closure of her eyelids, she opened them wide, clenching her fists tightly, her teeth digging into her tongue, releasing a metallic sweetness into her mouth. Struggling against the pain, she felt the blood gather and then surge forth unexpectedly, splattering onto the director's face. Jiang Naixing distinctly saw droplets land in his eyes, a secret thrill igniting within her, though she remained tense, uncertain of the consequences of her blood entering his body. The ensuing moments would be critical. As her blood seeped into the director's being, he felt a searing heat within him, an overwhelming force yearning to erupt. This frustration prompted him to violently cast Jiang Yao aside, yet his grip on Jiang Naixing's throat tightened. The blood she had expelled coursed through him, and he glared at her as if he intended to consume her whole. His restless hands lunged toward her chest, but in that instant, he froze, her blood proliferating within him, driving him to a frenzied state. With a powerful roar, he cast Jiang Naixing away. He howled in agony, blood enveloping him as every inch of his skin felt as though it were being devoured. He threw his head back, a primal scream echoing through the air. His bloodshot eyes fixated on Jiang Naixing, muscles bulging with rage, yet he felt compelled to take one with him. He focused on Jiang Naixing, striding towards her and seizing her, lifting her off the ground. As she dangled, struggling for breath, her vision began to fade. At that moment, when her eyes closed, all stood frozen. Jiang Yao's silence was unnerving, and he suddenly unleashed a bone-chilling roar that reverberated through the heavens, a fierce aura sweeping across the vicinity. A powerful gust of wind swirled around the director, and he finally collapsed to the ground. However, Jiang Naixing plummeted from the air, crashing onto the ground, her bones feeling as if they had shattered, leaving her heart heavy with despair. Not far away, Shen Pei observed the scene unfold, yearning to rush forward when he witnessed Jiang Naixing being thrown aside, yet he was a step too late. His gaze shifted to Jiang Pingyi, yet he resolutely chose to disregard her, silently watching from a distance. Jiang Naixing slowly opened her eyes, only to be met by the enlarged visage of Jiang Yao. His usually dark and fierce countenance now painted with panic. A smile threatened to break forth despite the pain coursing through her. Yet even the simple act of smiling was a struggle. Still, she persevered, her hand gently caressing his cheek. There is a sentiment that has long been confined within my heart. I fear that if I do not express it now, I may never have the chance again. She opened her mouth, blood ceaselessly oozing from the corners, soaking their garments. He held her tightly, tears shimmering in his crimson eyes, a single droplet cascading down his cheek and landing directly upon her lips. She pressed her lips together, slowly closing her eyes. Jiang Yang, I think I have begun to fall for you. Though he had once wounded her and even threatened her with harsh words, each time danger approached, it was he who came to her rescue. She firmly believed that he harbored feelings for her, yet she remained uncertain if he truly loved her. Jiang Yang clenched his lips, uttering not a word. Suddenly, he leaned down, his bloodied lips brushing against hers, cold as ice, yet she could not awaken again. Until the very last moment, she could not hear Jiang Yang's response. Shen Peiqing distinctly overheard their exchange. Although Jiang Yang remained silent, he understood everything. Chapter 99, Light. Jiang Yang leaned down, listening intently, as Jiang Naixing's warm body gradually grew cold. He gently caressed her cheek and carefully lifted her into his arms, whispering a few words into her ear, but Jiang Naixing could no longer hear him. He walked slowly forward, despite Jiang Naixing's final request weighing heavily on him. In such a state, perhaps it would be best for her to simply drift into slumber. With the director dispatched, there were no longer any constraints upon him. He could finally roam the world with her. Seeing Jiang Yang carry Jiang Naixing toward an unfamiliar direction, Shen Pei furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where are you taking her?" Jiang Yang halted, casting a cold glance back at him, his lips pressed tightly together, unwilling to respond. Understanding the unspoken, Shen Pei refrained from pressing further, silently redirecting his attention to the fallen Jiang Pingyi. After a moment's contemplation, he bent down and lifted her into his arms. They proceeded in opposite directions. Shen Pei needed to escort Jiang Pingyi back to the innermost sanctuary, safeguarding the last survivors. As for Jiang Yang, he remained uncertain of his destination. On the brink of death, Jiang Naixing clung to the last vestiges of life, gasping heavily before suddenly opening her eyes. Every part of her body ached, and even with her self-healing abilities, This injury was insurmountable. She squinted at Jiang Yang, who brightened momentarily upon her awakening, but as if struck by a realization. His expression dimmed once more. Jiang Naixing forced a faint smile, her bones shattered, rendering her immobile. Even in his embrace, she endured the pain. With her eyes closed, her face remained unperturbed. Jiang Yang, I wish to bid farewell to my brother. Despite the pain, she gritted her teeth, betraying no other emotion. Jiang Yang nodded in silent assent, lowering his gaze as a gesture of understanding. Jiang Naihe originally trailed behind Jiang Naixing, yet fell behind, ultimately being cast aside by her. Alone and unable to find any other presence, he searched for a while before opting to retrace his steps. The survivors' final refuge was an abandoned air raid shelter, cramped with individuals who huddled closely together. When they heard the thunderous sounds from outside, they trembled in fear, waiting until the first rays of sunlight pierced through the gloom. As the perilous atmosphere dissipated, the dust hanging in the air gradually vanished, and the sunlight bathed the earth, marking the first dawn since the apocalypse had begun. One by one, they emerged from the shelter, tilting their heads towards the radiant sun. Excitement surged as they embraced their loved ones, friends, and family, believing that tranquility had returned. Yet, the true danger would never truly vanish. An everlasting, lethal threat awaited them. Jiang Naihe remained vigilantly near the shelter, silently safeguarding the survivors. When he noticed the sun shining above, a rare smile graced his face. Leaning forward, he gazed at the jubilant crowd, longing to find his sister to share in this joy. Meanwhile, Shen Pei, arriving late, embraced Jiang Pingyi and encountered Su Pingzhou on their way. They hurried towards the shelter without time for pleasantries, only to find the jubilant survivors, but not the person he sought. Jiang Yong could distinctly sense Jiang Naihe's presence. However, as he held Jiang Naixing and attempted to approach, she suddenly grasped his collar, shaking her head. Just stay here. I wish to speak with Shen Pei. From a distance, she had already spotted Jiang Naihe and, reassured of his safety, felt a weight lift from her heart. Her voice trembled, each word a laborious task. And soon she closed her eyes. In chapter 100, I Love You Too, Jiang Yong held her close as they approached Shen Pei, who, along with scattered soldiers, remained watchful. After entrusting Jiang Pingyi to Su Pingzhou, Shen Pei gestured and moved forward. Jiang Yong lowered his gaze to the ailing Jiang Naixing, his heart wrenched in agony. He harbored feelings for her, though he could not define them, and witnessing her frail state only deepened his sorrow. He softly called her name, and upon hearing him, she slowly opened her eyes, her pallid face gasping for breath, her cracked lips moving slightly. Shen Pei, I must ask you one last favor. Protect the remaining survivors and my brother. Shen Pei closed his eyes briefly, wishing to reach out to her. But Jiang Yong's imposing presence held him back, and he merely nodded silently. Jiang Naixing gazed upwards at the sky as warm sunlight washed over her face. A rare moment of enjoyment as she relished the sun's emergence, knowing that light would eventually prevail. The atmosphere turned somber, enveloped in a profound silence. She offered Shen Pei one last smile before resting her head against Jiang Yong's embrace and closing her eyes. Jiang Yong, take me away, she implored as her final breaths began to fade. Shen Pei could no longer contain the tumult of emotions swelling within her. She abruptly turned, biting her lip, tears shimmering in her eyes. Su Pingzhou, though oblivious to the circumstances, found himself moved by the poignant scene before him. He observed Jiang Naixing, who appeared to be on the brink of death, and he pressed his lips together, leaning in for another glimpse of her. Yet, she had closed her eyes tightly, her once rising chest now calming, and the onlookers were all touched by this sorrowful tableau, bowing their heads in reverence. As she watched their retreating silhouettes, Shen Pei steadied her resolve to fulfill Jiang Naixing's final wish. In the end, she could not bring herself to bid Jiang Na farewell. Her heart ached too deeply in such circumstances. Thus, the two figures gradually faded into the distance, Jiang Yong cradling her as they moved toward the light. The brilliant sun overhead bathed them in warmth, slowly erasing the crimson fissures that marred his cheeks, leaving his complexion pallid. Suddenly, he halted, casting a fierce glare toward a shadowed figure lurking nearby. The woman, clad in a black skirt and stained with blood, stepped into view, her hands clasped behind her back, a bullet wound marking her forehead. She swallowed hard, staring in shock at the lifeless form cradled in Jiang Yong's arms. Though initially taken aback, she soon regained her composure, shedding her earlier trepidation. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Naixing turned her head slightly, squinting her eyes. Upon recognizing the familiar figure, she let out a silent laugh. Fu Xiaoxiao. I should have anticipated this. Except for her unfortunate transformation into a zombie, all the opportunists had been her doing. Unlike Xiao Yang, who met an untimely and unjust end, unable to be saved even by her. Fu Xiaoxiao, unashamed and revealing her true self, regarded Jiang Naixing with an expressionless face, murmuring to herself. Why must it be this way? Jiang Naixing pressed her lips together, choosing silence, content to remain nestled in Jiang Yang's embrace. The blood that stained them had long since congealed. Jiang Naixing's eyelashes fluttered as she squeezed her eyes shut, summoning her final strength to utter, Jiang Yong. You have yet to answer me. Jiang Yong pressed his lips together, looking down at the frail, fading figure in his arms. His lips parted, words lingering unspoken. When Jiang Naixing breathed her last, I love you, he whispered, whether she heard it or not. From the very beginning, my heart has always belonged to you.